Chapter 35. Jasmine's POV. The room shifted. I felt it like a physical thing. The way people looked at me changed. Not completely, not forgiveness, but something closer to grudging acknowledgement that maybe I actually knew what the fuck I was doing. "How did you even see that?" someone from AR asked. I read contracts carefully. Simple answer. True answer. The answer that said I'd earned my place here through work, not through who I was sleeping with. A woman from legal nodded slowly. That's actually impressive. Not a compliment, not really, but acknowledgement, professional respect that had nothing to do with bedrooms and everything to do with competence. The meeting continued, but the energy had changed. They weren't dismissing me anymore, weren't treating me like decoration. I'd proven something, given them evidence that I belonged here regardless of who I fucked after hours. I survived, barely, but I survived. Instead of going back to Liam's villa, I drove to my old apartment, the one I'd shared with Leo before everything went to hell. My key still worked. The space felt like a museum of a life I didn't live anymore. I walked to Leo's room and lay down on his bed. It still smelled like him, like the little brother I'd raised and lost in the same breath. We were 8 and 11 in the foster home. The Hendersons. Leo had nightmares every night, crying for parents who were too high to remember they had kids. I'd crawl into his bed and tell him stories until he fell asleep. Promise him I'd never leave, that we'd always have each other. I'd broken that promise. A sound from the living room jolted me back to the present. Movement. Someone was in the apartment. I stood slowly, heart hammering, and crept toward the noise. Finn stood in my living room, climbing through the window like he had that first night weeks ago. Like breaking and entering was just his preferred method of communication. "Jesus Christ, Finn!" My hand pressed against my chest where my heart was trying to escape. "What the hell are you doing here?" He turned, grin in place, but something in his eyes was serious, concerned. "Checking on you. You didn't come back to the villa." "So you broke into my apartment?" "Technically, I let myself in through an unlocked window." He moved closer. "You okay?" The question was so simple, so direct, and the answer was so complicated I didn't know where to start. "I don't know," I whispered. Because I didn't. I'd survived my first day back, proven my worth, but I was standing in an apartment full of ghosts, and the man in front of me was part of the reason those ghosts existed. Chapter 35. "Come here," Finn said softly, and when I didn't move, he closed the distance himself. Pulled me into his arms like he could hold the broken pieces together through sheer will. I let him, because I was tired of holding myself up, tired of being strong, tired of pretending I wasn't falling apart. "You did good today," he murmured against my hair. "Everyone's talking about the contract save. You showed them who you are." "I showed them I'm useful," I corrected. "That's not the same thing." "It's a start?" His arms tightened. "And tomorrow will be easier, and the day after that. Until one day, they forget about the scandal and only remember that you're fucking brilliant." I wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe that I could be more than the girl who slept with her bosses and lost her brother in the process. But standing in Leo's apartment, wrapped in Finn's arms, all I could think was that I'd traded one life for another. And I still wasn't sure if the trade was worth it. Finn sat on my old couch. The same couch where I'd spent countless nights worrying about Leo, planning the next way to save him from his own decisions. Now Leo was on a farm, making choices to build a life without my constant shadow. And I was here, in an apartment that didn't feel like home anymore, with a man who looked at me like I could fill all the empty places inside him. His arm was around my shoulders, and I was pressed against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. The silence between us was comfortable, but weighted with things we weren't saying. Physical closeness with Finn was always different, easier, more playful. But right now, there was a heaviness to him, a seriousness I wasn't used to seeing. "I miss him," I said quietly. "Every day." Finn kissed the top of my head. "I know." "Do you think he's okay? Really okay?" "Martha called yesterday." His hand traced patterns on my shoulder. Said he's working like he's possessed. Up with the sunrise, working with the animals, helping with repairs. The information should have comforted me. Instead, it twisted the knife. Leo was okay without me, building a life that didn't need me in it. She said he's a good kid, Finn continued, just trying to figure himself out. Relief mixed with pain in my chest. This was what I wanted, Leo finding himself. But it hurt that he was doing it so well without me there. Hey! Finn felt my tension, pulled me closer. He'll come back, when he's ready. What if he doesn't? Then we'll go to him, again and again, until he believes we're not going anywhere. The promise settled something in me. We, not just me alone anymore, trying to hold everything together with sheer force of will. I remembered suddenly what he'd said at the villa, about understanding what it's like when family splits apart. You promised to tell me, I said, lifting my head to look at him. About your family, about why you understand. Finn went rigid. I felt it through my whole body. His heart rate picked up under my ear. You sure you want to know? He asked after a long pause. I shifted so I could see his face properly. I want to know everything about you. Chapter 36. POV, Jasmine. The black limousine pulls up to Cadence Records, and my body betrays me. Hands go cold. Throat constricts. I watch through the conference room window as the driver opens the rear door, and something ancient and primal screams at me to run. Beside me, Liam has stopped breathing. His hands shake at his sides, the same shutdown he must have experienced at 14 when his mother's funeral ended and his father decided grief required discipline. Jackson Blackwood emerges from the car like a snake uncoiling from its den. Silver hair catches the morning light with aggressive precision. His tailored suit probably costs more than 6 months of my rent, cut to emphasize the power he wields like a weapon. He has Liam's green eyes, but where Liam's hold warmth and earnestness, Jackson's are emptied of anything resembling human emotion. He moves like a predator assured of his dominance, unhurried, certain, lethal. Every step toward the building entrance is a declaration. I own this. I own everything. I own you. Breathe. Asher murmurs beside me, but his voice is tight, controlled in that way that means he's barely holding himself together. By the time we reach the executive floor, Jackson has already taken over Liam's office. Through the glass walls, I catch my reflection superimposed over his figure as he settles behind the desk like he's claiming conquered territory. The symbolism isn't subtle. This was never their kingdom. It was always his. Boys, Jackson's voice carries that particular blend of authority and condescension that makes my skin crawl. He rises from behind the desk, arms opening for an embrace that looks rehearsed. He hugs Asher first. Always Asher, I realize. The one most like him, the one he can understand. Then Finn, whose body goes rigid the moment Jackson's arms close around him, every muscle screaming resistance, even as he submits to the ritual. Then Liam, the oldest, the one who remembered their mother best and therefore disappointed him most. Look at you, Jackson says, stepping back to assess his sons like livestock at auction. Running my company into the ground over a piece of ass. Your mother would be devastated. Father, Liam starts. Don't. Jackson holds up a hand, and the single gesture silences all three of them instantly. Decades of conditioning, compressed into one small movement. I didn't fly back from Monaco to hear excuses. I came to fix the mess you've made. His eyes find me through the glass wall. I'm standing in the hallway, frozen, unsure whether to enter or flee. His gaze travels over me with deliberate slowness, assessing, cataloging, dismissing. So this is the one. He gestures for me to enter, and my legs move before my brain can object. The woman causing my boys problems. I force myself to meet his eyes. Mr. Blackwood. Ordinary. He circles me like I'm a car he's considering purchasing. No big tits, no sweet pussy I can see. Curious what all the fuss is about. Ordinary. He circles me like I'm a car he's considering purchasing. No big tits, no sweet pussy I can see. Curious what all the fuss is about. The words land like physical blows. Heat floods my face, humiliation crawling under my skin alongside rage so hot it nearly chokes me. But what can I do? He's their father, the source of their money, their power, their entire existence. Father, that's enough, Liam says, but his voice lacks conviction. The little boy inside him is already surrendering. Is it? Jackson returns to the desk, spreading financial reports across its surface with casual brutality. 3 major artists are gone, 2 contracts canceled, stock hemorrhaging 40% since your little scandal broke. He taps one document with a manicured finger. The damage is catastrophic. Another month of this, and there won't be a company left to save. We're handling it, Asher says tightly. You're drowning in it. Jackson's smile doesn't reach his eyes. But I can fix everything. I have connections your generation can't imagine. Distributors, media contacts, board members who owe me favors. I can restore what you've lost in weeks instead of months. The relief that flickers across Finn's face dies instantly when Jackson continues. But there are conditions. Of course there are. Men like Jackson don't offer help. They offer transactions, with interest rates that compound in ways you don't understand until you're already drowning in debt. What conditions? I hear myself ask, and all 4 men turn to look at me like they'd forgotten I was there. Jackson's smile widens, and something cold slithers down my spine. I want to know if you're worth it. All this chaos, all this destruction, over one woman. He moves toward me, and it takes everything I have not to step back. So let's find out. 1 week, you work directly with me. Prove your professional value. Show me what my sons see in you besides the obvious. And if I refuse? Then I walk away, and you watch everything they've built collapse around you. He shrugs, utterly unconcerned. Your choice, of course, but I suspect you'll make the right one. Liam steps forward, putting himself between me and his father. She's not a test subject for you to evaluate. She's the reason we're having this conversation at all. Jackson's voice hardens, all pretense of civility dropping away. You boys have had your fun. Now it's time for adults to clean up the mess. His gaze slides past Liam to find me again, and I feel it like hands on my body. 1 week, Miss Harlow. Direct assessment. At the end, I'll make my recommendation to the board. Recommendation? Asher's voice is sharp. About whether the family investment is worth protecting. Jackson settles back into Liam's chair. His chair now, by right of conquest. About whether she stays. The brothers exchange glances I can't read. Fear, anger, something that looks horribly like resignation. And if recommendation is negative? I force the question out through numb lips. Jackson's smile is the smile of a man who has never heard the word no in his entire life. A man who takes what he wants and discards what he doesn't. A man who looks at people and sees only what they can do for him. After the week, I'll decide if she stays or if she goes. And if she goes from your lives entirely. That's my condition for saving this company. Chapter 37. POV, Jasmine. The door barely closes behind Jackson before the brothers explode. Absolutely fucking not. Liam's voice cracks like a whip, his usual warmth incinerated by rage so hot, it transforms him into someone I barely recognize. I'll kill him before I let him control her. You don't know what he's capable of. What he did to women when Mom was alive. What he's done since. He's a predator wearing a suit, and I won't hand her over like a sacrifice. And what's your alternative? Asher's voice is cold, calculated. His grumpy demeanor hardened into something far more dangerous. Without his intervention, the company dies within 6 months. The lawsuit drains resources faster than we can generate them. Stock continues hemorrhaging. Artists flee to competitors who aren't drowning in scandal. He spreads his hands, the gesture brutal in its simplicity. Simple math, Liam. We can hate him and still need him. There has to be another way. There isn't. Asher cuts him off without mercy. I've run the numbers 100 times. Without outside capital injection, without his connections to stabilize the board, we're done. Everything Mom built, everything we've tried to protect, gone. Finn paces the length of the conference room like a caged animal, his usual playboy deflections stripped away completely. He won't meet anyone's eyes, his jaw working silently, hands clenched at his sides. The transformation is almost more unsettling than Liam's rage. Finn without humor is Finn without armor. He'll destroy her. Finn's voice comes out raw, scraped clean of charm. You both know what he does to women, how he breaks them down piece by piece until there's nothing left, and you're actually considering handing her over? I'm considering keeping us alive, Asher snaps. Someone has to think strategically while you two spiral into emotion. Emotion? Liam advances on his brother, and for a moment I think they might actually come to blows. She's not a chess piece, Asher. I know exactly what she is. Asher doesn't back down. Which is why I'm trying to find a solution that doesn't end with all of us destroyed, including her. I watch them argue. 3 men debating my fate like I'm not standing right here. My body, my future, my choices, reduced to variables in their calculations, a problem to be solved rather than a person to be consulted. Something snaps inside me. My phone is in my hand before I consciously decide to move. Fingers flying across the screen, typing words that feel like swallowing glass. I accept your terms. Send. The silence that follows the soft whoosh of the departing message is deafening. 3 sets of eyes turn to me, confusion shifting rapidly to horror as they realize what I've done. What did you just do? Liam's voice is barely a whisper. I accepted. I hold up my phone, showing them the sent message. 1 week of professional assessment. Those were his terms. You can't. He reaches for me, desperation cracking through the rage. Jasmine, you don't understand. He's not just difficult, he's dangerous. The things he's done to women who work for him, women who trusted him, I know exactly what he is. My voice comes out steady, despite the terror clawing at my chest, trying to shred me from the inside out. I've known men like him my whole life. Foster fathers who looked at me too long, social workers who touched too much. I know what monsters look like when they're wearing expensive suits and charming smiles. Then why? Finn's question is raw, anguished. Why would you walk into that willingly? Because this is who I am. I meet each of their eyes in turn. Liam's desperate green, Asher's calculating gray, Finn's wounded blue. I'm the woman who sold her virginity to save her brother from loan sharks. I'm the woman who walked back into Cadence Records, knowing everyone thought I was a whore. I survive impossible situations because the alternative is watching people I love suffer. I take a breath. 1 week of professional assessment. I survived the auction. I can survive your father. Jasmine. It's done. I cut Liam off before his optimism can find a foothold. The message is sent. He'll have seen it by now, so instead of arguing about whether I should have done it, help me figure out how to get through it. Monday morning arrives like an execution date. I reach Cadence Records at 7:30. Coffee prepared exactly as Jackson specified. Black, 2 sugars, temperature precise. My armor for the day is carefully chosen. Tailored slacks, button-down blouse buttoned to the collar, professional and covered. Nothing that could be misinterpreted. Nothing that invites attention. Jackson arrives at 8, settling into Liam's office like a king reclaiming his throne. He surveys my preparation with clinical detachment. The coffee, the organized files, my rigid posture, and I can't tell if I've passed or failed some invisible test. Come here. He doesn't look up from the documents he's reviewing, but the command is absolute. I approach the desk, stopping at what I hope is a professional distance. He lets the silence stretch, pen scratching across paper, making me wait, making me understand who controls this room, this company, this week. Finally, he sets down the pen and looks at me. Really looks, his gaze traveling from my sensible heels up my covered legs, lingering on my buttoned collar with something that might be amusement or might be displeasure. Too conservative. He rises, circling around the desk toward me, and I force myself to hold my ground. Too covered. Not what I want to see when I look up from my desk. I dressed professionally, as you requested. I requested you to work with me. He stops behind me, close enough that I can smell his cologne, expensive and suffocating, the scent of a man who has never heard the word no. Professionalism means meeting the expectations of your supervisor, and my expectations include a more accessible aesthetic. Every muscle in my body screams to run, to turn around and walk out and never come back. But I think of Liam's shaking hands, Asher's brutal calculations, Finn's hollow eyes. I think of the company bleeding out, of everything they've built crumbling because I wasn't strong enough to endure 1 week. His hand closes around my shoulder, possessive, proprietary, fingers pressing into my flesh through the fabric of my blouse. We're going to have a very productive week, Jasmine. Very productive indeed. And I realize with sickening clarity that professional assessment was never what he wanted. Chapter 38. POV. Finn. Jackson wanted a tour of the company. What Jackson wanted, Jackson got. That was the first lesson every Blackwood learned before they could walk. I'd spent 30 years perfecting the art of smiling through bullshit, but walking my uncle through Cadence Records tested every ounce of that training. The man moved like a shark through water, slow, deliberate, absolutely certain that everything in his path existed only to be consumed. "This is Studio A," I said, keeping my voice professionally neutral. The kind of tone I usually reserved for investors and women's husbands. We recorded 3 platinum albums here last quarter. Impressive. Jackson's tone suggested it wasn't. His eyes swept over the mixing boards, the soundproofing, the gold records lining the walls, and found all of it wanting. The acoustics are considered some of the best on the East Coast. Artists specifically request. And who manages artist relations in this department? I stopped mid-sentence, smiled. The charming one that usually got me out of trouble. I do. You. Jackson stopped walking, turned to face me with that predatory assessment I'd learned to dread as a child. Back when I still thought I could earn his approval, back when I was stupid enough to try. The playboy, the one who treats business like a party. I take my work seriously. Do you? His smile could cut glass and leave the shards smiling back. Tell me something, Finn. These artists you manage, how many of them have you fucked? The question landed like a slap in a room full of witnesses. My jaw tightened before I could stop it. That's not relevant to... It's entirely relevant. Jackson resumed walking, forcing me to follow like a dog at heel. You have a reputation. Women, men, anyone attractive enough to catch your attention for more than 5 minutes. He paused outside the post-production suite, examining equipment he couldn't possibly understand. I'm wondering if you've managed to keep your dick out of company assets, or if that's too much to ask. My personal life doesn't affect my professional performance. Your personal life is your professional performance. He turned, and the fluorescent lighting made his face look carved from something cold and expensive. That's the problem with you, Finn. You've never understood the difference between fucking around and actually building something. I could have defended myself, listed my contributions, my successes, the artists I discovered and nurtured into household names. But I'd learned long ago that Jackson didn't want explanations. He wanted submission. We continued walking, past the editing bays, past the rehearsal spaces, past the conference rooms where deals worth millions got hammered out over catered lunches and carefully positioned water bottles. Then Jackson stopped outside the glass-walled conference room on the 3rd floor. Jasmine sat inside, reviewing contracts, completely oblivious to our observation. Hair pulled back in that messy way she did when she was focused. Pen between her teeth, frowning at something on her screen, like it had personally offended her. Beautiful. Christ, she was beautiful in that effortless way that made my chest tight every single time. Speaking of which, Jackson's voice dropped to something intimate and poisonous. What exactly do you see in her? She's Or is it just the novelty? He interrupted like my opinion was an inconvenience. Threesomes with your brothers. Sharing a woman like a toy passed between children. Is that what gets you off, Finn? The taboo of it? It's not like that. Then what is it like? Jackson turned to face me fully, and his eyes held nothing but clinical assessment. Like I was a specimen, a disappointment under glass. Because from where I'm standing, you don't actually feel anything for her. You're playing house because Liam decided it was fun and you've never had an original thought in your life. The words hit somewhere I'd spent years protecting. That soft place underneath the charm and the jokes and the easy smiles. What do you actually know about her? Jackson pressed. Her childhood? Her dreams? Her fears? He leaned closer and I could smell his cologne. Expensive, suffocating. What she looked like the first time you met? Or did you meet her the same night you all fucked her? She changed my life. She complicated your life. The correction was surgical. There's a difference. Before her, you were successful, respected, building something that might have actually meant something. Now you're a punchline. The three brothers sharing one woman like she's a holiday timeshare. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Jackson's smile turned cruel, the kind of cruel that came from decades of practice. Tell me how you met her then. Tell me the romantic story of how Finn Blackwood fell in love. Silence. Because there was no romantic story. There was a website, an auction, a woman desperate enough to sell herself and three men rich enough to buy. That's what I thought. Jackson watched Jasmine through the glass, his gaze crawling over her like something that left a residue. You didn't fall in love, you made a purchase, and now you're pretending the transaction was something more meaningful, because the alternative is admitting you paid for a whore and caught feelings. Don't fucking call her that. Why not? His eyebrow raised, amused, condescending. She sold her virginity online to the highest bidder. What would you call someone who sells their body for money? She did it to save her brother. My hands clenched at my sides. She's not. A whore is a whore, regardless of motivation. Jackson's voice dropped lower, quieter, more dangerous. You bought her virginity, Finn. You and your brothers pooled your money and purchased a woman like a car or a watch or a particularly nice piece of art, and now you're playing pretend family while the entire world laughs at you. Fuck you. Eloquent. He straightened his cuffs with maddening precision. Your mother, my sister, she died giving birth to you. Did you know that's why I took you in? Because she begged me. With her last breath, she begged me to make sure you became something worthwhile. He gestured at the glass, at Jasmine, at everything I'd built and believed in. This is what you've become, a man who buys whores and calls it love. She's not a fucking whore. She spread her legs for money. Jackson's voice was ice-wrapped in silk. She spread them for all three of you. She's currently spreading them for my other sons while you watch. He paused, letting each word land. The only question is whether you're too stupid to see it, or too pathetic to care. My hands shook with the effort of not swinging at his face, of not giving him exactly what he wanted. Proof that I was nothing but impulse and poor decisions. I think we're done with the tour, Jackson said mildly, adjusting his jacket like we'd been discussing quarterly reports. I've seen everything I need to see. He walked away, unhurried, unconcerned, absolutely certain he'd accomplished exactly what he'd set out to do. I stood outside the glass walls, watching Jasmine work, watching her chew on that pen and frown at her screen, and exist in a world where she didn't know I was falling apart 3 feet away. And for the first time since this started, I wondered if anything I felt was real, or just the delusion of a man who'd paid for something and convinced himself it was a gift. Chapter 39. POV. Jasmine, Monday, first day of the decision week. I arrive before dawn, the building empty and silent as a tomb. My hands shake as I prepare everything with meticulous precision. Coffee exactly as Jackson specified, black with 2 sugars, temperature between 175 and 180 degrees. Files organized with color-coded tabs. His schedule was printed and highlighted. Every detail is perfect because perfection is the only defense I have left. The cleaning crew watches me work with something like pity in their eyes. They've seen executives come and go, seen assistants ground down by impossible demands. They know what Jackson Blackwood is. Everyone knows. By 7:45, everything is arranged. Coffee steaming, documents aligned. My armor, tailored pants, high-collared blouse, buttoned tight against whatever's coming. Jackson arrives at 8, and the temperature in the room drops 10 degrees. He surveys the arranged perfection with slow deliberation, taking in every detail I've prepared. The coffee, the files, the rigid posture I can't quite relax. His lips curve into a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. The expression of a predator who's found prey exactly where he expected it. Good girl. The words land like slime spreading across my skin, coating me in something I know I won't be able to scrub away, no matter how long I stand under scalding water. My stomach turns, but I force my face to remain neutral. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Blackwood? He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze travels down my body with deliberate slowness, assessing, cataloging, finding me wanting. Something in his expression shifts from neutral to displeasure, and my pulse spikes with fear. We need to discuss your wardrobe. His voice is conversational, almost friendly, which makes it worse. What you're wearing doesn't suit my aesthetic. I dressed professionally. You dressed like a nun trying to hide from God. He moves closer, circling me the way he did yesterday, and I force myself not to flinch. Too conservative, too covered, not what I want to see when I look up from my desk. What would you prefer? The question tastes like acid. Shorter skirts, lower necklines. His breath is hot against my ear as he stops behind me. Clothes that give me access whenever I want it. The threat beneath the civility is unmistakable. This isn't a request. It's a command, backed by the implicit promise of destruction if I refuse. I'm helping my sons because of you, he reminds me, his voice dropping to something intimate and obscene. The least you can do is dress appropriately for the role you're playing. In the bathroom, I change into the backup clothes I'd packed and prayed I wouldn't need. Shorter skirt ending mid-thigh. Blouse unbuttoned low enough that the curve of my breasts is visible with every breath. I look at my reflection in the harsh fluorescent light and barely recognize the woman staring back. This is survival, I tell myself. This is the price. When I return to his office, Jackson appraises me with that calculating gaze, his eyes lingering on every inch of newly exposed skin. The satisfaction in his expression makes my stomach heave. Much better. He gestures for me to approach the desk. Come here. My legs move before my brain can object. Conditioning, training, the survival instinct that says compliance is safer than resistance, that enduring is better than fighting when the odds are impossible. I stop beside his chair, close enough to smell his cologne, close enough to see the silver threads in his hair and the cruel set of his jaw. His hand reaches out. I'd known it was coming, had braced for it since the moment I walked through the door. But knowing doesn't make it easier when his fingers close around my breast through the thin fabric, squeezing with proprietary confidence. Hold still. His thumb finds my nipple, circling it with deliberate pressure, and I hate my body for responding. Hate the biological reality that physical stimulation triggers reactions regardless of desire or consent. The flesh hardens beneath his touch, and his smile widens. There we go. His hand slides lower, trailing down my stomach, and I squeeze my hands into fists so tight my nails cut crescents into my palms. Fingers press against the fabric of my skirt, pushing between my thighs with the casual entitlement of a man who has never been denied anything in his life. I count backwards from 100. 99, 98. Focus on the numbers, not the violation. 97. Breathe through my nose. 96. Don't react. 95. Don't give him the satisfaction. Survive it because survival is all I have left. His fingers press harder, finding the heat of me through layers of fabric, and I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste blood. Then, as suddenly as it started, he removes his hand. I watch in frozen horror as he brings his fingers to his nose and inhales deliberately, closing his eyes like he's savoring a fine wine. The gesture is so deliberately degrading that my vision blurs with rage and humiliation. "You can go," he says, already turning back to his documents, dismissing me like I'm nothing. Like what just happened was nothing. I walk out of his office with measured steps. Through the glass walls, I feel eyes on me. Colleagues who witnessed whatever they could see, who are drawing their own conclusions about the new girl in the short skirt standing too close to the patriarch's chair. The bathroom is 20 steps away. I count each one. The door closes behind me. I make it to the farthest stall before my knees give out, and then I'm vomiting into the toilet, my body rejecting everything. The coffee I forced down this morning, the fear I've been swallowing, the violation I just endured. I heave until there's nothing left, until I'm just dry heaving over porcelain, tears streaming down my face. The bathroom is 20 steps away. I count each one. The door closes behind me. I make it to the farthest stall before my knees give out, and then I'm vomiting into the toilet, my body rejecting everything. The coffee I forced down this morning, the fear I've been swallowing, the violation I just endured. I heave until there's nothing left, until I'm just dry heaving over porcelain, tears streaming down my face. That's when I hear the voices. Two women entering the bathroom, mid-conversation, their words carrying clearly through the stall door. "Did you see that? Through the glass?" The first voice is eager, hungry for gossip. "How could I miss it? He had his hands all over her." A pause, a snicker, and she just stood there, didn't even try to stop him. "Guess we know how she got her position." Someone laughs. Chapter 40. POV. Jasmine. After the first day, I cannot return to Liam's villa. Cannot face the brothers with Jackson's fingerprints still burning on my skin. Fingerprints still burning on my skin. His cologne clinging to my clothes, like evidence of collaboration. Cannot look into Liam's earnest eyes and explain that his father touched me while I stood there and took it. Cannot watch Asher calculate the damage, or see Finn's playfulness shatter against the reality of what I'm enduring for them. So instead of driving toward the villa, I turn the car in the opposite direction. Autopilot takes over, muscle memory guiding me through familiar streets until I'm parked outside my old apartment building. The one I shared with Leo before everything went to hell. My key still works. The lock clicks open with the same stubborn resistance it always had, and I step into air that smells like dust and abandonment, and a life I don't live anymore. The space feels like a museum. Leo's jacket still hangs by the door. Dishes sit in the drying rack, waiting for hands that won't return to put them away. Everything frozen in the moment we left, preserved like evidence of who we used to be. I walk to Leo's room and lie down on his bed. It still smells like him, like cheap cologne and the fabric softener I always bought, because it reminded me of something safe, something normal, like the little brother I raised and lost in the same breath. The memory surfaces before I can stop it. We were 8 and 11, trapped in the Henderson foster home. A house that looked respectable from the outside but rotted with neglect behind closed doors. Leo had nightmares every night that first month, crying for parents who were too high to remember they had kids, too lost in their own addiction to notice their children had been taken. Jazz? His small voice would find me in the darkness, trembling. Jazz, are you awake? I'm here. I'd crawl into his narrow bed, pulling his shaking body against mine. I'm always here. I dreamed Mom came back, but she didn't recognize me. She looked right through me like I was a ghost. It was just a dream, Leo, just a bad dream. What if she never comes back? What if we're stuck here forever? Then we'll be stuck together. I'd hold him tighter, feeling his heartbeat slow against my chest. I'll never leave you. No matter what happens, no matter where they send us, I'll always find you. That's my promise. I'd broken that promise. Traded him for 3 men and a future that didn't include being his protector anymore. Watched him walk away at that farm because my saving had become suffocation. My love a cage he needed to escape. My phone buzzes against my hip, shattering the memory. Then again, and again. The screen lights up with a cascade of messages I can't bring myself to read. I pull it out anyway, scrolling through the damage. Liam, where are you? You were supposed to come home after work. Liam, Jasmine, please answer. Liam, I'm getting worried. Just tell me you're safe. Asher, report. What happened with my father today? Asher, your silence is not reassuring. Finn, Sunshine, where'd you go? We're all freaking out here. Finn, please just let us know you're breathing. The kitchen table catches my eye through the bedroom doorway. The same table where Leo and I planned our survival strategies over microwave dinners, calculating how to stretch food stamps and dodge social workers, and keep each other alive when the world seemed determined to let us die. The couch where I'd sat during his addiction spiral, watching him lie about where he'd been, who he'd seen, what he'd taken. Watching him destroy himself slowly, while I scrambled to hold the pieces together. The window through which I'd watched him leave for meetings that were actually drug deals, knowing and not knowing, hoping and dreading in equal measure. Every surface holds memories I can't escape. Every corner whispers about choices I can't unmake. I force myself to type a response, fingers numb against the screen. I'm fine. Need space tonight. We'll explain tomorrow. Liam's response is immediate, desperate. Please let me come to you. Whatever happened, you shouldn't be alone. Asher, clinical even in crisis. We need to discuss what happened. Avoidance solves nothing. Finn, his charm stripped to raw worry. Sunshine, you're scaring us. Just tell us where you are. We won't push. We just need to know you're okay. I stare at their messages until the words blur. 3 men who say they love me. 3 men whose father violated me today, while I stood there and took it because the alternative was watching everything they'd built collapse. How do I explain that? How do I look at Liam and tell him his father's hands were on my body? How do I watch Asher calculate whether the trade was worth it? How do I see Finn's smile die when he understands what I'm enduring for them? I turn off the phone and lie in darkness. 6 more days. 6 more days of Jackson's assessment. 6 more days of short skirts and wandering hands and counting backwards from 100 while I dissociate from my own body. The ceiling above Leo's bed has water stains I never noticed before. Or maybe I did notice, and I've just forgotten. So many things I've forgotten about this apartment, this life, the person I used to be before the auction, and the brothers, and the scandal that ripped everything apart. Who was I before all this? Before I sold myself to save Leo? Before I fell in love with 3 men who couldn't protect me from their own father? I was the girl who survived. The girl who kept her promises. The girl who held her brother through nightmares and swore she'd never leave. Now I'm the woman who left. The woman who chose. The woman lying alone in an empty apartment trying to figure out how to survive without losing herself entirely. A sound from the living room jolts me back to the present. Movement, footsteps. Someone is in the apartment. I stand slowly, heart hammering against my ribs, and creep toward the noise. Chapter 41. POV, Jasmine. Finn stood in my living room, climbing through the window, like he had that first night weeks ago. Like breaking and entering was just his preferred method of communication. Jesus Christ, Finn! My hand pressed against my chest where my heart was trying to escape. What the hell are you doing here? He turned, and there was no grin, no playboy deflection, just raw concern that stripped away his usual armor. Checking on you. You didn't come back. You turned off your phone. What was I supposed to do? Not break into my apartment? Technically, I let myself in through an unlocked window. He moved closer, studied my face in the dim light. You okay? The question was so simple, so direct, and the answer was so complicated I didn't know where to start. I don't know, I whispered. His jaw went tight. Something flickered in his eyes. Old damage, the kind that never stops hurting. Come here, he said softly, and when I didn't move, he closed the distance himself, pulled me into his arms like he could hold the broken pieces together through sheer will. I let him, because I was tired of holding myself up, tired of being strong when everything inside me felt like shattered glass. His chest was solid against my cheek, his heartbeat steady when mine felt like it might never find its rhythm again. I get it, he said, quiet and serious in a way Finn never was. What it's like when a family splits apart. I lifted my head. What do you mean? I'll tell you about it sometime, when you're ready. I'm ready now. I pulled back enough to see his face. Tell me. He was silent for a long moment. Then he led me to the couch, sat down, and I curled into his side like it was the most natural thing in the world. Maybe it was. My mother was perfect. At least that's what everyone says. He stared at the ceiling, voice flattening into something careful, controlled. Cheerleader, straight A's, beautiful. Everyone loved her. I stayed quiet, letting him set the pace. She fell in love with the football captain, classic high school story. His jaw tightened. Then she got pregnant. What happened? His parents refused to acknowledge the baby, said my mother was trying to trap their son, that she'd ruin his football career, his future. Bitterness bled into his voice. He left her, didn't even look back. She was 17, pregnant, alone. My chest ached for the girl she'd been, for the baby who'd never asked to be born into that situation. The pregnancy was complicated, something with her health. Finn's voice went quieter. Doctors advised termination. She refused. She wanted me, even if no one else did. The pause that followed was heavy with grief neither of us could name. She died in childbirth. I was a few hours old. The words hit like a physical blow. This playful, charming man, who made everything seem easy, he'd been born into tragedy, had entered the world taking his mother's life as the price of his own. Her older brother adopted me, Finn continued. Liam and Asher's father. He loved his sister so much. I think I was all he had left of her. That's why you're their brother, but also their cousin. Yeah. He laughed, but it came out hollow. He raised me like his own son. No difference between me and his biological kids. His voice cracked. But their mother. She never wanted me there. I felt him tense beside me. Liam and Asher got big birthday parties. I got a cake on the kitchen counter, eaten fast so we could move on. The details came out clinical, but I heard the pain beneath. They got new toys, designer clothes. I got hand-me-downs and practical gifts. She never called me by name. Always boy or nephew, never my son. Finn. I fought with Liam constantly, for our father's attention. His voice went rough. Thought if I was good enough, strong enough, she'd love me, but she never did. This woman had made a child feel unwanted in his own home, had punished him for existing, for being the reason her husband's sister died. When I was 14, she died. Breast cancer. He paused. Dad grieved, but he never showed it. Just got colder, harder, started sleeping around, a lot. I think it was his way of not dealing with it. Jackson. The man who'd touched me like I was property, who'd tried to claim what belonged to his sons. Suddenly, his cruelty made a sick kind of sense. Not excusable, but explicable. A broken man who'd learned to destroy anything softer than himself. But then something strange happened. Finn's voice softened. Liam and Asher became mine, really mine. Without her between us, we just became brothers. They never made me feel like the third wheel, even when she did. I heard the love when he talked about them. The fierce loyalty that had always been there, underneath the jokes and the deflection. He looked at me then, and his eyes were raw in a way I'd never seen. You know what the worst feeling in the world is? I shook my head. Being the kid who killed his mother just by being born. His voice cracked. Living in a house where one woman would give anything not to have you there. Wondering why you're not good enough to be loved. His pain shattered something in my chest. All this time, his easy charm and playful demeanor had been armor. Underneath was a boy who'd spent his whole life feeling unwanted. Rejected before birth by his biological father. Rejected throughout childhood by the only mother he'd known. I reached for his face with both hands, forcing him to look at me. You're not a third wheel, I said fiercely. You were never a third wheel. Finn tried to look away, but I held him. Your mother died giving you life. That doesn't make you a killer. It makes you precious enough that she gave everything for you. My voice was steady despite the tears threatening. And that woman who couldn't love you? That was her failure, not yours. I leaned in and kissed him. Not with passion or lust, but with tenderness. A promise in that kiss. You matter. You're loved. You're enough. He kissed me back like he was afraid I'd disappear. Like I was something fragile and precious he couldn't quite believe was real. His hands cupped my face with devastating gentleness. But when I deepened the kiss, needing to feel anything but Jackson's violation, needing to drown in something that didn't make me feel dirty, Finn pulled back. Not tonight. His voice was strained, his forehead pressed against mine. Not like this. Finn, you're hurting Jasmine, and I won't be your escape from him. Chapter 42. POV. Jasmine. Day 3. 2 more to go. I'd started counting in hours instead of days because days felt impossible. But hours I could survive. 24 hours times 2 equals 48 hours. I could endure anything for 48 hours. Even this. Even him. Each morning followed the same ritual. Arrive at 7:30. Prepare coffee with mathematical precision. Black, 2 sugars, temperature between 175 and 180 degrees. Dress in clothes that made my skin crawl. Skirts that barely covered my ass. Blouses unbuttoned low enough that I felt naked. Armor that was actually exposure. Protection that was actually vulnerability. Jackson would arrive at 8. Survey my work with that calculating gaze. Find me acceptable or not based on criteria that shifted daily, keeping me off balance, ensuring I could never quite get it right. Then the touches would start. A hand on my thigh during the morning briefing, his fingers pressing into my flesh while he discussed quarterly projections like he wasn't violating me in plain sight. His palm brushing my breast when I handed him documents, the contact lasting just long enough to be deliberate, but short enough to be deniable. His breath, hot on my neck when he leaned close to review something on my screen, lips grazing my ear as he murmured corrections I couldn't process through the roar of disgust in my head. Each touch was calculated, possessive, designed to remind me exactly what I'd traded and who held the deed to my dignity for these 5 days. But something else was happening, something I hadn't anticipated. Jackson was actually fixing the company. Contracts were being signed, major deals with distributors who'd been hesitant after the scandal. Names I recognized from industry publications, companies that had publicly distanced themselves from Cadence Records, were suddenly returning calls and scheduling meetings. The legal team won a massive libel lawsuit against the tabloid that had run the most vicious coverage, 7 figures in damages, a public retraction. The editor who'd greenlit the story quietly fired. Settlements were reached with artists who'd threatened to break their agreements, their lawyers backing down once Jackson's team got involved. The plan was working. Jackson was delivering on his promise, which made everything so much worse. Because I couldn't hate him cleanly, couldn't reduce him to a simple villain when he was actually saving what the brothers had built. Every contract signed, every lawsuit won, every positive headline, they were proof that my degradation had purpose, that I wasn't suffering for nothing. I didn't know if that made it better or infinitely more fucked up. At lunch, Nora found me in the cafe 3 blocks from the office, our safe space, far enough from Cadence that I could pretend to be human for 45 minutes. "You look like death warmed over," she said bluntly, sliding into the booth across from me. "And not the sexy kind. When's the last time you ate something that wasn't coffee?" I pushed salad around my plate without enthusiasm. The definition of eating has become flexible. "Girl, I'm serious." She leaned forward, dark eyes sharp with concern. "You're losing weight you don't have to lose. You've got circles under your eyes dark enough to qualify as bruises, and you flinch every time your phone buzzes. What the hell is that man doing to you?" "Nothing I didn't agree to." "Agreeing to something doesn't make it okay. You know that, right?" As if on cue, nausea rolled through me, sudden and violent. The cafe tilted sideways, my stomach clenching with a force that left no room for debate. 3 days of swallowing disgust had finally caught up with me. "Excuse me," I managed, already pushing out of the booth. I barely made it to the bathroom before my body rebelled, heaving into the toilet with embarrassing force. Everything I'd tried to eat came back up, leaving me shaking and weak, gripping the porcelain like a lifeline. The door opened behind me. Nora's hands gathered my hair, holding it back from my face while I retched. "That sucks, Jazz," she said quietly, rubbing circles on my back. "That really fucking sucks." When the worst passed, I slumped against the stall wall, breathing hard. Nora wet some paper towels and handed them to me without comment. "How long has this been happening?" "Few days." I pressed the cool towels against my face. "It's just stress. My body's rejecting the situation, even when my brain won't let me." "Your body's smarter than you're giving it credit for." She crouched beside me, voice dropping. "This isn't sustainable. You're going to collapse before the week's out." 2 more days. I can survive 2 more days." "And then what? You think the damage just disappears when he leaves?" I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because the truth was, I had no idea what would be left of me when this was over. "We should get back," I said instead, pushing myself to standing on legs that felt like water. "Jackson will notice if I'm late." Nora's expression hardened at his name. "That man needs to fall into a volcano. Soon. 2 more days. 2 more days of him treating you like his personal property?" She crossed her arms. "I don't like this, Jazz. I don't like any of this." "Neither do I. But it's almost over." Back at the office, I threw myself into work, reviewing contracts, coordinating schedules, doing everything Jackson demanded with mechanical precision. The afternoon crawled by in a haze of nausea and exhaustion, each hour feeling like a small victory. Then his voice crackled through the intercom. "Jasmine, my office!" I stood, smoothing my too short skirt, and walked toward his door on legs that wanted to tremble. Knocked once, waited. Come in. He was standing by the window when I entered, backlit by the afternoon sun, his silhouette somehow both distinguished and predatory. He didn't turn immediately, just stood there looking out at the city like he owned it. Close the door. I obeyed, the soft click sealing us in together. You've been sick. He turned finally, studying me with those cold eyes that missed nothing. I've noticed. The way you've been running to the bathroom. The way you can barely keep food down. The trembling when you think no one's watching. My heart hammered against my ribs. It's nothing. Just stress. Is it? He moved closer, slow and deliberate, until he'd cornered me near the window, close enough that I could feel his heat, smell his expensive cologne mixed with something darker underneath. You're breaking, Jasmine. I can see it. His gaze traveled over my face, cataloging every sign of weakness, and broken things are so much easier to use. His smile turned predatory. Chapter 43. POV, Jasmine, Day 5. Jackson was smiling when I opened the door. The kind of smile that made my blood run cold, that suggested he knew something I didn't, and was enjoying the power differential. The kind of smile that belonged on a predator who'd finally cornered its prey. He sat behind the desk in Liam's chair, lord of a kingdom built on someone else's foundation, and gestured toward the chair across from him with casual authority. Sit! I sat, hands folded in my lap to hide their trembling, back straight, face carefully blank. Every survival instinct I developed over years of navigating dangerous situations screaming at me to run. You've performed admirably this week, he said, studying me like I was an investment he was considering. Better than I expected, honestly. Most women would have broken by now. I'm not most women. No. His smile widened. You're not. That's what makes this so enjoyable. He leaned back in the chair, Liam's chair, and steepled his fingers. The gesture was calculated, designed to project power and control. Everything about Jackson Blackwood was calculated. Tomorrow is a company holiday, he said, voice conversational, celebrating our success, the turnaround we've accomplished together. Together, like I was a willing participant instead of the sacrifice that made it possible. The contracts are signed. The lawsuit's settled. Stock is stabilizing. He ticked off each item like checking boxes on a list. My son's legacy is secure. You should be proud. I'll be proud when you're gone. He laughed, genuine amusement that made my skin crawl. There's that fire. I was wondering when it would resurface. What do you want, Jackson? Direct. I appreciate that. He stood, moved around the desk with that predatory grace that belied his age. You'll come to my apartment tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. We'll celebrate privately. The implication hung in the air like smoke. Tomorrow he would take what he'd been working toward all week. The touches that had been possessive but restrained would become something I couldn't dissociate from, couldn't compartmentalize, couldn't survive intact. Those are my conditions for finalizing my support, he continued, stopping close enough that I could smell his cologne. One evening, full cooperation. Then you'll have earned your place in my son's lives permanently. Earned, like I was currency, like my body was a transaction that would purchase legitimacy. And if I refuse? Then I withdraw my support. His voice didn't change, still pleasant, still conversational, still utterly terrifying. The contracts I've negotiated have clauses that revert without my signature. The lawsuits I've settled can be reopened. The company collapses within 6 months, and you'll have destroyed everything they've built. You'd do that to your own sons? I'd do what's necessary to get what I want. He shrugged. I always have. They understand that about me, even if they pretend otherwise. I should refuse, should stand up and walk out and let everything burn. But the brothers' future hung in the balance, and Jackson knew it. Had calculated exactly how much I was willing to sacrifice for the men I loved. Your choice, Jasmine. He returned to his seat, utterly relaxed, but you have until tomorrow evening to decide. Silence stretched between us. I could feel his eyes on me, cataloging my reactions, measuring my resistance, looking for cracks he could exploit. I need to think about it, I said finally. Of course. Take all the time you need. His smile turned sharp. Just remember what's at stake. I moved to stand, desperate to escape, but his hand shot out, grabbed my thigh, not gently, possessively. His fingers dug into my flesh through the thin fabric of my skirt. You need to wear something special, he said, eyes locked on mine while his hand burned through my clothes. If you're going to play the part, at least look it. Let go of me. When I'm ready. His grip tightened for a moment, a reminder that he could take what he wanted whenever he wanted, then released. But before I could step back, he was on his feet, moving faster than a man his age should be able to. Then he kissed me, not the perfunctory kiss of someone testing waters. Deep, wet, claiming, his tongue forcing its way past my lips, exploring my mouth like he owned it. One hand fisted in my hair, holding me in place. The other pressed against the small of my back, trapping my body against his. I went somewhere else, floated near the ceiling. Watched this happen to someone who looked like me but couldn't possibly be me, because I wouldn't have agreed to this, wouldn't have traded myself this completely. Except I had. And that was the part I couldn't escape, no matter how far I dissociated. When he finally released me, I was shaking. Full body tremors I couldn't control, my nervous system staging a rebellion my conscious mind couldn't afford. Jackson wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, expression satisfied. You taste like desperation. I like that. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, could only stand there as the violation settled into my bones. Go home, he said, returning to the desk like nothing had happened. I'll send you what to wear tomorrow. Don't disappoint me. I made it to the door somehow, made it through without looking back. The hallway stretched before me like a gauntlet. Each step felt like walking through water, my body disconnected from my brain, operating on pure survival instinct. I kept my head down. Didn't make eye contact with anyone I passed. Just moved toward the elevator with single-minded determination. The doors opened. I stepped inside, pressed the button for the lobby. My hands were trembling so badly, I could barely manage it. 3 attempts before my finger connected with the right floor. The doors slid closed, sealing me in with my reflection. I looked like a stranger, pale, hollow-eyed, wearing clothes that felt like a costume designed by my own worst nightmares. Tomorrow. He expected me tomorrow evening. I thought about the brothers, about Liam's earnest eyes and Asher's gruff protection, and Finn's vulnerable confession, about the company they'd built and the legacy they'd inherited, and the future they were fighting for. I thought about what Jackson wanted, what he would take, what would be left of me after. And standing in that elevator, watching the floors count down like a timer I couldn't stop, I realized with sickening clarity, I'd run out of time. There was no escape plan, no clever manipulation, no way to outsmart a predator who held all the cards, and there was no one coming to save me. Chapter 44. POV. Liam. I've been watching through glass walls all week, and the restraint is killing me. I've never wanted to kill my father before. The thought sits in my chest like a foreign object, sharp and uncomfortable, because I'm not built for violence. I'm the golden retriever of the family, optimistic, eager to fix things, and believes every problem has a solution if you just try hard enough. But watching Jackson's hands on Jasmine, watching her flinch, watching her dissociate, watching her shrink smaller every day, has awakened something feral, something that doesn't care about solutions or optimism or trying harder. Something that just wants blood. I saw the kiss through the glass, saw his hand fist in her hair, saw her body go rigid, then limp, then somewhere else entirely. Watched her walk out of his office looking like a ghost wearing Jasmine's skin. And I did nothing. Stood there like a coward while my father violated the woman I love. The rage builds all afternoon, compounding with every memory of every touch I've witnessed, every flinch I've cataloged, every piece of her spirit I've watched him systematically destroy. By the time she disappears into the elevator, I'm vibrating with it. I wait until she's gone, until the office clears out, until it's just me and him and the violence I've been swallowing for 5 days. Then I walk into his office without knocking. "You're done," my voice comes out flat, dangerous, foreign to my own ears. "Whatever game you're playing with her, it ends now." Jackson doesn't even look up from his paperwork. "I'm saving your company, Liam. Show some gratitude. I saw what you did to her." I move closer, hands curling into fists at my sides. The touching, the kiss. That's not assessment, that's assault. She agreed to my terms. He signs a document with casual precision, sets it aside. Finally looks up with that smug smile I've hated my entire life. "Ask her yourself. She wants to prove her worth." "You're forcing her." "I'm offering her a choice." He leans back in his chair, my chair, and steeples his fingers. "Stay and prove herself, or leave and watch everything collapse." She chose to stay. That tells you everything about what kind of woman she is. The accusation burns like acid. The implication that Jasmine is complicit, willing. A woman who trades her body for advancement instead of a woman backed into an impossible corner by a predator who calculated exactly how to trap her. "Don't you dare?" "She's been very cooperative." His smile widens. "Eager even. Did you know she's coming to my apartment tomorrow evening? Her choice, her decision. I simply made the invitation." Something snaps. I lunge across the desk before I can think, grabbing his collar, hauling him up until we're face to face. Papers scatter. A coffee mug crashes to the floor. My knuckles are white against the expensive fabric of his shirt. "If you touch her again," I growl, "I will end you." Jackson doesn't even flinch. Just looks at me with those cold eyes that have never held warmth, never held love, never held anything but calculation and contempt. "You'll what?" His voice is almost bored. "Hit me? Kill me? Please?" He laughs softly. "You don't have the spine. You never have." My grip tightens. "Try me." "I've been trying you for 30 years, son. You've never once surprised me." He reaches up, deliberately removes my hands from his collar, like I'm a child throwing a tantrum. "You've always been weak. Your mother's son through and through." "Don't talk about her." "Why not?" He straightens his tie with infuriating calm. "She's dead because she was weak too. Couldn't handle the demands of this family, so she died and left me to raise you alone. The cruelty is surgical, designed to wound in exactly the places that never healed. She died of cancer." I managed through gritted teeth. "She didn't choose to leave. She chose to stop fighting." His eyes are empty. "Same thing in the end. Weakness is weakness, whether it kills you quickly or slowly." He smooths his jacket. "I'd hoped you'd inherited something from me. But you're just like her. Soft, emotional, willing to sacrifice everything for feelings that don't matter." "Jasmine matters." "Does she?" He moves around the desk, putting distance between us. "She's a pleasant distraction, I'll grant you that. But she's not worth destroying everything your mother worked for. Everything I've spent decades building." "You didn't build anything. Mom did. You just took credit." Something flickers in his expression. Anger, maybe, or something older. But it's gone before I can identify it. "You need a vacation," he says, suddenly businesslike. "The board agrees. You're too emotionally compromised to be effective right now. 2 weeks minimum, starting tomorrow." "You can't." "I can." He pulls a document from his desk drawer, slides it toward me. "I'm the majority shareholder, and the board has approved a temporary leave of absence for all 3 of you. Mandatory. Effective immediately." I stare at the document, the signatures, the official language that means my brothers and I are being exiled from our own company. This is insane. You can't just— "I already have." His smile is triumphant. "Consider it a gift. Time to think about whether this woman is worth destroying everything your mother built. Time to gain some perspective. This isn't about perspective. This is about isolating her. This is about protecting my investment." He moves toward the door, opens it. A clear dismissal. "Go home, Liam, pack a bag. Asher and Finn have already received their notices. The 3 of you can spend some quality time together, reminiscing about the company you almost ran into the ground." I don't move. I won't leave her alone with you. You don't have a choice. His voice hardens. Security will escort you out, if necessary. Is that what you want? To be dragged from the building like a common employee? The threat hangs between us. He would do it, would humiliate me in front of everyone, just to prove he could. 2 weeks, I say finally. And then we're coming back, all of us. We'll see. He gestures toward the door. Now get out of my office. I walk past him, every step feeling like defeat. At the threshold, I stop. If you hurt her. Good night, Liam. The door closes behind me. I stand in the empty hallway, chest heaving, fists still clenched, and the realization hits me like ice water. Jackson has maneuvered us all exactly where he wants us. The mandatory leave, the board approval, the timing. By tomorrow, the brothers will be forced away from the company, and Jasmine will be alone with our father, completely unprotected. Chapter 45. POV, Asher. Jackson had been watching me all day. I felt those cold eyes tracking me through meetings, observing how I managed my department, cataloging every decision with that calculating assessment that had terrified me as a child. But somewhere around hour 6, the watching changed, became something closer to approval. You run a tight ship, Jackson said, appearing in my office doorway as the sun began to set. I'm impressed. I do my job. You do more than your job. You do it well. He stepped inside without invitation, settling into the chair across from my desk like he owned it. Which, technically, he did. The quarterly reports for your division are the only ones not bleeding red. That's not nothing. I kept my expression neutral. Praise from Jackson always came with strings. What do you want? Dinner. His smile was almost warm. Almost. Tonight. My villa, cigars, whiskey, conversation, like civilized men. I have work. Work can wait, this can't. Jackson stood, smoothing his jacket with that precise elegance that made everything he did look rehearsed. 8 o'clock. Don't be late. He was gone before I could refuse. The villa was obscene, marble floors that echoed with every footstep, crystal chandeliers throwing fractured light across walls lined with art that belonged in museums, the kind of wealth that existed purely to remind visitors they'd never have enough. Jackson met me at the door in casual clothes that probably cost more than my first car. Whiskey? He held up a crystal decanter, amber liquid catching the light. 30-year Macallan, your mother's favorite. The mention of her, dead 15 years, reduced to a whiskey preference, made something cold settle in my chest. But I took the glass, followed him to the study where cigars waited in a humidor that probably cost more than most people's houses. We smoked in silence for a while. The ritual of it, cutting, lighting, the first slow draw, was familiar, safe. One of the few things Jackson had taught me that didn't come wrapped in cruelty. Tell me about the girl, Jackson said eventually, smoke curling from his lips. Jasmine. What about her? You're fucking her, along with your brothers. His tone was conversational, almost casual, like we were discussing quarterly projections. I'm curious what the appeal is. I took a long drag on my cigar, buying time. She's intelligent, ambitious, good at her job. I didn't ask for her resume. Jackson's eyes sharpened. I asked what the appeal is. The silence stretched. I watched smoke curl toward the ceiling and made a decision, one I'd been circling for weeks without admitting it. She means nothing to me. Jackson's eyebrows rose. Nothing? She's a warm body, a pleasant distraction. I met his eyes without flinching. Liam's the one who's in love with her. I'm just along for the ride. The approval that crossed his face was immediate and unmistakable. Something in my chest loosened at the sight of it, that pathetic, starving part of me that had never stopped wanting this. Now that's interesting, Jackson leaned back, satisfaction radiating from every line of his body. I was beginning to think all 3 of my sons had lost their minds. Liam and Finn have lost their minds. I'm just not willing to blow up my life over a woman who sells herself to the highest bidder. Smart boy. He studied me with new appreciation, like I'd finally become something worth looking at. You know, you've always been different from your brothers. More pragmatic. More willing to see things clearly instead of drowning in sentiment. Someone has to be. Indeed. Jackson swirled his whiskey, ice clinking against crystal. That's why I've always liked you best. Even when you were a child, so serious, so controlled. I knew you'd be the one who understood how the world actually works. The words landed somewhere deep and hungry. I should have recognized the manipulation. Should have seen the strings being attached with every syllable. Instead, I took another drink. She's going to choose Liam, you know. Jackson's voice was almost gentle now. Almost kind. Women like that. They calculate. She's been with all three of you, testing the waters, figuring out which brother gives her the best position. Liam's the CEO, the public face, the golden boy. He shrugged elegantly. You were never going to win that competition. I wasn't competing. Weren't you? His smile was knowing. Every man competes, Asher. The question is whether you're honest enough to admit it. The words settled into my chest like stones. Because maybe I had been competing. Maybe I'd been waiting to see if Jasmine would choose me. The difficult one. The cold one. The one who kept everyone at arm's length. And maybe the answer had always been obvious. She's not worthy of you, Jackson continued. A woman who auctions herself online, who spreads her legs for 3 men simultaneously. That's not someone who deserves a Blackwood. That's someone who uses Blackwoods to climb. I know. Good. He reached for the decanter, poured us both another measure. Then you'll understand what I'm about to offer. I waited. The fire crackled. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the distant road. London. Jackson set down the decanter with a soft clink. Our European expansion needs leadership. Real leadership, not the incompetent middle management we've been sending. He met my eyes. The position is yours if you want it. Full authority, corner office. A chance to build something that's actually yours instead of living in Liam's shadow. London. Thousands of miles from this mess. From the woman I'd convinced myself meant nothing. From the brothers who'd always seen me as the cold one, the difficult one, the one who didn't quite fit their golden family portrait. Think about it. Jackson's voice was smooth as the whiskey burning down my throat. You don't have to decide tonight, but I think we both know what the smart choice is. I looked at the fire, at the smoke rising from my cigar, at the man who'd spent my entire life making me feel like I wasn't enough, and who was now, finally, offering me a way out. I'll consider it. That's all I ask. Jackson raised his glass. To clarity things as they actually are. I lifted mine in return. The crystal rang when they touched. We finished our cigars in companionable silence, and I realized this was the first time in my adult life I'd felt like my father actually saw me. Like I wasn't just the middle son, the difficult one, the problem to be managed. It should have felt like a trap, but it felt like freedom. Chapter 46. POV. Jasmine. Liam's car was waiting at the curb when I emerged from Cadence Records at 5 o'clock. I stopped on the sidewalk, staring at it. At him. He should have been gone by now. The mandatory leave started today, and defying the board meant defying Jackson, meant risking everything he'd already lost. But there he was, engine running, eyes fixed on me through the windshield with an intensity that made my chest ache. Get in. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed that I should walk away and should protect him from whatever fallout my presence would bring. But I was so tired, so hollowed out, so desperate for something that felt safe. I climbed into the passenger seat. Neither of us spoke for several blocks. The city scrolled past the windows, normal people living normal lives, completely unaware that my world was collapsing in slow motion. Tell me, he finally said, voice rough. Everything he's done, I need to know. Liam. Don't protect me from this. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. I've been watching through glass walls all week, seeing pieces of it, but I need to hear it, all of it. So I told him. The words poured out like poison I'd been swallowing for days. The touches that escalated daily. His hand on my thigh, fingers brushing my breast, breath hot on my neck. The demands about clothing, about presentation, about making myself available for his inspection. The kiss I couldn't escape, his tongue forcing past my lips while I stood frozen, mind floating somewhere near the ceiling. And tomorrow, Jackson's ultimatum about tomorrow evening. He wants me at his apartment at 8, I said flatly. Full cooperation, he called it. One evening to prove my worth, and if I refuse, he pulls his support, the contracts collapse, and everything you've built burns. Liam pulled the car over abruptly, tires scraping against the curb. His breathing was ragged, hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I watched it happen, he said, voice cracking. Through the office glass. Saw his hand in your hair, forcing your head back. Saw him kiss you while you stood frozen. He turned to look at me, eyes bright with something between rage and devastation. That stillness scared me more than anything else could have. Because you fight, Jasmine. That's who you are. You push back against everything, too stubborn to surrender. But you didn't fight him. You just took it. What was I supposed to do? The question came out broken. Hit him? Scream? He's your father. He controls everything. Why didn't you tell me? His hand found mine, grip almost painful. Why didn't you let me help? Because you couldn't. You still can't. I pulled my hand away gently. He made it clear, if I don't cooperate, everything collapses. The contracts he negotiated have clauses that revert without his signature. The lawsuits come back. 6 months, and the company is gone. I don't care about the company. Yes, you do. I met his eyes. It's your mother's legacy. Everything she built, everything she believed you'd protect. That's why he's using it against us. He knows exactly what it means to you. The truth silenced him. I watched him struggle with it. The impossible calculation of weighing the woman he loved against the memory of the mother he'd lost. There has to be another way, he said desperately. We can find investors, restructure, fight him in court. If there is, I haven't found it. My voice was hollow. I've been looking for 5 days. Every angle, every option. He's covered them all. Then we let it burn. His jaw set with sudden determination. The company, the legacy, all of it. None of it matters if the price is you. You don't mean that. I've never meant anything more. He cupped my face in his hands, forcing me to look at him. Listen to me. You are more important than stock prices, more important than contracts, more important than anything my mother built or my father destroyed. Tears spilled down my cheeks before I could stop them. Liam? Come home with me, please, just for tonight. I should have said no. Should have maintained the distance that might protect him from Jackson's retaliation. But I was so tired of being strong, so tired of carrying this alone. Okay. At the villa, he led me upstairs without a word. Ran a bath while I stood in the bathroom doorway, too exhausted to move. The water steamed, filling the room with warmth that felt foreign after days of cold dread. Let me take care of you, he said softly. He undressed me with gentle hands that asked nothing in return, helped me into the water, and knelt beside the tub, washing away the day with careful attention. The makeup, the tension, the invisible residue of Jackson's touches that I could still feel on my skin. I'm sorry, I whispered. For what? For dragging you into this, for not being strong enough to... Stop. His hand stilled on my shoulder. You're the strongest person I know. You've been carrying this alone because you thought you had to. But you don't. Not anymore. The tears came harder then. Great, heaving sobs that shook my whole body. Liam held me through it, water soaking his shirt, murmuring words I couldn't quite hear, but understood anyway. Later, wrapped in his robe, curled against his chest on the bed, I finally felt something other than fear. His heartbeat was steady under my ear. His arms were solid around me. For the first time in days, I could breathe. You're precious to me, he said into the darkness. You're everything. His voice cracked. I love you, Jasmine. I fucking love you. The words settled into my chest like warmth, like hope, like something worth fighting for. I love you too, I whispered back. We lay there in the quiet, and for a few perfect minutes, I let myself believe we might actually survive this. Then my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I reached for it automatically, stomach already clenching with dread. The screen glowed in the darkness, illuminating Jackson's name. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. Don't disappoint me. And attached was a photo. Black lace lingerie spread across white sheets, designed to be removed, designed to humiliate. Liam saw it over my shoulder. His whole body went rigid. I'll kill him, he breathed. I swear to God, I'll kill him. Chapter 47. POV. Jasmine. The lingerie photo glowed on my phone screen. Black lace against white sheets, a collar of pearls coiled beside it like a serpent waiting to strike. Jackson's message beneath it. Wear this, nothing else. 8 p.m. Something cracked inside me. Not surrender, something darker, sharper. I have an idea, I said, sitting up in bed. You're going to hate it. Liam's knuckles were white where he gripped the headboard, rage radiating off him in waves that made the air feel thick. What kind of idea? The kind where I stop being prey. I met his gaze without flinching. He wants a performance. I'll give him one that he'll never forget. On my terms. Jasmine, he's dangerous. He's expecting submission. A woman who spreads her legs and dissociates while he takes what he wants. I felt something feral uncurl in my chest, something that had been sleeping through a week of groped thighs and stolen kisses, and good girl whispered like a curse. What if I give him something he's never had? What if I make him beg? Horror crossed Liam's face first, then confusion. Then something that looked like fear, not of Jackson, but of me, of what I was becoming. You want to dominate him? I want to destroy him. The words tasted like copper and truth. I want to take everything he thinks he's owed and burn it in front of his face. I want him to feel what it's like to want something he can't have. If he turns violent, then I'll have tried. I grabbed his hand, felt the tremor in his fingers. I'm done floating near ceilings while my body gets used, done surviving through absence. If I'm going to break, I want to break fighting. The silence stretched like a blade between us. Trust me, I whispered. Please. He kissed me like it might be the last time. Maybe it was. Jackson's villa crouched at the end of a private drive, all sharp angles and tinted glass, a predator's lair designed to intimidate. Security cameras tracked my approach like cold eyes. The door opened before I could knock. He stood in the entrance wearing a silk robe that cost more than my apartment, cigar smoke curling around him like a living thing. His gaze traveled down my body with proprietary slowness, lingering on the places the black dress revealed. Beautiful, he murmured, like a lamb dressed for slaughter. Or a wolf in lamb's clothing. I smiled with teeth. Shall we? Dinner was a performance of its own, him holding court about corporate conquests and hostile takeovers, while I pushed food around a plate I couldn't taste. Candles flickered between us, casting shadows that made his face look skull-like, predatory. You've been remarkably compliant this week, he observed, swirling wine that probably cost more than my car. I expected more fight from someone who managed to seduce all 3 of my sons. Maybe I've learned my place. Have you? His eyes glittered in the candlelight. Or are you just waiting for the right moment to bite? The music started, something slow and dark, all bass and whispered promises. He stood, extending his hand. Show me your bedroom, I said instead, rising before he could touch me. I want to see where this ends. His smile sharpened. Eager little thing. Motivated. The bedroom was a monument to depravity. Mirrors on every surface, a bed large enough to drown in, lighting that turned skin golden and shadows deep. He reached for my zipper, and I felt the moment pivot on a knife's edge. I moved first, shoved him backward onto the bed, hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs. Before he could recover, my heel was pressed against his inner thigh, close enough to damage something vital. "Tonight, you watch." My voice came out cold, commanding. Nothing like the trembling girl who'd endured his hands all week. "You touch yourself, but you don't touch me. Not once. Not ever." Jackson stared up at me, and I watched something shift behind his eyes. Surprise becoming calculation, becoming something that looked almost like respect. Or hunger. With him, they might be the same thing. Interesting. He settled back against the pillows, robe falling open. "And if I refuse?" "Then I walk out, and you spend the rest of your life wondering what you missed." I pressed my heel harder, watched him flinch. "Your sons know I'm here. So does my lawyer. So does a journalist friend who would love nothing more than to publish a piece about Jackson Blackwood's extortion tactics." The lie rolled off my tongue smooth as silk. His expression flickered. Doubt, then anger, then reluctant amusement. "You're bluffing. Try me." The standoff stretched. Seconds. An eternity. Then his hand moved to his cock, already hardening despite, or because of, my defiance. "Show me something worth watching, then." I gave him a show he'd never forget. Moved like sin itself, all undulating hips and trailing fingers that traced my own body like a map he couldn't read. The dress slipped off one shoulder, revealing skin he couldn't touch. I moaned softly, head thrown back, and watched in the mirrors as his hand moved faster. "Slower!" I commanded. "I didn't say you could finish." He obeyed. Jackson fucking Blackwood. Corporate shark. Family destroyer. Man who'd groped me like property for 7 days. Obeyed. Power surged through me like electricity. Dark and addictive and terrifying. I danced closer. Let him see but not touch. Let him smell my perfume and hear my breath quicken and watch my hands slide over places he'd demanded access to all week. His breathing went ragged. His control shattered. "Please," he gasped, and the word was sweeter than any revenge I'd imagined. "Now," I whispered. "Finish, now." He came with a sound like breaking, spilling across his own stomach while I stood over him untouched. Untouchable. I leaned close, let my lips brush his ear, let him feel my breath against his skin. "Good boy," I whispered, and the venom in those words was years in the making. Then I walked out. In my car, the shaking started. Violent tremors that made it impossible to grip the wheel. I pulled over 3 blocks away and screamed into my hands until my throat went raw. I'd done it. Controlled him. Dominated him. Walked out with my dignity intact and his defeat still wet on his stomach. But as the adrenaline faded and cold clarity crept in, I understood the truth with sickening certainty. Jackson Blackwood didn't lose, didn't accept humiliation, didn't let prey escape after she'd drawn blood. I hadn't won. I'd declared war, and tomorrow he would make me pay for every second of tonight's performance in ways I couldn't yet imagine. Chapter 48. POV, Jasmine. The next morning, Jackson stood at the head of the conference table like nothing had happened. Same expensive suit, predatory smile, casual ownership of a room that belonged to his sons. Not a single flicker of acknowledgement that 12 hours ago I'd left him gasping on his bed while I walked out untouched. "I'm extending my stay indefinitely," he announced to the assembled executives. "The lawsuit against Adeline goes to trial next week. I'll personally oversee our legal strategy." My stomach dropped through the floor. "This company's reputation depends on crushing her claims decisively," Jackson continued, eyes sweeping the room. "She's alleging wrongful termination, hostile work environment, defamation. All baseless, of course, but the media will be watching, and we need to present a unified front." Weeks. Weeks more of Jackson. Weeks more of his proximity, his casual touches, his silent promise of retaliation for last night's power play. I kept my face carefully blank, but I felt the brothers' tension from across the room. Liam's jaw was tight enough to crack. Asher's hands were clenched under the table. Finn had gone completely still, his usual playful energy replaced by something cold. Questions? Jackson asked. Silence. Because what could anyone say? He'd positioned himself as the company's savior, the man who'd negotiated contracts, won lawsuits, and stabilized stock prices. Challenging him publicly would be career suicide. Excellent. His smile widened. Jasmine, I'll need you to coordinate with legal on witness preparation. My office after this meeting. The command was casual. Ordinary. But I heard the threat underneath. The reminder that last night had changed nothing. That he still held all the cards. Of course, I said, voice steady. The meeting dissolved into smaller conversations. I gathered my things slowly, buying time, trying to figure out how to survive weeks more of this nightmare. Liam caught my eye across the room. The question in his gaze was clear. Are you okay? I gave him a small nod. A lie, but a necessary one. 3 hours later, my phone rang with an unknown number. I nearly ignored it. Unknown numbers meant reporters, creditors, people who wanted something I couldn't give. But something made me answer. Maybe exhaustion, maybe instinct, maybe just the need to hear any voice that wasn't Jackson's. Hello? Jasmine? Baby, it's Mom. The world tilted sideways. My mother's voice, thinner and shakier than memory, had preserved it. The woman who chose drugs over her children 15 years ago, who let CPS take us without fighting, who disappeared into addiction while I raised Leo alone, scraped together rent money, learned to survive without her. What do you want? The words came out flat, cold. I need to see you, please. It's important. Important. I laughed, and it tasted like broken glass. That's rich. 15 years of silence, and suddenly it's important? I know I don't deserve. You don't deserve anything. My hand tightened on the phone. You don't get to disappear into whatever needle or pipe made you feel better than we did, and then call 15 years later expecting, what? Forgiveness? A tearful reunion? Jasmine, please. Why should I believe anything you say? Silence on the other end. Then, quietly, I have documents. Proof of what I'm telling you. Proof of what? Your father died 2 years ago, Jasmine. The words landed like a physical blow. My father, the man who'd walked out before I was old enough to remember him clearly, who'd chosen a new family over us, who existed in my memory only as absence and abandonment. Dead, I repeated numbly. Overdose. Same thing that almost killed me, except I got lucky. Her voice cracked. And I'm sick now, really sick. There are things you need to know before it's too late. What kind of sick? Cancer, stage 4. A pause. The doctors say I have maybe 6 months, maybe less. Chapter 48. I should have felt something, grief maybe, or relief, or the vindication of knowing that the woman who'd abandoned us was finally facing consequences. Instead, I felt nothing, just hollow space where emotions should be. Why are you telling me this? Because there are things about your father you don't know. Things I should have told you years ago, but I was too messed up to. She stopped, took a shaky breath. Please, just meet me. 1 hour. If you never want to see me again after that, I'll respect it. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Her honesty was startling. I've given you no reason to trust anything I say. But I'm sober now. Have been for 18 months. And I'm dying, Jasmine. I have nothing left to gain from lying to you. I closed my eyes, fighting the war between every survival instinct I developed and something deeper, something that still wanted answers, even after all these years. Leo, I said finally, does he know you're calling? No, I wanted to talk to you first. You were always the strong one, the one who held everything together. Her voice broke. I'm so sorry for leaving you with that burden. Sorry. Such a small word for 15 years of absence. For every birthday she missed, every crisis she wasn't there for, every night I lay awake wondering if she was alive or dead. One meeting, I said, and the words felt like surrender. Tomorrow, Somewhere public. A cafe? Somewhere with witnesses. Yes, anything you want. And if you show up high, I walk. No second chances, no explanations. I walk, and you never contact me again. I understand. She was crying now. I could hear it in her voice. Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for giving me this chance. Don't thank me yet. I gripped the phone harder. I haven't forgiven you. I'm not sure I ever will. I know. I don't expect. Just send me the address and show up sober. I hung up before she could say anything else. My hands were shaking. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing down on my ribs from the inside. First Jackson extending his stay indefinitely. Now my mother rising from the dead with cancer and secrets and 18 months of sobriety she wanted me to believe in. The universe had a sick sense of timing. My phone buzzed with a text, an address for a cafe across town. Tomorrow at noon. I stared at it for a long moment, then saved the contact under a name I hadn't used in 15 years. Mom. The word looked wrong on my screen. Foreign, like a language I'd forgotten how to speak. But I'd agreed to meet her, against every survival instinct, every wall I'd built, every lesson I'd learned about people who abandon you. Tomorrow, I'd find out if that was the bravest thing I'd ever done, or the stupidest. Chapter 49. P.V. Jasmine. The cafe was tucked into an unfamiliar neighborhood, quiet enough that running into anyone I knew was mercifully unlikely. I arrived first, choosing a corner booth with a clear view of both exits. Survival instincts trained by a childhood of chaos never fully disappeared. I ordered coffee I didn't intend to drink and waited. My mother appeared 10 minutes later, and I barely recognized her. She was skeletal and pale, her face gaunt in ways that spoke of hard living and harder chemical dependencies. This wasn't the version who'd shown up at Leo's apartment, high and incoherent years ago. This was someone who'd been using so long that sobriety looked like illness, her body consuming itself in the absence of the drugs that had sustained it. She spotted me and hesitated at the edge of the booth, like she was waiting for permission to sit. "You came," she whispered, sliding onto the bench across from me. "I didn't think you'd come." "Talk fast." I kept my voice flat. "I don't have much patience for you." She flinched but didn't argue. Her hands shook as she slid medical documents across the cafe table. Hospital letterhead, doctor signatures, medical terminology I didn't fully understand, but recognized as serious. "Stage 4 lung cancer," she said quietly. "Terminal. Inoperable. The doctors gave me 6 months, maybe less." I stared at the papers without touching them. Proof that she was telling the truth. Proof that my mother was dying. I felt nothing. "Your father died 2 years ago." Her voice cracked on the words. "Overdose. Motel room outside Atlantic City. They found him 3 days later." The information landed somewhere in my chest but didn't detonate. This man had stopped being my father when I was 11. His death was just a fact now. A piece of data about a stranger who shared my DNA. Why should I care? "You shouldn't." Her honesty was startling. "He never gave you reason to. Neither did I." "Then why are we here?" "Because I tried to get clean after that." She met my eyes and I saw something I hadn't expected. Clarity. Real, painful clarity. Seeing him like that, dead for 3 days before anyone noticed. It scared me straight. I managed 18 months. Then came the diagnosis. 18 months of sobriety, and you didn't think to call? I wanted to get better first. Wanted to show up with something to offer instead of just more need. Her laugh was bitter. "Turns out I ran out of time." I pushed the medical documents back toward her. "What does any of this have to do with me?" "The money." She swallowed hard. "The money Leo was sending? The $37,000 that got him in trouble with those loan sharks. It was for my chemotherapy." The words hit like a slap. "He didn't know," she continued quickly. "I told him it was for rehab, for getting back on my feet. I didn't want him to know I was dying. Thought I could beat it and come back healthy, show up as a real mother for once." You let him borrow from criminals to pay for your cancer treatment. My voice came out deadly quiet. You let him risk his life for money you never told him the truth about. I know. God, I know. Tears spilled down her hollow cheeks. I was selfish. I've always been selfish, but I'm trying to make it right. There is no making this right. I know that too. She reached across the table, then stopped herself before touching me. I want to see Leo. I want to apologize to both of you, properly, while I still can. The audacity made me want to laugh, or scream. This woman had destroyed our childhood, chosen drugs over us again and again, let CPS take us without fighting, and now she wanted forgiveness because she was dying? You think dying earns you absolution? No? Her voice was small. I think dying means I'm out of chances to try. I stared at her, this hollow shell of the woman who'd given birth to me. She looked older than her years, worn down by decades of addiction and whatever fight the cancer was waging inside her. Part of me wanted to feel something, grief maybe, compassion, the instinctive love a daughter should have for her mother. But that part had died a long time ago, starved to death in foster homes while she got high. I need to think about it, I heard myself say. She nodded, understanding she didn't deserve more. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but Leo, he was sending me money for months. He deserves to know the truth about where it went, about why I'm dying. That's his decision to make, not mine. I know. She wiped her eyes with trembling fingers. I wanted you to know first. You were always the strong one, the one who held everything together when I couldn't. When you wouldn't, I corrected sharply. There's a difference. She didn't argue, couldn't argue. We both knew the truth. I stood, unable to stay in this booth any longer. The air felt too thick, the past pressing in from all sides. 15 years of abandonment sitting across from me in human form, asking for things she'd never earned the right to request. I'll talk to him, I said finally. That's all I can promise. Thank you. The words came out broken. Jasmine, Don't. I held up my hand. Don't say you're sorry. Don't say you love me. Don't say anything that sounds like you expect this to fix what you broke. She closed her mouth, nodded once. I walked out without looking back. The afternoon sun was too bright after the dim cafe, making me squint as I fumbled for my keys. My hands were shaking. I noticed it distantly, like watching someone else's body betray them. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out expecting Liam, expecting one of the brothers checking in. Instead, an unknown number filled the screen with a message that stopped my heart. I know about the virtue exchange. I know you auctioned your virginity. Drop the lawsuit defense, or the whole world finds out at the trial. I read it twice. 3 times. The words didn't change. Someone knew. Someone had found out about the auction, about how I'd first met the brothers, about the secret that could destroy everything we'd built, and they were going to use it against us. Chapter 50, POV, Jasmine. The anonymous threat changed everything. I stared at the text, mind racing through possibilities. The words glowed on my screen like radioactive waste, poisoning every sense of security I'd managed to rebuild over the past months. Drop the case, or the whole world learns about the virtue exchange. Only a handful of people knew about the virtue exchange: the brothers, Nora, and whoever had bought my virginity through the anonymous platform. The buyer's identity was supposed to be protected, untraceable. That was the whole point of the site's encryption. The layers of anonymity that separated desperate sellers from wealthy purchasers. But someone knew, and they were using it as leverage. I set the phone face down on the conference table, my reflection distorted in its dark surface. The Blackwood legal team had commandeered a corner office at Morrison & Associates, transforming it into a war room filled with case files, witness statements, and enough coffee to fuel a small army. Ms. Harlow. The lead attorney, Patricia Krasinski, snapped her fingers to reclaim my attention. Focus. We have 3 days before you take the stand. 3 days, 72 hours to prepare for the most important performance of my life. The lawyers prepped me for hours. What to say, what not to say, how to sit, how to look at the jury. Every word would be scrutinized, every facial expression analyzed. Patricia drilled me on posture, on eye contact, on the precise angle of my chin when answering difficult questions. Shoulders back, hands visible on the table. Never cross your arms, it reads as defensive. Got it? When Adeline's counsel approaches, maintain neutral eye contact. Don't look at the jury, don't look at the brothers. Look at the lawyer asking the question. Understood. And for God's sake, don't smile, not once. Sympathetic doesn't mean friendly. It means wounded but dignified. I nodded, cataloging each instruction like ammunition for a war I hadn't chosen to fight. Adeline's lawyers will try to paint you as a predator, Patricia warned, sliding a thick folder across the table. A woman who seduced her way into power. Your job is to stay calm, professional, and sympathetic, no matter what they throw at you. I flipped through the folder. Depositions, character assessments, a psychological profile someone had compiled about me without my knowledge. My entire life has been reduced to bullet points and strategic talking points. What about the virtue exchange? My voice came out flat, controlled. If they bring that up, they'd need evidence, proof of your participation. Patricia's pen tapped against her legal pad. The platform's security is allegedly impenetrable. No transaction records, no user data, nothing that would hold up in court. What if they have it? The lawyer paused. Her pen stopped moving. For a fraction of a second, uncertainty flickered across her professionally composed features. Then we argue it's irrelevant to the workplace claims. Your personal financial decisions before employment have no bearing on whether Adeline was harassed. We file a motion to exclude. We attack the source. We make the evidence itself the scandal. And if the jury already knows? If it's leaked before you can suppress it? Patricia met my eyes with cold calculation of someone who'd built a career on impossible cases. Then we control the narrative. You were desperate. Your brother's life was in danger. You made an impossible choice to save him. That's not predatory. That's sacrifice. Sacrifice. Like I was some kind of martyr, instead of a woman who'd sold herself to loan sharks and wouldn't break her brother's legs. Nora arrived at 6 with Thai food and a bottle of wine I couldn't drink because Patricia had banned alcohol until after my testimony. She set up camp across from me, chopsticks in hand, ready to play devil's advocate. All right, girl, let's do this. She cracked her knuckles with theatrical flair. I'm going to be the most aggressive, condescending, sexist asshole lawyer you've ever faced, and you're going to sit there and take it without throwing a chair. I've never thrown a chair in my life. There's a first time for everything, now. She straightened, her expression shifting into something cold and prosecutorial. Ms. Harlow, did you sleep with all 3 Blackwood brothers? The question hit like a slap, even knowing it was coming. I took a breath, held it, released. My personal relationships are not relevant to my professional qualifications. Non-responsive. Let me rephrase. Nora leaned forward, eyes sharp. Did you engage in sexual intercourse with Liam Blackwood, Asher Blackwood, and Finn Blackwood, your direct supervisors, while employed at Cadence Records? My personal relationships developed outside of work hours and had no bearing on my job performance or promotion decisions. Were you promoted because of sexual favors? I was promoted because I saved the company $200,000 by catching a contract error that our legal team missed. Nora's eyebrows rose slightly, impressed despite herself. Good. Keep that energy. Now, are you claiming Adeline is lying about everything? I'm claiming that Adeline leaked private photos without consent and filed a lawsuit based on false accusations. The evidence supports my position. She says you created a hostile work environment, that your relationships with the Blackwoods made her feel uncomfortable, marginalized, excluded from opportunities. Adeline was offered the same opportunities as every other employee. She chose to pursue a campaign of harassment and defamation instead of professional development. Nora dropped the prosecutorial mask and grinned. Damn! Patricia's been coaching you good. Patricia's been coaching me for 9 hours straight. I could recite these answers in my sleep. Which is exactly when they'll try to trip you up. When you're tired, when you're emotional, when they mention something unexpected just to see you flinch. She threw increasingly hostile questions at me until my throat was raw and my hands ached from gripping the edge of the table. Every possible angle, every potential trap, every way they might try to twist my words into weapons against me. The preparation was exhausting, but underneath the legal strategy, the anonymous threat burned like acid in my stomach. Someone was watching, waiting, ready to destroy everything if I didn't surrender. I couldn't tell Nora about the text, couldn't tell Patricia, couldn't even tell the brothers, not when they were dealing with their own depositions, their own preparations, their own battles against Adeline's coordinated assault. This was my secret to carry, my decision to make. That night after Nora left, I lay in my bed in an old apartment. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I didn't want to look. Already knew what it would say. Chapter 51. POV, Jasmine. I couldn't sleep. Thoughts about the message and tomorrow's first hearing were stuck in my head. I needed to feel something other than fear. The anonymous threat had burrowed under my skin, festering there like an infection I couldn't treat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those words. $37,000, one night, sold to the highest bidder, scrolling across my vision like a death sentence. Tomorrow, I would sit in a courtroom and let Adeline's lawyers dissect my life. Tomorrow, I would perform composure while strangers decided whether I was a victim or a villain. Tomorrow, everything could fall apart. But tonight, I refused to be afraid. My fingers moved across the phone screen before I could second-guess myself. Come over. I need you. Liam arrived within 20 minutes, concern etched across his features as I opened the door. His hair was disheveled, shirt half-tucked. He'd clearly thrown on clothes and run. What's wrong? His green eyes scanned my face, searching for damage. Did something happen? Are you okay? Nothing's wrong. I grabbed his wrist and pulled him inside, kicking the door shut behind us. The lock clicked with satisfying finality. I just need you. He started to ask another question, but I silenced him with my mouth. The kiss was demanding, aggressive, nothing like our usual tender exchanges. I poured every ounce of fear and frustration into it, channeling the chaos inside me into something I could control. When I pulled back, Liam's eyes had darkened. He understood. He always understood. My golden retriever, who could read my moods better than I could read myself. Okay, he breathed. Whatever you need. What followed was different from our usual dynamic. Every other time we'd been together, I'd surrendered. To him, to Asher, to Finn, to the overwhelming pleasure of being wanted by 3 men who treated me like something precious. I'd let them lead, let them worship, let them take me apart piece by piece. Tonight, I needed control, needed to be the one directing, demanding, deciding. And Liam, understanding without being told, surrendered completely. I pushed him backward toward the bedroom, my hands fisted in his shirt. He let himself be moved, let me guide him until his knees hit the mattress and he sat heavily on the edge. I climbed onto his lap, straddling him, feeling the hard evidence of his arousal pressing against me through layers of fabric. Jasmine, don't talk! I pulled his shirt over his head, running my palms across the planes of his chest. Not unless I tell you to. His breath caught. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, then heat, then complete submission. He nodded once, jaw tight with restraint. I took my time undressing him, then myself. Slow, deliberate movements that made him watch, made him wait, made him feel what it was like to want something and not be able to take it. His hands gripped the bedsheets, knuckles white with the effort of staying still. When I finally sank onto him, we both groaned. The stretch was exquisite. The fullness, exactly what I needed. Something real, something physical, something that drowned out the noise in my head. I set the pace. Slow, controlled rolls of my hips that built heat like a gathering storm. Liam's hands found my thighs, steadying me, but he didn't try to take over, didn't thrust up to chase his own release, just watched me with worship in his eyes, letting me use his body for whatever I needed. "You're so beautiful," he murmured, breaking my rule. But the words weren't a challenge. They were an offering. "You're carrying all of us through this. You know that, right? The trial, the threats, my father's bullshit. You're the one holding everything together." "I'm tired of carrying." My hips rolled harder, deeper, the pressure building at my core. "Tonight, I'm taking." His groan vibrated through both of us. "Then take everything." I did. I rode him until sweat slicked our skin, until my thighs burned and my breath came in ragged gasps. The pleasure crested in waves. Once, twice, each peak more intense than the last. Liam held on through all of it, his own release building but contained, waiting for my permission. "Now!" I finally gasped. "Come with me." He obeyed instantly, his hips surging up as he spilled inside me with a broken cry of my name. The feeling triggered my final release, not just physical, but emotional, a catharsis that shattered something I'd been holding too tightly. I collapsed against his chest, feeling his heart race beneath my ear. His arms wrapped around me immediately, holding me together when I threatened to fall apart. For long minutes, we just breathed. The silence was comfortable, weighted with intimacy rather than tension. "Tomorrow's going to be brutal," I finally whispered. "I know. Adeline might win." The words tasted like poison, but I needed to say them out loud, needed to acknowledge the possibility before it could ambush me in that courtroom. "She won't." His arms tightened around me, fierce and certain. "You're the strongest person I've ever known, Jasmine. You survived your childhood, the foster homes, the parents who chose drugs over their own kids. You survived selling yourself to save Leo when there was no other option. You survived my father and his sick games." His voice dropped, rough with emotion. "Adeline doesn't stand a chance against someone like you." I wanted to believe him, wanted to absorb his certainty like sunlight and let it warm the cold places inside me. But the anonymous threat lurked in the shadows of my mind, waiting. Whoever sent those messages knew things they shouldn't know, had leverage they shouldn't have. And tomorrow, when I sat in that courtroom with my entire life on display, they could detonate everything with a single leak. "Stay tonight," I murmured against his chest. "I don't want to be alone." "I'm not going anywhere." He pressed a kiss to my hair. "Not tonight. Not ever." We drifted toward sleep, tangled together, his warmth a shield against the darkness pressing at the windows. For a few precious hours, I let myself believe we might actually survive this. Chapter 52. POV. Jasmine. The courtroom was packed with press, spectators, and legal teams bristling with expensive suits and calculated expressions. I sat at the defense table, flanked by Patricia Krasinski and two junior associates, with the brothers arranged in the gallery directly behind me. Their presence radiated through the wooden barrier. Liam's steady warmth, Asher's coiled tension, Finn's uncharacteristic stillness. A united front against whatever was coming. Across the aisle, Adeline looked every inch the wronged woman. She'd dressed the part with surgical precision. A soft blue cardigan over a modest blouse. Minimal makeup that somehow enhanced the shadows under her eyes. Hair pulled back in a simple ponytail that made her look younger, more vulnerable. Her expression managed to appear wounded, even when her eyes flashed with triumph each time she caught me looking. The performance was flawless. I almost admired it. "All rise for the Honorable Judge Margaret Chen." The judge took her seat with brisk efficiency, her silver-streaked hair and wire-rimmed glasses lending an air of intellectual authority. She surveyed the packed courtroom with obvious displeasure. "I'll remind everyone that this is a preliminary hearing, not a circus. Any disruptions will result in immediate removal." Her gaze swept across the press section. That includes unauthorized photography or recording. The first hearing focused on establishing facts. Adelin's lead counsel, a shark named Victoria Hartwell, with a reputation for dismantling witnesses, rose to deliver her opening statement. Your Honor, we're here today because my client suffered months of psychological abuse in a hostile workplace. A workplace where three powerful men engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a subordinate, creating an environment of favoritism, intimidation, and professional sabotage against anyone who dared object. She paced before the bench, heels clicking with predatory precision. Ms. Adeline Morrison's only crime was loving Liam Blackwood before Jasmine Harlow arrived. Her only mistake was believing that hard work and loyalty would be rewarded. Instead, she was systematically marginalized, humiliated, and ultimately terminated, all because she represented a threat to Ms. Harlow's position. I kept my face neutral, but my nails dug crescents into my palms beneath the table. Hartwell painted a picture of psychological warfare, of whispered campaigns and stolen opportunities, of a woman gradually pushed to the margins of her own career while watching her replacement ascend on the strength of sexual favors rather than professional merit. By the time she finished, half the gallery was looking at me like I'd drowned puppies for sport. Patricia's rebuttal was precise and clinical, laying out documented evidence of Adeline's harassment campaign, the leaked photos, the coordinated media attack. But facts felt thin against the emotional narrative Hartwell had constructed. Then came my turn on the stand. The walk from the defense table to the witness box felt endless. Every eye in the courtroom tracked my movement, weighing and measuring and judging. I placed my hand on the Bible, swore to tell the truth, and settled into the chair that would determine my future. Hartwell approached with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Ms. Harlow, isn't it true that you began your sexual relationship with the Blackwood brothers while employed as their subordinate? My personal relationships developed after I had already proven my professional value? That's not what I asked. Hartwell's voice sharpened. Yes or no? Were you engaged in sexual relationships with your direct supervisors while working at Cadence Records? Yes. A murmur rippled through the gallery. Hartwell's smile widened. And isn't it true that you received rapid promotions that coincided suspiciously with these relationships? I received promotions based on documented achievements, including saving the company $200,000 through identifying a contract error that our entire legal team had missed. Convenient timing, though, wouldn't you say? The promotions accelerated significantly after your personal involvement with the Blackwoods began. Correlation isn't causation. My work product spoke for itself. The questioning continued for hours. Hartwell was relentless, circling back to the same insinuations from different angles, designed to exhaust me, trip me up, make me emotional. She asked about specific dates, about private conversations, about moments of intimacy that had somehow been documented in Adeline's obsessive surveillance. But I held steady. Every survival skill I'd ever learned, from foster homes where showing weakness meant becoming a target, from years of protecting Leo while pretending everything was fine, from Jackson's sick games where composure was the only armor I had, I channeled all of it into maintaining my calm. Ms. Harlow, would you describe yourself as an ambitious woman? I would describe myself as a competent professional who works hard. And you'd do anything to advance that career, wouldn't you? I would do anything ethical and legal, yes. Anything at all? Within appropriate boundaries. Hartwell paused, consulting her notes with theatrical deliberation. The gallery shifted restlessly. Even Judge Chen leaned forward slightly, sensing the change in atmosphere. Then Hartwell dropped the bomb. Ms. Harlow, are you familiar with a website called the Virtue Exchange? The air left my lungs, the question I'd been dreading since that first midnight text. The secret that had lived in my chest like a tumor, growing heavier with each passing day. I felt the brothers tense behind me, felt Patricia's sharp intake of breath beside me. I don't see how that's relevant. It's very relevant, Your Honor. Hartwell's smile spread like an oil slick, a shark scenting blood in the water. She turned to address the bench directly. We have evidence that Ms. Harlow participated in an online auction selling her virginity to the highest bidder. Evidence that speaks directly to her character and her pattern of using sex for financial gain. The courtroom erupted. Gasps, murmurs, the furious clicking of phones being silenced by bailiffs. Judge Chen's gavel cracked against wood like gunfire. Order! I will have order in this courtroom. But the damage was done. I could feel it spreading through the gallery like poison. The shift in perception, the recalculation of everything they'd heard today through this new, damning lens. Hartwell waited for the chaos to subside, savoring the moment. We'll be presenting this evidence in the second hearing, she announced to the murmuring courtroom, including the identity of the anonymous buyer who paid $37,000 for Miss Harlow's virginity. Chapter 53. POV. Jasmine. The anonymous text had to be coming from Adeline. Who else would benefit from the threat? Who else had the motivation to dig into my past, to unearth the one secret that could obliterate everything I'd built? The timing was too perfect, the information too specific. This had her fingerprints all over it, calculated, patient, designed to maximum destruction. I stared at my phone, weighing options that ranged from terrible to catastrophic. I could tell the brothers, watch them unleash their legal team on a hunt for the source. I could tell Patricia, let her file motions and objections that might buy time, but wouldn't solve the underlying problem. Or I could do what I'd always done when my back hit the wall, handle it myself. My fingers moved before I could second-guess the impulse. We should talk. Privately, without lawyers. The response came 20 minutes later, cautious and intrigued. Why would I meet with you? Because I'm tired of this war, and I think we can make a deal. The typing indicator appeared, disappeared, appeared again. I could almost feel her calculating, weighing the risks against the potential reward, trying to figure out my angle. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., the Langham Bar, come alone. The Langham's lobby bar was all polished marble and muted jazz, the kind of place where deals were made over $15 cocktails and discretion was included in the service charge. Neutral ground, public enough that neither woman could try anything dramatic. I arrived 10 minutes early, claimed a booth in the corner with sightlines to both exits, and ordered sparkling water I had no intention of drinking. She swept in at exactly 3 o'clock, dressed in an ivory cashmere coat that probably cost more than my first car. Her makeup was perfection, subtle enough to look natural, precise enough to hide whatever guilt she might feel, if she felt any at all. The successful victim, perfectly costumed for her role. You wanted to talk, Adeline said coolly, settling into the booth across from me. She didn't remove her coat, didn't order a drink, didn't do anything that suggested she planned to stay longer than necessary. Talk! The anonymous texts. I kept my voice low, steady. That's you, isn't it? Threatening to expose the virtue exchange? Adeline's smile was razor-sharp, cutting through the ambient jazz like a blade. I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the shit. I leaned forward, holding her gaze with everything I had. You've been trying to destroy me since the photos leaked. The press conference ambush, the lawsuit, the whisper campaign that turned half my colleagues against me. This is just your latest weapon. Something flickered in her eyes. Satisfaction, it may be, or the pleasure of being recognized for her work. She arranged her features back into careful neutrality, but I'd seen it, the crack in her armor. Even if I did have information about your financial history. Adeline examined her manicured nails with studied boredom. What would you offer to make it disappear? There it was. The admission wrapped in denial, the opening move of a negotiation she'd probably rehearsed for days. How much do you want? Her lips curved. Straight to business. I appreciate that. I don't have time for games. No, I suppose you don't. She flagged down a server, ordered a gin martini with the casual confidence of someone who expected the world to arrange itself around her preferences. Not with the second hearing coming up. Not with all that evidence about to become public record. I waited while she performed the ritual of the first sip, watching her savor both the drink and the power she held. I've given this considerable thought, Adeline continued. What I want isn't just money, though money will certainly be part of it. What I want is vindication. Okay, the world needs to see me as the wronged woman, the whistleblower who exposed corruption at the highest levels of Cadence Records. Her eyes glittered with something that looked almost like religious fervor. I want to be the hero of this story, Jasmine, not the villain you and your lawyers have been painting me as. And what does that vindication look like, specifically? A public acknowledgement. She ticked items off on her fingers like a shopping list. You admit the relationships were inappropriate. The brothers admit they showed me favoritism before discarding me for a younger model. The lawsuit settles with a number that proves I was right all along, proves that Cadence Records was so desperate to silence me that they paid through the nose. That's a lot of admissions. I'm not finished. Her smile sharpened. $1 million. Paid directly to me, separate from any official settlement. Consider it compensation for emotional damages. The number hung between us like a grenade with the pin pulled. And if I refuse? Adeline set down her martini with deliberate care, her expression shifting into something almost sympathetic. Almost. Then everyone learns that Cadence Records' rising star sold her virginity online to save her addict brother. Her voice was sweet poison, each word precisely calibrated to inflict maximum damage. How's that for a headline? I can see it now. Music industry darlings sordid past exposed. The tabloids will have a field day. Your career will be over. The threat landed like a knife between my ribs, but I'd learned long ago how to take a hit without showing the wound. I kept my face neutral, my breathing steady, my hands flat on the table where they couldn't betray me by shaking. Adeline watched me, clearly expecting tears or rage or desperate pleading. When none came, something uncertain flickered across her features. I stood slowly, gathering my bag with movements that felt almost ceremonial. Every eye in the bar tracked me, or maybe that was paranoia, the constant sensation of being watched that had become my baseline since the press conference. We can work with that. Adeline's eyebrows rose. Excuse me? I looked down at her, letting the full weight of everything I'd survived settle into my expression. The foster homes, the parents who chose drugs over their children, the desperate choice to sell myself to save my brother, Jackson's hands on my body, the public humiliation that had nearly broken me. Nearly, but not quite. I said we can work with that, but know this. I leaned close enough to see my reflection in her pupils, close enough to watch the confidence flicker in her eyes. I've survived worse than you, and I don't lose. Chapter 54. POV, Jasmine. The text arrived while I was still processing my confrontation with Adeline, her threats echoing through my skull like shrapnel. We have unfinished business. 8 p.m. Don't keep me waiting. Jackson. Of course. Because one predator circling me apparently wasn't enough for the universe's sick sense of humor, I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the delete button. Every instinct screamed to refuse, to block his number, to hide behind the brothers, to pretend I hadn't seen the summons that brooked no refusal. But Jackson held too many cards: the company, the lawsuit, the brothers' futures. One word from him to the board, one strategic leak to Adeline's lawyers, and everything we'd fought for would crumble. He'd made that abundantly clear during his last visit. His sons existed at his pleasure, their empire built on foundations he could pull out from under them whenever he chose. And he'd chosen to remind me of that power. Tonight. I texted Liam that I had a work emergency, hating the lie even as I typed it, hating myself more for going. But what choice did I have? Jackson wasn't the kind of man you ignored without consequences. His apartment was exactly as opulent and threatening as I remembered. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the city like a conquest, every glittering light a reminder of wealth and power concentrated in hands that took whatever they wanted. The art on the walls cost more than most people earned in a lifetime. The furniture was designed for intimidation, not comfort. Jackson greeted me in a silk robe, cigar in hand, expression promising retribution for my previous defiance. He didn't offer me a seat, didn't offer pleasantries or drinks, or any of the social lubricants that pretended encounters like this were civilized. "You came," he observed, smoke curling from his lips like a dragon contemplating its next meal. "You didn't give me much choice." "No." His smile was razor-edged satisfaction. "I didn't." He began to circle me, slow and deliberate, the way predators tested prey before striking. I held perfectly still, refusing to track his movement, refusing to show the fear crawling up my spine like ice water. "You humiliated me," Jackson said conversationally, completing one orbit and starting another. "Made me perform for you like a common client, touching myself while you danced just out of reach, playing dominatrix games you had no right to play. I gave you exactly what you wanted. You gave me what you were willing to give." He stopped directly behind me, close enough that I felt the heat of his body through my clothes. "There's a difference. The deal was whatever I decided it was." His hand shot out, fingers closing around my wrist with bruising force. He yanked me around to face him, and the cold calculation in his eyes made my stomach clench. "Tonight, I take what I want." I tried to pull away, but his grip was iron. 73 years old, and still stronger than any man his age had a right to be. Money bought excellent personal trainers, along with everything else. "The brothers aren't here." His free hand threaded through my hair, not gentle, not violent, somewhere in the territory between that made resistance feel pointless. He inhaled deeply, nose pressed to the crown of my head like he was sampling wine. "They can't protect you from me." The truth of that statement settled into my bones like lead. "You smell like my sons," he murmured against my hair, and the intimacy of the observation made my skin crawl. "Their cologne, their soap, their sweat. You've been letting them mark you like territory." His lips brushed my ear. "Tomorrow, you'll smell like me." His other hand moved to my breast, squeezing hard enough to bruise through the fabric of my blouse. I gasped, not from pleasure, never from pleasure with him, and tried to twist away, but he held me fast. "Struggle all you want," Jackson breathed, teeth grazing the sensitive skin of my neck. "It makes it better." The nausea hit without warning. One moment I was trapped in his grip, every nerve screaming with revulsion and fear. The next, my stomach revolted. A visceral rejection of his touch, his smell, the cigar smoke coating my throat, the absolute horror of what was about to happen. I wrenched away from him with strength born of desperation, stumbling toward the bathroom I remembered from my last visit. My hand found the doorframe just as my knees hit marble, and then I was vomiting into his pristine toilet. Violent, unstoppable heaving that emptied everything I'd eaten that day, and then kept going. My body was staging a full rebellion, weeks of stress, fear, and accumulated trauma finally finding an exit. The lawsuit, Adelin's threats, Jackson's hands on me. Everything I'd been swallowing down, holding together, forcing myself to endure. It all came up in wave after wave of violent sickness. When the heaving finally subsided, I slumped against the cool tile, trembling and sweat-soaked and utterly depleted. Mascara streaked my cheeks. My carefully constructed armor had been reduced to a woman curled on a bathroom floor, barely able to lift her head. Jackson watched from the doorway, expression calculating rather than concerned. His robe was still perfectly arranged, cigar still smoldering between his fingers, posture radiating nothing but cold assessment. "That," he said, "is disgusting." I couldn't argue, could barely form words around the residual nausea still churning in my gut. He studied me for a long moment. The vomit, the tears, the absolute wreckage of whatever seduction or domination he'd planned for the evening. Something flickered across his features. Not sympathy. Jackson didn't do sympathy. More like recalculation, adjusting his expectations to accommodate this inconvenient development. He disappeared briefly, returning with a tissue that he extended toward me with mock courtesy. The gesture was somehow more degrading than anything he'd done before, treating me like a child who'd made a mess rather than a woman he'd been assaulting moments ago. "Go home," Jackson said, and his voice carried the dismissive finality of a man whose plans had been delayed but not abandoned. "Take a rest, drink some water, whatever it is women do when they're—" He gestured vaguely at my condition. "Indisposed." I took the tissue with shaking hands, not trusting my voice. "We'll reschedule." His smile returned, patient and predatory. "I need you fresh and pink." Chapter 55. POV. Liam. I found her outside my father's building, shaking and pale under the harsh glare of streetlights. Something was wrong. Something was catastrophically, irreparably wrong. Jasmine stood on the sidewalk like she'd forgotten how to move, arms wrapped around herself, mascara streaked down cheeks that had lost all their color. The golden retriever in me, the one who fixed things, who stayed optimistic, who believed every problem had a solution, went silent. Something older took its place, something feral. "Jasmine." I was out of the car before I'd fully stopped it, crossing the distance between us in 3 strides. "Oh, what happened? What did he do?" She flinched when I touched her arm, flinched away from me, and the gesture cracked something fundamental in my chest. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't want you to see me like this." "Tell me." My voice came out harder than I intended. "Tell me what he did." The story emerged in fragments. Jackson's summons, the silk robe and cigar, his hands in her hair, on her breast, teeth against her neck. The nausea that had been her only escape from whatever he'd planned to take. Every word was another nail in the coffin of my relationship with my father. "He said he'd reschedule," Jasmine finished, and her laugh was hollow, broken. "Like I'm an appointment he needs to keep." I pulled her against my chest, feeling the tremors running through her body. Held her while rage built in my veins like a slow-burning fire, consuming every excuse I'd ever made for the man who raised me. "I'm taking you home," I said against her hair, "and then I'm going to handle this." "Liam, don't what? Don't protect you? Don't finally stand up to the man who's been terrorizing everyone I love?" I pulled back, cupping her face in my hands. I've watched him hurt people my entire life. I've made excuses, looked away, told myself it wasn't my business. That ends tonight. I drove her to the villa, tucked her into bed with gentle hands that wanted to destroy something, pressed a kiss to her forehead, and promised I'd be back soon. Then I went to war. Jackson's apartment door was unlocked. Arrogance or invitation, I couldn't tell. Didn't care. I pushed through into the opulent space where my father had tried to assault the woman I loved, and found him exactly where I expected, standing by the windows with a fresh cigar, gazing out at the city like he owned it. "Get out," Jackson said without turning. His voice was calm, conversational. "You're not welcome here. Neither are you." I crossed the room until I stood close enough to see my reflection in the glass beside him. Not in my company, not in my city, not anywhere near the woman I love. He turned then, and the smile on his face was almost pitying. "The woman you love?" A low laugh rumbled from his chest. "You love a whore who auctioned her virginity online, a woman so desperate for money she spread her legs for the highest." My fist connected with his face before the sentence finished. The crack of bone meeting bone was satisfying in a way that scared me. Pain exploded across my knuckles, but I barely felt it, too consumed by the primal satisfaction of finally making him bleed. Jackson stumbled back, hand flying to his mouth. When he pulled it away, blood smeared his palm, dripped from a split lip onto his pristine silk robe. He stared at it for a moment, then looked up at me with something that might have been admiration. "There he is." His tongue swept across the wound, tasting copper. "Finally showing some spine. I was starting to think you were defective." "Stay away from her." "Or what?" Jackson straightened, squaring his shoulders, like the punch had been nothing more than a mild inconvenience. "You'll hit me again? Call the police?" He laughed, dabbing at his lip with casual disdain. Go ahead. Tell them your father touched your girlfriend. Tell them Liam Blackwood, industry darling, assaulted a 73-year-old man in his own home. See how that plays in the press. I don't give a damn about the press. You should. The press is the only thing keeping your precious company afloat right now. He moved to the bar, poured himself whiskey with steady hands, as if his son hadn't just split his face open. The lawsuit, the scandal, that little stunt at the press conference, you're hemorrhaging reputation by the day. And who do you think is holding the investors together? Who's been on the phone with the board, reassuring them that Cadence Records isn't about to implode? I don't need your help. You've always needed my help. You, Asher, Finn, none of you would exist without me. The company, the money, the name that opens every door in this industry. Jackson took a long sip, watching me over the rim. I own this family, Liam. I own the company. I own you. And anyone who spreads her legs for my sons, I own her too. The words landed like blows, each one designed to remind me of every way he'd controlled my life. The trust funds he could revoke, the board seats he could manipulate, the legacy he'd built and could burn down just as easily. But something had shifted in me. Something that started when Jasmine flinched away from my touch, when I saw the woman I loved reduced to a trembling mess by a man who shared my blood. You're wrong, I said quietly. Am I? You think money and power are the same thing. I stepped closer, close enough to see the burst blood vessels in his eyes, the liver spots he'd paid surgeons to minimize, the decay underneath the expensive grooming. But you're alone, Father. You've pushed away everyone who ever cared about you. Mom died hating you. Your sons tolerate you because we have to, and when you die, no one will mourn you. You'll just be a cautionary tale rich people tell each other at parties. Something flickered in his expression. Not hurt. I wasn't sure he could feel hurt anymore, but surprise. The realization that his golden boy had finally stopped performing. You want a war? My voice dropped to something deadly quiet, a register I didn't recognize as my own. Fine. But I promise you, Father, you will lose everything, starting with me. Chapter 56. P.O.V. Jasmine. My phone rang at 2 a.m., unknown number, and I knew before answering that my mother was dying. The certainty settled into my bones like ice water. No one called at this hour with good news. No one from my past reached out unless something had finally, irreversibly broken. I stared at the screen for 3 rings. 4. My thumb hovered over the decline button, ready to send her back into the silence where she'd kept herself for 15 years. Then I answered. Jasmine? Her voice was a rasp, barely recognizable as the woman who'd sung me lullabies before the drugs took everything. I'm at St. Vincent's Hospital. Can you come, please? I don't have much time left. I should ignore it. Should let the woman who abandoned her children die alone, the way she'd left us alone in that apartment for days while she chased her next high. Should give her exactly the consideration she'd given us when CPS came knocking, and she didn't even fight to keep us. But something made me get dressed. Something made me grab my keys, slip out of the villa without waking anyone, drive through empty streets toward a reckoning I'd been avoiding for 15 years. Maybe it was closure. Maybe it was masochism. Maybe it was the stubborn part of me that still remembered her before. The mother who braided my hair and called me her sunshine, before heroin became her only child. I texted Leo from the hospital parking lot. Mom's in the hospital, dying. We need to talk urgently. His response came an hour later, while I sat in the waiting room, watching nurses move through fluorescent corridors like ghosts. I'll be there. Not, is she okay? Not, what happened? Just confirmation that he'd come. He texted that he'd stay at our old apartment. Not with me at the villa. Not with us. The distinction was deliberate, a line drawn in digital ink. He was coming for our mother, not for me. Whatever fragile reconciliation we'd built on Martha and Frank's farm had cracked under the weight of everything that came after. I arrived at the hospital first. Room 412, 4th floor, oncology ward. I pushed through the door and found a stranger wearing my mother's face. She looked worse than the last time I'd seen her. Skeletal now, skin stretched tight over bones that seemed ready to pierce through. Pale as the sheets she lay on. Oxygen tubes snaked into her nose, monitors beeped their steady countdown, and the smell of antiseptic couldn't quite mask the sweetness of decay underneath. 48 years old. She looked 70, cancer eating her from the inside out, finishing the job the drugs had started decades ago. Jasmine. Her eyes found me, clouded with morphine, but still holding that desperate hope I remembered from childhood. The hope that this time would be different, that this promise would be kept. She tried to smile, but it came out as a grimace. You look beautiful, successful. I always knew you'd be something special. You didn't know anything about me. The words came out flat, factual. You stopped knowing me when I was 11. The silence stretched between us, filled only by the rhythmic beep of machines keeping her alive. I sat in the chair beside her bed, not touching her, not offering comfort, just present, bearing witness to the end of something that had died long before her body caught up. 20 minutes later, Leo appeared in the doorway. He stood frozen, one hand gripping the doorframe like he might collapse without its support. I watched my brother look at the woman who'd birthed us and broken us in equal measure. Watched the war play across his features as he processed the wreckage in that hospital bed. Leo? Our mother's voice cracked on his name. Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes, cutting tracks through papery skin. My baby boy, you came. I came for Jasmine. His voice was flat, dead. Not for you. Please. She tried to reach for him, but her arms were too weak to lift from the mattress. Please, just let me explain. Explain what? Leo stepped into the room, and the rage radiating off him was almost visible. Explain why you chose heroin over your children. Explain why you let strangers raise us while you shot poison into your veins. Explain why the only time you ever reached out was when you needed money. I was sick. I am sick. Addiction is a choice you made every single day. Leo's hands curled into fists at his sides. Every time you picked up that needle, you chose it over us. Every time you disappeared for weeks, you chose it. Every time Jasmine had to steal food, because you spent the grocery money on your dealer, you chose it. I tried to get clean. You tried nothing. He was shaking now, 15 years of suppressed fury finally finding its outlet. You let us go into foster care without fighting. You never showed up to visitation. You never wrote, never called, never did a single goddamn thing to prove we mattered more than your next fix. Our mother was sobbing now, great heaving gasps that the oxygen couldn't support. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know I failed you. No. Leo laughed, and the sound was broken glass. You didn't fail us. Failing implies you tried. You just abandoned us. Like we were nothing. Like we were trash you could throw away when we became inconvenient. I watched my brother's face as he unleashed years of pain on the dying woman who'd caused it. Watched the rage and the grief tangled together, inseparable. Because underneath the anger was something else. Something I recognized because I felt it too. Mourning. Not for the mother dying in this bed, but for the mother we'd never had. For the childhood we couldn't escape. For the family that existed only in fantasy. In those brief moments before the drugs, when she'd been ours, and we'd been hers, and love hadn't come with conditions. Leo had carried this wound just as long as I had. Had built his own walls, made his own desperate choices, nearly destroyed himself trying to save a woman who'd never tried to save us. We were both orphans, had been orphans since we were children, long before death made it official. Our mother's hand shot out with surprising strength, fingers closing around my wrist like a vice. Her eyes locked onto mine, wild with desperation and something that might have been genuine regret. Forgive me. Her voice was barely audible, a whisper fighting through damaged lungs. Please forgive me. I looked at her, really looked, at the track marks still visible on her arms beneath the IV lines, at the hollowed cheeks and yellow skin, at the woman who'd given me life and then spent the next 15 years proving that life meant nothing to her. God forgives you, I said quietly. Not me. Chapter 57. POV, Jasmine. The villa felt like a war room. I stood by the windows while the brothers occupied various positions around the living room. Liam solid and supportive on the couch closest to me, Asher stone-faced and calculating in the armchair by the fireplace, Finn unusually quiet near the bar, whiskey untouched in his hand. They'd been discussing Jackson, the trial, my mother dying in that hospital bed, strategies, contingencies, damage control, like my life was a crisis to be managed instead of a person falling apart in front of them. The virtue exchange threat changes our legal strategy, Asher was saying, his voice clinical. If Adeline's team has proof of Jasmine's participation, we need to get ahead of it, control the narrative before— Where were you? The question exploded out of me before I could stop it. 3 words that cracked the air like gunfire, silencing Asher mid-sentence. They all turned. 3 sets of eyes, 3 different expressions of concern and confusion. Where were any of you when I needed protection? Liam rose from the couch, reaching for me. Jasmine! No. I stepped back, putting distance between us. My hands were shaking. My whole body was shaking. Don't touch me. Don't comfort me. Just answer the question. What question? Finn asked quietly. I warned you about Adeline. The words tore out of me like shrapnel. 15 years of swallowed pain finally finding exit. Months ago, I told you she was dangerous, that she was watching me, that she would come for me the moment she had ammunition. And you did nothing. You sent her on a business trip and called it handled. You let her destroy my reputation while you sat in conference rooms calculating public relations strategies. We tried, Asher started. You tried? I laughed, and the sound was broken glass. You tried? You sat in those fucking conference rooms while she leaked my photos to every tabloid in the city. You hired lawyers and PR consultants while she painted me as a whore who fucked her way to the top. And when your father showed up— My voice cracked. I forced it steady. When Jackson showed up and started touching me, you watched through glass walls. I saw you watching, calculating whether intervening would hurt the stock price, whether defending me was worth the board meeting it might cause. The accusations landed like physical blows. Liam flinched. Asher's jaw tightened until I could see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. Finn set down his whiskey with careful precision, as if he didn't trust himself to hold it anymore. Because they were true. Every word was true, and they knew it. I did everything alone. Tears streamed down my face now, hot and unstoppable. I survived your father alone. His hands on me, his mouth on me, his threats about what he'd take next. I handled the virtue exchange blackmail alone, sitting with those texts at 3 a.m, wondering how many people would watch my life burn if I didn't surrender. I was sobbing now, ugly heaving sounds I couldn't control. And now my mother is dying in a hospital bed, and Leo barely speaks to me, and I'm still expected to hold everyone together while I'm falling apart, while I carry secrets that could destroy everything, while I pretend I'm strong enough to survive one more day of this endless fucking war. Silence. The kind that follows explosions, when the air itself is still recovering from the violence. Finn moved first. He set his glass on the bar with a soft click, his face unreadable in a way I'd never seen before. Then he walked past me toward the door, pausing only long enough to say, "She's right." The door closed behind him. Asher stood slowly, his movements careful, controlled. He looked at me for a long moment, really looked, like he was seeing me clearly for the first time. "I'm sorry," he said, 2 words. Flat and inadequate, and somehow still costing him something. Then he followed Finn out, leaving me alone with Liam. I expected him to leave too, expected him to make excuses, to defend himself, to explain all the reasons their failures weren't really failures. He didn't. He just stood there, solid and present, absorbing my rage without deflecting it, without defending himself, without trying to fix what couldn't be fixed with words. You're right, Liam said quietly. About all of it. I know I'm right. We failed you. I failed you. His voice cracked on the admission. You trusted us to protect you, and we didn't. We got comfortable, complacent, told ourselves we had it handled when we'd barely scratched the surface. I sank onto the couch, suddenly exhausted. The anger had drained out of me, leaving nothing but hollow devastation in its wake. Liam sat beside me, close enough to touch, but not touching, giving me space I hadn't asked for but desperately needed. There's something else, I said after a long moment. Something I haven't told you. Okay. I met with Adeline. The confession felt like releasing poison from a wound. Secretly, without telling anyone, I offered her a deal. Liam didn't flinch, didn't react with the shock or betrayal I'd expected. Just waited, his green eyes steady on mine. She wants $1 million. Public acknowledgement that the relationships were inappropriate. Your admission that you showed her favoritism before discarding her. I laughed bitterly. She wants to be the hero of the story, the wronged woman who exposed corruption. And if you refused? She'll leak the virtue exchange evidence. Tell the world I sold my virginity to save my brother. I met his gaze. She knows everything, Liam, and she's not going to stop until she gets what she wants or destroys me trying. The silence stretched between us. I waited for anger, disappointment, the inevitable calculation about how my secret meeting had complicated their legal strategy. Instead, Liam reached for my hand, slowly, giving me time to pull away. When I didn't, his fingers intertwined with mine. Tell me everything, he said. Every detail of that meeting, every demand she made, every threat. His voice was quiet but certain. And then we're going to figure out how to finally end this. Together. Chapter 58. P.O. Boerv. Jasmine Liam listened to everything. The secret meetings with Adeline. Her demands. The $1 million, the public acknowledgement, the vindication she craved like oxygen. The virtue exchange evidence hanging over my head like a guillotine. The impossible position I'd been navigating alone while the brothers calculated board meetings and stock prices. When I finished, he didn't explode, didn't lecture, didn't do any of the things I'd braced for. He strategized. If we can get her to admit she leaked the photos deliberately, that it wasn't whistleblowing but revenge, the whole narrative shifts. Liam paced the length of the living room, his mind visibly working through angles and possibilities. Right now, she's positioned as a concerned employee exposing workplace misconduct. But if we have proof that she orchestrated everything out of personal vendetta, she'll never admit that. I shook my head. She's too smart. Every word out of her mouth is calculated for maximum damage. Everyone has a breaking point. Something shifted in his expression. The golden retriever optimism I'd fallen for, the earnest belief that problems could be solved with enough determination, transformed into something sharper, harder. A glimpse of the businessman who'd built an empire, who'd learned to fight dirty when clean wasn't enough. We offer her what she really wants, Liam continued. Not the money, not the acknowledgement. What she really wants is the feeling of winning, of watching you break. So I give her that. You make her think she's broken you completely. Surrender, grovel. Let her believe she's destroyed everything you've built. His eyes met mine, fierce with conviction. And when she gets confident enough to gloat, when she can't resist rubbing your face in her victory, we record everything. The plan was risky, dangerous, required me to meet with Adeline again, to play the desperate woman willing to surrender everything for peace. To let her think she'd won while wearing a wire that could send her to prison. What if she doesn't take the bait? Then we fight the trial head-on, present the evidence we have, challenge her credibility, let the jury decide. Liam stopped pacing, facing me fully. But I think she will. She's not just after money or reputation, Jasmine. She wants to watch you suffer. That's more important to her than anything else. We use that against her. He was right. I'd seen it in Adeline's eyes at that hotel bar. The hunger that went beyond financial compensation. She wanted to see me broken. Wanted to savor the moment, when everything I'd built collapsed around me. That desire could be her undoing. "Where do we meet?" I asked, already shifting into operational mode. "Somewhere private but not isolated. Her apartment, maybe. She'll feel safe on her own territory, more likely to drop her guard." "What do I say to get her talking?" "You tell her you're done fighting. That the lawsuit, the trial, the constant attacks, it's too much. You're willing to give her everything she asked for, but you need to understand why." Liam's voice was steady, confident. "Ask her questions. Let her monologue. People like Adeline can't resist explaining their genius." We spent hours refining details. The recording device, small enough to hide in jewelry, high quality enough to capture clear audio. The script of capitulation I deliver, designed to trigger her need for vindication. The specific questions that would lead her toward incriminating admissions. The backup plans if she got suspicious, if she searched me, if anything went wrong. Liam wrote and rewrote talking points, anticipating Adeline's responses and mapping out conversation branches like a chess player thinking 12 moves ahead. I practiced my performance, the broken voice, the defeated posture, the tears that would convince her I was finally surrendering. The work brought us closer, reminded me of the partnership that had drawn me to Liam in the first place. Not just the physical attraction or the emotional support, but the intellectual collaboration. Two minds working in tandem toward a shared goal. The way he listened to my input, incorporated my ideas, treated me like an equal rather than a problem to be solved. This was who we could be. Who we should have been from the beginning, before Adeline's machinations and Jackson's predation and the weight of secrets I'd been carrying alone. Around midnight, exhaustion caught up with us. The strategy documents lay scattered across the coffee table, covered in Liam's handwriting and my annotations. We'd been at this for hours, fueled by determination and the occasional cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. I leaned back against the couch cushions, letting my eyes close for just a moment. Felt Liam settle beside me, his warmth a familiar comfort after the long night. "You should sleep," he murmured. "So should you." In a minute, what started as comfort transformed into need. His hand found mine, fingers intertwining. Then his lips brushed my temple, my cheek, the corner of my mouth, asking without words, giving me every opportunity to pull away. I didn't pull away. Liam undressed me slowly, reverently, his hands asking permission at every boundary. Each button undone was a question. Each inch of skin revealed was a gift I chose to give. He moved like I was something precious, not fragile, but valuable, worth taking time over. When he entered me, it was with a tenderness that broke something loose in my chest. Not passion. We'd had passion before, urgent and consuming. This was different, deeper. The kind of intimacy that came from seeing someone at their worst and choosing to stay anyway. We moved together in the quiet darkness, his forehead pressed to mine, breath mingling between us. No performance, no desperation, just connection, raw and real and terrifying in its simplicity. "You're not alone anymore," he whispered against my skin. "Whatever happens with the trial, with my father, with your mother, we face it together." I wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that this time would be different, that the promises made in darkness would survive the light of day. But I'd learned the hard way that wanting something didn't make it true. We fell asleep tangled together on the couch, strategy documents scattered around us like fallen leaves. For a few hours, I let myself exist in the peace we'd carved out of chaos. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. The sound jolted me awake, adrenaline flooding my system before my eyes had fully opened. Liam stirred beside me, arm tightening instinctively around my waist. I reached for the phone, squinting at the screen in the darkness. A text from Adeline. "I accept your offer. Meet me tomorrow." Chapter 59. POV. Jasmine. The recording device sat cold against my wrist. Liam's security team had embedded it in my watch. Invisible, untraceable, already running. I pushed through the restaurant's heavy doors, scanning the dim interior until I found my target. The place reeked of old money and quiet desperation, exactly the kind of establishment where people made deals they didn't want witnessed. Adeline waited in the same booth as before, champagne flute in hand, victory written across her face like war paint. "You came." Adeline gestured to the empty seat across from her with a languid wave. "I wasn't sure you would." "You gave me until today." I slid into the booth, keeping my movements controlled, my expression defeated. Every muscle in my body screamed to launch across the table and wrap my hands around that elegant throat. Instead, I folded my hands on the white tablecloth like a woman who'd learned to make herself small. "I'm here with your answer." "And?" Adeline's eyebrow arched with practiced condescension. 1 million, separate from the settlement, plus the public acknowledgement you demanded." I pulled an envelope from my bag, thick with papers that looked official, felt official, smelled like the ink had barely dried. "My lawyers drafted the statement. I admit the relationships were inappropriate. The brothers acknowledged they favored you before me." Adeline's fingers closed around the envelope like talons on prey. She flipped through the pages with hungry precision, scanning the language, her smile widening with each paragraph. The restaurant's ambient music couldn't mask the satisfied hum that escaped her crimson lips. "This is everything I asked for." "Everything? You really are desperate." Adeline set down the papers and lifted her champagne, swirling it with studied elegance. The golden liquid caught the candlelight, throwing dancing shadows across her sharp features. "I have to admit, I didn't think you'd break this easily. You seemed so resilient." "My mother's dying. My brother won't speak to me. Jackson." I let my voice crack, let the real pain bleed through for maximum effect. The best lies were wrapped in truth. "I can't fight anymore. You won." The words landed exactly as intended. Adeline's posture shifted from guarded to expansive, her shoulders rolling back, her chin lifting with the particular arrogance of someone who believed they'd finally conquered their enemy. Her need for vindication was overriding every instinct toward caution. "I did win, didn't I?" She laughed, bright, cruel, triumphant. The sound scraped against my nerves like broken glass dragged across skin. "You know what the best part is? Everyone thinks I'm the whistleblower, the brave woman who exposed corruption at Cadence Records. But you and I both know the truth." I kept my face neutral, my wrist angled slightly toward Adeline beneath the table's edge. "Do we?" "I was never trying to expose anything." Adeline leaned forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, like we were girlfriends sharing secrets over brunch instead of enemies negotiating surrender. "I was trying to destroy you. From the moment I saw Liam look at you the way he never looked at me, I knew I had to burn it all down. The photos at the press conference. I kept them for months. Insurance." Her eyes glittered with malicious satisfaction, catching the candlelight like a predator's in the darkness. "Had a photographer following you for weeks. Every stolen moment, every lingering touch in hallways you thought were empty. When I realized you were fucking all 3 of them." She pressed a manicured hand to her chest in mock amazement. "I knew exactly how to use them, leaked to the press with just enough context to make you look like a whore climbing the corporate ladder on your back." "And the lawsuit you filed?" "Creative storytelling." Adeline's smile was razor sharp. "Liam was emotionally distant during our relationship. Technically true. Whether that constitutes abuse?" He shrugged elegantly, one shoulder rising and falling with practiced grace. "Depends on who's writing the narrative. And I'm very good at writing narratives, Jasmine. It's a gift. The hostile work environment claims. Fabricated, obviously." Adeline waved a dismissive hand, her expensive bracelet catching the light with each gesture. "But try proving that in court. Your word against mine, and I'm much more sympathetic to a jury. The wronged woman versus the office slut who spread her legs for 3 executives. Every word recorded, every confession captured." I forced myself to breathe steadily, to maintain the mask of defeat, even as triumph blazed through my chest like wildfire. What about the virtue exchange? I pressed, needing every piece of ammunition I could extract. How did you even find out about that? Money buys information. Adelin's smile turned predatory, all teeth and hunger beneath the veneer of sophistication. I hired investigators the moment the scandal broke. When they uncovered that you'd literally auctioned yourself online like cattle at market, I knew I had you completely. A woman who sold her virginity to the highest bidder, claiming to be a legitimate professional? She laughed, the sound like poison dripping into fine crystal. The jury would have crucified you, torn you apart. Would have? Well, they won't need to now. Adelin patted the envelope with proprietary satisfaction, her rings clicking against the thick paper. You've surrendered, given me everything I wanted without a fight. And the beautiful part? I get to walk away the hero while you live the rest of your miserable life with everyone knowing you bought your brother's freedom with your body. That you're nothing but a high-priced whore with delusions of legitimacy. I let the silence stretch for 3 heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. Then I smiled. Not the defeated grimace I'd been wearing like a mask. Not the broken expression of a woman who'd lost everything she'd built. This smile was sunlight breaking through storm clouds, bright, fierce, and absolutely devastating. Thank you, Adelin. That's exactly what I needed. Chapter 60. P. V. Jasmine. The second hearing exploded the moment Adelin's lawyers realized what had happened. I sat at the plaintiff's table, flanked by the Blackwood's legal team, watching the color drain from Adelin's face as the recording began to play through the courtroom speakers. Every word crystal clear, every confession amplified for the packed gallery to hear. I was trying to destroy you. From the moment I saw Liam look at you the way he never looked at me, I knew I had to burn it all down. Adelin's lead attorney shot to his feet. Objection, Your Honor. This recording was obtained without consent. One-party consent state, Counselor. The judge's voice was ice. Sit down. The recording continued, Adelin's voice filling the courtroom with damning precision. Her admission that she'd leaked the photos for revenge, not whistleblowing. Her acknowledgement that the lawsuit was designed to destroy, not seek justice. Her own words proving the hostile work environment claims were fabricated from nothing but spite and jealousy. The hostile work environment claims fabricated, obviously. Gasps rippled through the gallery. A reporter in the back row typed furiously on her phone. I kept my eyes forward, watching Adelin's carefully constructed world crumble with each passing second. Your Honor, we request a recess to confer with our client. Adelin's attorney tried again, desperation cracking through his professional veneer. Denied. The court will hear the entirety of this evidence. The recording played on. Every ugly confession, every calculated cruelty, every admission that the woman who'd painted herself as a victim was nothing more than a vindictive predator who'd weaponized the legal system for personal revenge. I get to walk away the hero while you live the rest of your miserable life with everyone knowing you bought your brother's freedom with your body. When the recording finally ended, the silence was deafening. I risked a glance at Adelin. The woman sat frozen, face pale as bone, hands gripping the edge of the defense table so hard her knuckles had gone white. Her need for vindication, that desperate hunger to gloat over her victory, had become her complete undoing. Your Honor, the Blackwood's lead attorney rose smoothly, in light of this evidence, we move to dismiss the plaintiff's claims with prejudice and request the court refer this matter to the district attorney for investigation of fraud and defamation. Adelin's legal team scrambled like rats on a sinking ship. Objections flew, hearsay, authenticity challenges, procedural complaints, but the damage was catastrophic and irreversible. 3 witnesses who had been scheduled to support Adelin's claims suddenly discovered urgent scheduling conflicts. Evidence that had seemed damning yesterday now appeared obviously manufactured under the harsh light of her own admissions. The judge removed her glasses and fixed Adelin with a stare that could have frozen hell. Ms. Adelin, I have presided over this court for 23 years. I have seen desperate litigants. I have seen misguided claims, and I have seen genuine victims seeking justice. Her voice hardened to steel. What I witnessed today was none of those things. This was a calculated abuse of the judicial system to conduct a personal vendetta. Adelin's mouth opened, but no sound emerged. The plaintiff's lawsuit is dismissed with prejudice. Furthermore, I am referring this case to the district attorney's office for investigation of potential fraud, perjury, and defamation charges. The gavel came down like a gunshot. Court is adjourned. The courtroom erupted into chaos. Reporters rushed for the doors. Adelin's attorneys surrounded her in a useless protective huddle. Somewhere behind me, I heard Finn let out a whoop of triumph that was entirely inappropriate for a courthouse and absolutely perfect for the moment. We did it. Liam's hand found my shoulder, squeezing gently. It's over. Asher nodded once, his version of jumping for joy. She's finished. No firm will touch her after this. Outside, the courthouse steps had transformed into a media circus. Cameras flashed from every direction. Reporters shouted questions, microphones thrust toward my face like weapons. But for the first time in months, I wasn't the villain in their narrative. I was the woman who'd exposed a calculated campaign of revenge and lies. Ms. Harlow, how does it feel to be vindicated? Will you be pursuing your own lawsuit against Ms. Adelin? Can you comment on your relationship with the Blackwood brothers? I let the brothers' PR team handle the vultures, stepping back to catch my breath. The sun was warm on my face. The nightmare was finally, actually over. Then my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen, expecting congratulations from Nora, or maybe a news alert about the verdict. Instead, I found a text from an unknown number that stopped my heart mid-beat. This is Sarah Pawson, social worker at St. Vincent's. I'm calling about your mother, Carol Harlow. She passed away last night. Liver failure? I'm very sorry for your loss. The words blurred, reformed, blurred again. Around me, the brothers were still celebrating. Finn was giving an animated statement to a reporter. Asher was conferring with the legal team about next steps. Liam was shaking hands with someone important-looking, and I stood frozen on the courthouse steps, staring at a text message that had just shattered my victory into 1,000 jagged pieces. My mother was dead. The woman who had birthed me, abandoned me, chosen drugs over her children for 15 years, then tried desperately to make amends at the end. Gone. Just like that. A text message. 7 sentences. Sorry for your loss. Jasmine? Liam's voice cut through the fog. He'd noticed my expression, was already moving toward me, with concern darkening his features. What's wrong? My mother died. The words felt disconnected from reality, like I was reading lines from someone else's script. Last night, while we were celebrating the trap working, she was dying alone in a hospital bed. Liam's face crumpled. He reached for me, pulled me against his chest, right there in front of the cameras and reporters and everyone. I'm so sorry, he murmured against my hair. God, Jasmine, I'm so sorry. I couldn't cry, couldn't feel anything except this strange, hollow numbness where emotion should have been. My mother was dead, and I didn't know if I was relieved or devastated or somewhere impossibly in between. Then I heard my name, not shouted by a reporter, but spoken quietly by a voice I hadn't heard in months. Jasmine! I turned. Leo stood at the base of the courthouse steps, looking older than I remembered, tired. But his eyes, when they found mine, they were clear, present, really looking at me for the first time since he'd walked away at Martha and Frank's farm. I saw the verdict on the news, he said, climbing the steps slowly. And then I got the message about Mom. Leo, I got the message. He stopped in front of me, close enough to touch, but not reaching out, not yet. I'm sorry for everything. Chapter 61. P.O.V. Jasmine. The cemetery was small, cheap, where people with no money ended up when dying was all they had left. I stood between Leo and Liam at our mother's grave, a weathered headstone next to our father's, the plots side by side like some cosmic joke. Together in death the way they'd never been in life. The grass was patchy, struggling to grow in soil that seemed to reject even the most basic forms of life. Carol Harlow, 1978 to 2024. Beloved mother. The word beloved felt like a lie carved in stone. I didn't know what to put, Leo said quietly, following my gaze. The funeral home needed something. I just picked words. It's fine. My voice came out flatter than I intended. She would have liked it, the fantasy of being beloved. Wind cut across the cemetery, sharp with the promise of rain. Liam stood a respectful distance behind us, close enough to be present, but far enough to give the siblings space. The other brothers had offered to come, but I had asked for just Liam, just family. Leo shoved his hands deep into his jacket pockets, shoulders hunched against more than the cold. I was angry at you, he said, the words tumbling out like they'd been dammed up for months. For years, actually, for choosing drugs instead of us, for making us grow up too fast. He kicked at a clump of dead grass. But I don't want to carry this anger anymore. It's heavy, and I'm tired of being tired. I looked at the twin graves. Two people who had created me and Leo, then systematically failed us in every way parents could fail. Two addicts who'd chosen needles over their children's hunger, highs over their children's safety, oblivion over their children's need to be loved. Something shifted in my chest. A lock clicking open. A door swinging wide. These weren't my parents, not really. They were biological contributors who'd forfeited the title the first time they'd left me and Leo alone for 3 days, with nothing but stale cereal and tap water. The first time CPS had knocked on the door. The first time I'd learned to forge my mother's signature on school forms because Carol couldn't stay sober long enough to attend a parent-teacher conference. My real family stood behind me. Liam, who held me when I broke. Asher, who showed love through action when words failed him. Finn, who made me laugh when the darkness pressed too close. And Leo, who'd grown up beside me in that particular hell, and somehow emerged as something real, something worth fighting for. I forgive you, I said to the headstone. The words felt strange in my mouth, foreign and sharp-edged. Not because you deserve it, you don't. You never did a single thing to earn forgiveness. I swallowed hard. But because I deserve peace. I deserve to stop carrying your failures like they're mine to fix. The wind picked up, scattering dead leaves across the cheap plots. I forgive you, Leo echoed, his voice cracking on the second word. For the birthdays you forgot, for the Christmas you pawned our presents for drug money, for making Jasmine raise me when she was just a kid herself. He wiped his face roughly with his sleeve. I forgive you because I'm done letting you take up space in my head. We stood there longer than either of us had planned. Not crying, not in the traditional sense, not grieving the way movies showed grief, with dramatic collapses and wailing, just witnessing, bearing testimony to the end of something that should have ended years ago, when two parents looked at their children and chose poison instead. She wasn't all bad, Leo said finally, breaking the heavy silence. I remember once, before everything got really dark, she made us pancakes shaped like animals, stayed sober long enough to take us to the zoo. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. I was maybe 5. You were 8. She held my hand the whole time so I wouldn't get lost. Maybe. I reached over and took his hand now, squeezing tight. Maybe there were moments, but moments don't make a mother, Leo. Showing up does. Choosing your kids over your addiction does. She couldn't do that. Neither of them could. I know. He squeezed back. I needed there to be something, some small piece worth remembering. Then remember the pancakes. My voice softened. Remember the zoo. Let that be enough, and let the rest go. We turned away from the graves together, walking slowly across the uneven ground toward where Liam waited by the car. The sky had darkened, clouds rolling in thick and gray, threatening to break at any moment. Leo cleared his throat halfway across the cemetery, the sound awkward and uncertain. I've been thinking, he started, then stopped. Started again. The farm's been good for me, getting clean, finding myself, all that stuff, but I'm thinking about coming back to the city. He glanced at me sideways. If that's okay, if you'd want me around. Hope sparked in my chest, bright and unexpected. My baby brother, coming home. After months of silence, months of distance, months of wondering if I'd lost him forever, the hope lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then my stomach lurched violently, a wave of nausea slamming into me with zero warning. I barely made it to a nearby trash can before everything came up. What little breakfast I'd managed to choke down, bile, nothing. I vomited until there was nothing left, my body heaving with the force of it, hands gripping the rusted metal rim for support. Jesus, Jazz! Leo was at my side instantly, one hand on my back, panic threading through his voice. What the hell? Liam appeared on my other side, steadying me with gentle hands. Here, drink this. He pressed a water bottle into my shaking fingers. Small sips, slow. I rinsed my mouth, spat, tried to catch my breath. The nausea was already receding, leaving behind that particular exhausted emptiness I'd been feeling for weeks now. Morning sickness, my brain supplied. Except it wasn't just mornings anymore. Leo and Liam exchanged looks over my bent head, the kind of look that said they were having an entire conversation without words. Chapter 62. POV. Jasmine. The apartment door barely closed behind us before Nora was off the couch and in my face. 2 hours. She held up her phone like evidence in a murder trial. 2 hours texting you while my imagination invented 17 different disasters. You look like roadkill someone tried to resuscitate. Cemetery. The word scraped out of my throat. Visiting my mother's grave. It was... Save it. Nora's eyes tracked over me with surgical precision, cataloging details I hadn't even noticed myself. Leo called me, said you threw up at the cemetery, that you've been throwing up all week. Her voice dropped, sharp as a scalpel. That's not grief, Jazz. It's stress. Everything with Adeline, Jackson, my mother dying, the trial. Bullshit. The word cracked through the room like a whip. I've watched you handle stress that would put normal humans in padded rooms. You don't vomit from stress. You get terrifyingly calm and start organizing spreadsheets. Nora stepped closer, her eyes narrowing into slits. When's the last time you had your period? The question detonated in my chest. I opened my mouth to answer, closed it, tried to grab onto a date, a memory, anything concrete. But the timeline was chaos. Scandal bleeding into harassment, bleeding into survival mode, bleeding into the farm, and the trial, and coming back and trying to rebuild something from the wreckage. When had I last bled? Weeks? A month? Longer? The realization crept up my spine like ice water. I don't know, I whispered. Nora's face transformed. Concern hardened into something fiercer. Determination mixed with barely controlled panic. Drugstore, now. She grabbed her purse like she was arming for battle. We're getting pregnancy tests, multiple, and you're peeing on every single one until we know for certain. Nora, I can't be... Can't be what? She spun on me, eyebrow raised so high it nearly hit her hairline. Can't be having unprotected sex with 3 different men during the most chaotic period of your entire existence? Because, sweetheart, that's exactly what you've been doing. Biology doesn't give a shit about your emotional state. Liam stepped forward, face chalk white. I'll drive. No. Nora's hand shot up like a traffic cop. Girl business. You stay here, try not to spiral, and for the love of God, don't call your brothers until we know what we're dealing with. She grabbed my arm and hauled me toward the door. 30 minutes. Maybe we come back with false alarms and laugh about this over wine. Maybe we come back with news that changes everything. Her grip tightened. Either way, we're finding out today. And she followed me to her car. The drugstore's fluorescent lights buzzed like accusation. I stood frozen in the family planning aisle while Nora grabbed tests off the shelf with the focus of someone defusing a bomb. Digital readout, no interpretation needed. She tossed a pink box into the basket. Early detection. Can confirm up to 6 days before missed period. Another box. This one's the most expensive, so it better be accurate. A third. And this cheap one is backup, in case the fancy ones are lying. People are staring. Let them stare. Nora marched toward the register without breaking stride. You think I care what suburban Karen thinks about our pregnancy test collection? Maybe she'll assume I'm the one with the active sex life. God knows my reputation could use the upgrade. The fluorescent lights seemed to pulse. This couldn't be happening. The drugstore bathroom was a coffin made of tile and industrial cleaner. I sat on the closed toilet lid, hands shaking so badly I'd nearly dropped 2 of the tests. 4 sticks lined up on the paper towel dispenser like a firing squad. Done? Nora's voice came through the stall door. Waiting. How long? 2 minutes. That's 120 seconds too long. I'm growing gray hairs out here. I watched my phone screen. Seconds bleeding into each other. 1 minute. My heart was trying to crack through my ribcage. 1 minute 30. Please be negative. Please be a false alarm. Please let this be stress and chaos and nothing more. 1 minute 45. I wasn't ready for this. Wasn't ready for any of this. 2 minutes. I looked down. The first test. 2 pink lines. Dark and unmistakable. The second test. Pregnant spelled out in digital letters that seared into my retinas. The third test. A plus sign so bold, it might as well have been screaming. The fourth test. Double lines so dark they were almost purple. 4 tests, 4 answers, 1 verdict. Jazz? Nora's voice filtered through the door. Talk to me. What did they say? I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only stare at the evidence lined up before me like a jury's guilty verdict. My fingers found the lock, twisted it open. Nora pushed inside, cramming us both into the cramped space. Her eyes found the tests on the counter. Silence. Then, soft as prayer. Fuck. I'm pregnant. The words left my mouth, and the world tilted. Pregnant. With a baby. A human being currently colonizing my uterus without consent or warning. Cells dividing, multiplying, building something that would eventually become a person with thoughts and feelings, and questions about where they came from. And then the real bomb detonated. Which one? Liam, Asher, Finn. 3 men who'd somehow become my entire universe. 3 men I'd been with, multiple times, in various configurations, during the window when this happened. 1 egg, 1 winner, and absolutely no way to know whose DNA had crossed the finish line. How far along? Nora asked, her hand finding my shoulder. I don't know. 8 weeks? 10? The math was impossible. I'd been with all of them during that window. The timeline is a complete clusterfuck, Nora finished. Yeah, I'm catching that. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, pale, terrified, dark circles carved under eyes that hadn't seen proper sleep in weeks, hair that had given up on being presentable days ago. This was the face of a woman holding a bomb she didn't know how to defuse. How do I tell them? The question cracked open, desperate and raw. What do I even say? Hey, one of you is going to be a father, but I have no fucking idea which one. And honestly, it might not matter, because this baby is going to have the most complicated family tree in recorded history. You tell them the truth. Nora gripped both my shoulders, forcing me to meet her eyes. Exactly what you just said, word for word. And you let them react however they're going to react. Then you figure it out together. What if they freak out? Then they freak out together while you cry at commercials and develop weird food cravings. Her expression softened a fraction. But those men are obsessed with you. Unhealthily, concerningly obsessed. You think a baby is going to scare them off? Please. I wanted to believe her. Wanted to believe this wouldn't shatter everything we'd built. But standing in that cramped bathroom, 4 positive tests clutched in my trembling hands, all I could feel was the ground disappearing beneath my feet. I was pregnant with a child whose father could be any of 3 men, and I had no idea how to tell them that everything was about to change. Chapter 63. P.O.V. Jasmine. The ultrasound confirmed what the test suggested. Pregnant. Approximately 10 weeks. Heartbeat strong and steady on the grainy screen. I stared at the flickering image, trying to reconcile the tiny blob of pixels with the reality currently colonizing my uterus. The technician pointed out features with practiced enthusiasm. Here's the head, here's the heartbeat, see that flutter? That's your baby, my baby. The words felt foreign, like a language I'd never learned to speak. Everything looks healthy, the doctor said, stripping off her gloves with a snap. Good fetal development for 10 weeks. Strong cardiac activity. She made notes on her clipboard. Do you have any questions? 1,000. Starting with, how do I tell 3 men they might all be the father? No, I heard myself say. No questions. The doctor handed me a strip of ultrasound photos. 4 identical images of the tiny life I'd accidentally created. Evidence. Proof. The beginning of a conversation I had no idea how to start. Back at Liam's villa, I arranged my confession with the precision of someone defusing a bomb. 3 gift boxes from the craft store. 3 pregnancy tests. Different brands, all positive, all damning. 3 ultrasound photos tucked beneath the tests like secrets waiting to detonate. I texted each of them separately. Come to the villa at 7. Important news, please. Liam arrived first, because of course he did. Golden retriever punctuality, already scanning my face for clues. You okay? He reached for my hand. You've been quiet since the cemetery. I'm fine, just wait for the others. Asher came next, still in his suit from the office. He took in the scene, the gift boxes, my too careful posture, and his eyes narrowed. What's going on? Wait for Finn. Finn burst through the door 8 minutes late, trademark grin in place. Sorry, traffic was a nightmare and… He froze. Okay. Why does everyone look like someone died? Sit down. I gestured to the couch. Please. They arranged themselves in a row, Liam on the left, Asher in the middle, Finn on the right. 3 pairs of eyes fixed on me. I have gifts, I said, voice steady despite trembling hands. I distributed the boxes. Open them together. Is this a proposal? Finn joked, shaking his box near his ear. Because traditionally… Finn! Asher's voice cut sharp. Shut up! They complied. Lids lifted simultaneously. Tissue paper rustled. And then, silence. 3 men staring at 3 positive pregnancy tests. Finn figured it out first. His head snapped up, eyes wide. Holy shit, is this what I think it is? I nodded, throat too tight for words. Holy shit! Louder now. He shot to his feet. You're pregnant? Yes. Liam's face transformed. Not shock. Something brighter breaking through, golden and warm and unmistakably hopeful. His eyes found mine, shining with an emotion that made my chest ache. Pregnant, he breathed, like the word itself was a miracle. We're having a baby? Asher said nothing. His jaw tight, body perfectly still, processing in that silent way of his that meant either he was about to explode or shut down completely. His fingers traced the edge of the test, but his expression gave away nothing. Say something, I begged. Please. How far along? Liam asked, already moving toward me, hands reaching for my face like he needed to touch me to believe this was real. 10 weeks. I had an ultrasound today. I pulled the photos from my pocket, spreading them on the coffee table. There's a heartbeat. Everything looks normal. Liam took one of the photos with reverent fingers, staring at the grainy image, like it contained the secrets of the universe. That's our baby, he whispered. Jasmine, that's our baby. And the father, Finn started, running a hand through his hair. His Playboy mask had slipped into something more genuine. Not panic, not fear, just thoughtful acceptance. Could be any of us, right? Yes. The truth tasted like ash. I don't know. Can't know without tests. So one of us is going to be a dad. Finn shrugged, a slow smile spreading across his face. Could be worse. Kid could do a lot worse than having 3 potential fathers who are all obscenely wealthy and devastatingly handsome. This isn't a joke, Finn. Asher finally spoke, his voice rough. Who's joking? Finn raised an eyebrow. I'm stating facts. The kid's going to be fine. Better than fine. He looked at me. You're keeping it? Yes. Then we're keeping it. Simple. Easy. Like the decision cost him nothing. Liam pulled me into his arms, one hand cradling my head against his chest, the other settling protectively over my still flat stomach. I don't care about tests, he murmured against my hair. I don't care whose DNA it is. This baby is ours, all of ours. We figure it out together. Asher remained seated, still holding the pregnancy test, still silent. But when I met his eyes over Liam's shoulder, I saw something flicker there. Not rejection, not anger, just the careful processing of a man whose entire world had shifted and who needed time to rebuild the framework. Asher? My voice came out small. He stood slowly, crossing the distance between us. For a long moment, he just looked at me, at the way Liam held me, at the ultrasound photos scattered across the table, at the 3 positive tests that had detonated our carefully constructed world. Then he nodded. Once, sharp and decisive. We handle it, he said, like we handle everything else. From him, that was a declaration of love. Finn clapped his hands together, breaking the tension. So, who's going to tell my uncle he's going to be a grandfather? Because I vote not me. That man already hates me enough without adding, we'll deal with Jackson later, Liam said firmly. The tension broke, just slightly. Enough for me to breathe. Enough to let the tiniest spark of hope catch fire in my chest. 3 men, 1 baby, infinite complications. But they were choosing me, choosing this, choosing the chaos over walking away. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Then Jackson's voice cut through from the doorway, cold and sharp as a blade. Well, isn't this interesting? Chapter 64. POV. Liam Jackson's presence poisoned the moment before it could become celebration. He stood in the doorway of my villa, uninvited and immaculate in a charcoal suit that cost more than most people's cars. His eyes swept the scene. The ultrasound photos scattered across the coffee table, the pregnancy tests still in their gift boxes, my brothers and me positioned around Jasmine like a protective formation. Well, Jackson stepped inside without asking permission, the way he'd stepped into every room his entire life. Isn't this touching? A family meeting I wasn't invited to. Get out. My voice came out flat and dangerous, surprising even me. I don't think so. He picked up one of the ultrasound photos, examining it with clinical detachment. The same way he'd examined quarterly reports or acquisition targets. A Blackwood heir. This changes everything. It changes nothing. Finn moved to block Jackson's path toward Jasmine. We've already decided. You've decided? Jackson's laugh cut like broken glass. 3 grown men playing house with the same woman, and you've decided something? His gaze swept across us with undisguised contempt. Tell me, which one of you geniuses is the father? Silence. Ah. His smile turned predatory, the expression I'd learned to fear as a child. You don't know? Of course you don't. Because that would require basic planning, which none of you have demonstrated in months. It doesn't matter who, Asher started. It absolutely matters. Jackson tossed the ultrasound photo back onto the table like it was garbage. I want a DNA test, immediately, before this circus goes any further. No. I stepped forward, positioning myself between my father and Jasmine. Every protective instinct I'd ever had roared to life. We're not doing a DNA test. We've agreed that we're all this baby's father, together. Jackson stared at me for a long moment. Then he laughed, a sound utterly devoid of warmth, the kind of laugh that had echoed through my childhood nightmares. 3 daddies. He shook his head slowly. You're actually serious. 3 daddies for 1 bastard child, born to a woman who auctioned her virginity online. He turned to Asher. And you're on board with this? You, the one I thought had a functioning brain? Asher's jaw tightened, but he didn't flinch. We've made our decision. Your decision. Jackson's contempt filled the room like poison gas, seeping into every corner. Let me explain something to you boys, since you've apparently lost all capacity for rational thought. The three of you couldn't keep a company together. Stock crashed 40%. Artists fled. The board nearly removed you. And now you're planning to raise a child. In this arrangement. He gestured at us with disgust, like we were specimens in a failed experiment. You're not a family. You're a joke, a punchline waiting to happen. His voice hardened to steel. Society will eat you alive. The press will crucify you. Every school that child attends, every job application, every relationship they attempt, they'll be the freak with 3 fathers and a mother who sold herself to the highest bidder. That's enough. Jasmine's voice cut through, steady despite the pallor in her cheeks. I'd never loved her more than in that moment, standing up to the man who'd terrorized my entire family for decades. No, I don't think it is. Jackson turned his full attention to her, and I watched his predator's gaze assess her with cold calculation. You've done quite well for yourself, haven't you? Wormed your way into my son's beds, their company, and now you're carrying what might be my grandchild. But understand something. I will not allow the Blackwood name to be dragged through this particular mud. You don't get a vote. My hands had curled into fists without my permission. I get every vote that matters. Jackson's smile was ice and cruelty combined. I'm still the majority shareholder, still the man who can make your careers flourish or disappear, still the one who decides whether this company survives the next quarter. He straightened his cuffs with deliberate precision, a gesture I recognized from 1,000 boardroom power plays. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to get a DNA test. Whoever the biological father is will marry her, properly, legally, in a way that doesn't make us look like degenerates. The other 2 will step back and pretend this polyamorous experiment never happened. His eyes found each of us in turn, delivering the threat with surgical precision. Or I pull my funding, crash the stock, and make sure none of you work in this industry again. You'd destroy your own sons? Finn's voice cracked, and I heard the boy he'd once been, the kid who'd spent his childhood trying to earn approval from a man incapable of giving it. I'd save them from destroying themselves. Jackson moved toward the door. You have 1 week to come to your senses. After that, I stop waiting. He paused at the threshold, looking back at Jasmine with something that might have been grudging respect, or just another form of contempt. You're clever, I'll give you that. But this fantasy you've constructed? He shook his head slowly. It ends. One way or another, it ends. The door closed behind him with a soft click that sounded like a gunshot. Silence filled the space where his contempt had been. I stood frozen, fists still clenched, rage and helplessness warring in my chest. 15 years of building something separate from him. 15 years of trying to prove we didn't need his money, his approval, his poison. And with one conversation, he'd reminded us all exactly how much power he still held. Finn collapsed onto the couch, head in his hands. Asher hadn't moved, but his knuckles had gone white where they gripped the back of a chair. And Jasmine stood in the middle of it all, one hand pressed against her stomach where our baby grew, face pale, but eyes blazing with that fierce light I'd fallen in love with. He can't actually do all that, Finn said, but it sounded like a question. Right? He's bluffing? He's not bluffing. Asher's voice was gravel. He's never bluffed in his life. I crossed to Jasmine, needing to touch her, to ground myself in something real. We don't have to do what he says. We can fight this. She looked up at me, and the determination in her expression made my chest ache. Jasmine's hand trembled against her stomach. He's right about one thing, she said quietly. We can't keep pretending the world will accept this. Something has to change. Chapter 65. POV, Jasmine. The news came 3 days later. Jackson was leaving the city. Board meeting concluded. His assistant informed the brothers via speakerphone, her voice crisp and professional. Mr. Blackwood Sr. has decided to oversee the European expansion personally. He'll be departing tonight. I sat on the couch in Liam's villa, watching relief wash over all three brothers like a physical wave. Finn's shoulders dropped. Asher uncrossed his arms for the first time in hours. Liam let out a breath he'd probably been holding for 3 days. Jackson gone meant safety, freedom, space to plan for the baby without his interference, his threats, his poison seeping into every conversation. Thank fucking God, Finn muttered, collapsing into an armchair. I was starting to think he'd moved into the building permanently, like some kind of corporate vampire. But I watched Liam's face, saw the calculation behind the relief. He knew his father better than anyone, knew that Jackson Blackwood didn't retreat. He repositioned. He's regrouping, Asher said, voicing what we were all thinking. His tone was flat, grumpy, characteristically pessimistic. Planning his next move from a distance where we can't see it coming. Let him plan. My voice came out tired but determined. I pressed a hand against my stomach. Still flat, no visible evidence of the chaos currently reorganizing my entire existence. We have more important things to focus on. She's right. Liam crossed to sit beside me, his hand finding mine with that automatic protectiveness I'd come to rely on. My father's schemes can wait. Right now, we celebrate. Celebrate what? Finn raised an eyebrow. The temporary absence of Satan? The fact that we're going to be parents. Liam's voice warmed, that golden retriever enthusiasm breaking through the tension. All of us, together. That's worth celebrating, don't you think? They threw together a farewell dinner that was actually a celebration. The first genuine celebration in months. Nora arrived with 2 bottles of champagne and 1 bottle of sparkling cider. For the pregnant lady, she announced, pressing the cider into my hands. Because someone has to stay sober enough to remember whatever embarrassing shit these 3 do tonight. You're assuming I need alcohol to be embarrassing, Finn said, already reaching for a champagne flute. That's insulting, honestly. Boy, you're embarrassing stone cold sober. Nora shot back. The alcohol just gives you an excuse. Leo showed up an hour later with flowers for me. Sunflowers, my favorite. Wrapped in brown paper, like he'd picked them up from a street vendor on his way over. Thought you could use something bright, he said, pulling me into a hug that lasted longer than usual. You know, given everything. Thank you. I buried my face in his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of my brother. He smelled like hay and horses now, evidence of his time at the farm, the life he'd built away from me. But he was here. That mattered more than anything. The evening unfolded in warmth and laughter. Nora and Finn got into a drinking game that ended with both of them attempting to teach Leo how to salsa dance in the living room. Asher watched from the corner, nursing a single whiskey, his expression hovering somewhere between exasperated and secretly amused. And Liam stayed close to me all night, refilling my cider, bringing me food, making sure I had a comfortable seat, attentive without being suffocating, present without demanding attention. For one evening, the storm clouds parted. No Jackson, no ultimatums, no impossible choices looming on the horizon, just family, the strange, unconventional, imperfect family we were building together. Later, after the others had gone, and the villa had settled into peaceful quiet, I found myself alone with Liam on the balcony. The city spread out below us, glittering with a million lights, indifferent to the complicated lives being lived in its shadow. My hand drifted to my stomach again. I couldn't seem to stop touching it, checking, confirming that this was real. I want to do a DNA test, I said quietly. Liam turned to look at me, surprise flickering across his features. I thought we agreed it doesn't matter. I know what we agreed. I met his eyes, forcing myself to hold the contact. But I need to know, for medical history, for the baby's records, for my own peace of mind. I paused, searching for words that wouldn't sound like doubt. It's not about choosing one of you over the others. It's about having information, about not building our entire future on a question mark. Liam was quiet for a long moment, The breeze stirred his hair, and I watched him process. Watched him fight whatever instinct was telling him that knowing might change things. "Then we'll do one," he said finally. "And if it's not yours?" The question I'd been afraid to ask, finally spoken aloud. "If the baby belongs to Asher or Finn?" Liam cupped my face with both hands, tilting my chin up so I couldn't look away. His green eyes were steady, certain, blazing with something that made my chest ache. "Then I'll be the best uncle in the world while still being a father," he said. "Biology doesn't determine love, Jasmine. Choice does. I chose you. I chose this. Some test result doesn't change that." "You mean that?" "I've never meant anything more." He pressed his forehead against mine. "Whoever's DNA that baby carries, they're going to have 3 men who love them completely. 3 men who will show up, protect them, teach them, embarrass them at school events. The test just tells us whose genes they got. It doesn't tell us who their family is." I felt tears prick my eyes. Hormones, probably, but also something deeper. This man, with his relentless optimism and his fierce protective love, choosing me again and again. "The others might not feel the same way," I whispered. "They will." Absolute certainty in his voice. "Finn jokes about everything, but he's already picked out baby names. Don't tell him I told you. And Asher's been researching pediatricians for a week. They're all in, Jasmine. The test won't change that." I kissed him then, soft, grateful, full of emotions I couldn't quite name. He pulled me close, careful of my stomach, even though there was nothing to be careful of yet, and held me like I was something precious. The next morning, we scheduled the DNA test for all 3 brothers. Cheek swabs sent to a private lab. Discretion guaranteed. Results expected within a week. 7 days to discover which of them shared blood with the child growing inside me. Chapter 66. P.O.V. Jasmine. The envelope arrived by courier. Thick manila paper containing answers that would reshape our family forever. I held it in both hands, feeling the weight of it. Not heavy physically, but loaded with the kind of significance that made my fingers tremble. 7 days of waiting. 7 days of pretending the results didn't matter, while secretly obsessing over every possibility. Now the answers were here, and I wasn't sure I wanted them anymore. We gathered in Liam's living room. All 3 brothers arranged around the coffee table like generals awaiting battle reports. The anxiety in the room was so thick I could practically taste it, metallic and sharp on my tongue. Nora had wanted to come, had texted 17 times offering moral support, snacks, and someone to hold back whoever loses their shit first. But I needed to do this with just them. Just family. "Whatever's in here doesn't change anything," Finn said, trying for his usual lightness and falling spectacularly short. His leg bounced with nervous energy, foot tapping an erratic rhythm against the hardwood floor. "We already agreed. 3 dads, 1 kid. Very modern family arrangement." "Then why do you look like you're about to puke?" Liam asked. "Sympathy morning sickness? It's a thing. I read about it." "Just open it," Asher muttered from his position against the far wall. Arms crossed, jaw tight, radiating tension like a reactor approaching meltdown. He'd positioned himself near the door, like a man planning his exit. I took a breath, slid my finger under the seal, tore. The paper inside was clinical, covered in medical jargon and official letterhead. I scanned past the methodology section, past the sample identification numbers, past the technical explanation of DNA markers, found the conclusion. "Liam!" My voice came out strange. "It's Liam, 99.98% probability." Finn exploded off the couch, grabbing Liam in a bear hug that nearly sent them both crashing into the coffee table. "You dog!" Finn was laughing, pounding Liam's back. "Your swimmers won, out of all of us. Please stop talking about my swimmers." But Liam was grinning, that golden retriever joy breaking through. His eyes found mine, bright with emotion. "We're having a baby!" "We already knew that," I pointed out. "Yeah, but now it's official." He crossed to me, pulling me into his arms. Our baby, officially. Finn was still celebrating, doing a ridiculous victory dance. Uncle Finn is going to be the cool one, just so everyone knows. Calling dibs right now. But I wasn't watching Finn's celebration. I was watching Asher. His shoulders dropped, not with disappointment, with relief. Visible, unmistakable relief that flooded his features before he could mask it. Thank God, he muttered. The words landed like a grenade. What? My voice sharpened. The room went silent. Nothing. Asher's mask slammed back into place. Congratulations, both of you. That didn't sound like nothing. I stepped away from Liam, moving toward Asher. That sounded like you're happy it's not yours. Jasmine, Liam started. No. I held up a hand, eyes locked on Asher. Say it. Whatever you're thinking, say it to my face. Asher's jaw worked. Finn's celebration died mid-breath. Fine. Asher met my gaze with cold precision. I'm relieved. I didn't want to be the father. I'm not ready for a child. I don't want a child. He gestured at the four of us. And this was never a family to me. The words hit like physical blows. I took a step back. What are you talking about? Finn's voice cracked. We agreed. You agreed. Liam agreed. Asher's control cracked, something raw bleeding through. I went along with it because the alternative was losing access to the company, to her. His eyes found mine. But I never signed up for fatherhood. I never wanted this domestic fantasy you've all been constructing. We've been fucking. Asher cut me off, brutal and precise. That's what we've been doing, Jasmine. You and me? We were good in bed. That's it. That's all it ever was. Liam moved forward, fists clenched. Watch your mouth. Or what? Asher turned on his brother with 15 years of suppressed resentment. You'll defend her honor? Play the golden retriever hero like always? He laughed bitterly. This is exactly what Jackson said would happen. We couldn't keep a company together, and we thought we could raise a child. In this arrangement. You're agreeing with Dad now? Finn's voice pitched high with disbelief. I'm agreeing with reality. Asher grabbed his jacket from the chair. 3 fathers, 1 mother, 1 baby nobody planned for. The press will crucify us. Society will eat that kid alive. And for what? So we can pretend we've built something that actually works? It does work, I started. Does it? Asher spun back to face me. When's the last time you and I were alone together? When's the last time we even touched? Since my father arrived, you've been glued to Liam, sleeping in his bed, making plans with him. His voice turned bitter. I was already the third wheel. This just made it official. That's not true. It's absolutely true. You love him. Asher pointed at Liam. You have fun with him. He gestured at Finn. And me? I was convenient, available, good for stress relief when the other 2 were busy. Asher, that's not... I'm done. He pulled on his jacket with sharp, angry movements. I'm glad I'm not the father. I'm glad I don't have to pretend this circus is something I want. And I'm taking the London position, effective immediately. He was at the door before anyone could move. If you walk out that door, Liam's voice came low and dangerous. What? I'm out of the family? Asher's laugh was hollow. There is no family, Liam. There never was. There were 3 men fucking the same woman and calling it something romantic. Jackson was right. It's a shameful arrangement. It's always been a shameful arrangement. The door slammed behind him. Silence swallowed the room. I stood motionless, one hand pressed against my stomach. The DNA results crumpled in my other fist. Finn had gone pale. Liam looked like he wanted to put his fist through a wall. He didn't mean it, Finn said finally, weakly. He's just scared. He meant every word. My voice came out flat, dead. I was just a convenient fuck to him. That's all I ever was. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out with numb fingers. A text from Asher, already sent from a car heading toward the airport. Don't contact me. The screen blurred. I couldn't tell if it was tears or shock or just the world finally showing me what I should have seen all along. Chapter 67. POV. Liam Asher walked through the door at dawn, and I knew immediately something had shattered. He smelled like whiskey and regret. That particular combination of expensive alcohol and sleepless hours that clung to a man who'd spent the night drowning in his own thoughts. His jacket was wrinkled. His tie was gone. The careful control he wore like armor had cracked wide open, leaving something raw and wounded underneath. I'd been waiting up all night. Jasmine had finally fallen asleep around 3, exhausted from crying, and I'd slipped out to the living room to pace and worry and imagine every terrible scenario my brain could manufacture. "Where were you?" The words came out sharper than I intended. Asher stopped in the entryway. Didn't look at me. Thinking. Thinking. I crossed my arms. "You walked out on your family, told the woman we love that she meant nothing to you, and then disappeared for 12 hours to think?" "About what this means." His voice was rough, stripped of its usual precision. "About what I'm doing with my life. About whether any of this is actually what I want, or just what I fell into because I didn't know how to say no." The honesty caught me off guard. Asher didn't do vulnerable. Asher did controlled and competent and quietly resentful. This version, this broken, whiskey-soaked version, was someone I barely recognized. "Come here." I guided him toward the couch, my hand on his shoulder. He didn't resist. "Sit down, I'll make coffee." He sank into the cushions like a man who'd forgotten how to hold himself upright. I moved to the kitchen, started the coffee maker, watched him through the pass-through window while the machine gurgled and hissed. When I came back with 2 mugs, Asher was staring at his hands like they belonged to someone else. "Talk to me," I said, settling into the armchair across from him. "Whatever it is, we can figure it out together." "That's the problem." He took the coffee but didn't drink it. Just wrapped his hands around the mug like he needed the warmth. "That's always the problem. Together, we figure it out together. We handle it together. We're a family together." His laugh was hollow. "Except I've never actually been part of that family. I've just been standing next to it." "Asher, that's not—" "I've spent my entire life in your shadow." The words came out quiet, defeated. "You're the golden boy, Liam, the one everyone loves. The one people gravitate toward at parties. The one Dad actually respects, even when he's being cruel about it." He finally looked at me, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm just the spare. The grumpy one. The one nobody chooses first." "That's not true." "It is true, and we both know it." He cut me off with a sharpness that felt like a slap. "Jasmine chose you, not me, not Finn. You. The baby is yours. Even Finn, who's technically not our brother, who came into this family as an outsider, gets more attention than I do because he's charming and fun, and people actually enjoy being around him." His jaw worked. "What am I? The logistics guy? The one who handles problems so you don't have to? The one who cleans up messes and balances budgets and makes sure everything runs smoothly while you get to be the hero?" The words hit somewhere deep and vulnerable, because there was truth in them. Ugly, uncomfortable truth I'd never wanted to examine. I had always been the face of the family. The one teachers praised. The one girls noticed. The one Dad compared Asher to when he wanted to make a point about disappointment. I'd never thought about what that felt like from the other side. "I love you," I said, and my voice cracked on the words. "We all do. You're not a spare, Asher. You're my brother." "I know you love me." He stared at his coffee like it contained answers. But love isn't the same as being seen. Love isn't the same as being chosen. You can love someone and still take them for granted. Still assume they'll always be there, handling things, holding it together, because that's just what they do. He exhaled slowly. "I'm tired, Liam. I'm tired of being reliable. I'm tired of being the responsible one. I'm tired of watching everyone else live their lives while I manage the logistics of their happiness." "What do you need?" I leaned forward, desperate to fix this. "Tell me what you need, and I'll make it happen. We can restructure the company, give you more visibility, make sure people understand. That's not. He stopped, closed his eyes. You're doing it again, trying to fix it, trying to solve the problem so everything goes back to normal. When he opened his eyes, they were hollow. I don't want you to fix it. I need space. From the company, from this house, from the constant reminder that I'm support staff in my own family. Space. The word tasted like fear. What kind of space? There's an opportunity to manage our London branch. Asher's voice steadied, like he'd rehearsed this part. Real leadership. A chance to build something that's actually mine, instead of just maintaining what you've built. London. My chest tightened. Asher, that's across an ocean. That's not space. That's. Finn's been offered Singapore. The words landed like a punch. What? We've been talking about it. Asher finally met my eyes. Separately from you, because you've been focused on Jasmine, on the baby, on building your perfect little family, while we figured out where we fit in that picture. His jaw tightened. Turns out we don't fit. Not the way we used to. You've been planning to leave. I couldn't keep the betrayal out of my voice. Both of you, behind my back. We've been considering our options. That's not the same thing. It feels like the same thing. I stood, pacing, because sitting still felt impossible. It feels like my brothers have been plotting an exit strategy while I thought we were building something together. We were building something together. Asher stood too, facing me with exhaustion and honesty warring in his expression. But the foundation was always you, Liam. Your vision, your company, your relationship that we got to participate in. At some point, Finn and I realized we were guests in your life instead of partners in our own. That's not fair. Maybe not, but it's true. He set down the coffee mug with careful precision. I think we both need to go. Finn and me, not forever. Just long enough to figure out who we are when we're not standing in your light. The silence stretched between us, heavy with everything we'd never said. My brothers were leaving. Both of them. And I hadn't even seen it coming. What am I supposed to tell Jasmine? My voice came out broken. Tell her the truth. Asher moved toward the hallway, toward the room where he'd pack his bags. Tell her we love her. Tell her this isn't about her. He paused at the doorway, not looking back. And tell her I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. I was scared, and I handled it badly. Then he was gone, and I stood alone in the living room, watching the sun rise over a family that was falling apart. Chapter 68. P.O.V. Jasmine. The press had been relentless since the trial victory, but the pregnancy added fuel to their fire. Blackwood brothers' shared girlfriend pregnant, screamed the headline on my phone screen. I scrolled past it to the next one. Who's the daddy? Demanded another, with tabloid glee, complete with side-by-side photos of all three brothers, like some twisted game show lineup. My favorite was the one that called me a modern polyamorous pioneer, like I'd set out to revolutionize dating, instead of just falling in love with three men who happened to be brothers. I walked into Cadence Records with my shoulders back and my head high, because fuck them. Fuck all of them. The whisper started before I made it past reception. Did you see the post this morning? I heard she doesn't even know which one. Can you imagine? 3 brothers? At the same time? Different whispers than before. No longer accusations of sleeping my way to success. Those had died when the trial proved Adeline's sabotage. Now it was speculation about my unconventional family arrangement, like my uterus was public property up for debate. I made it to my desk without incident, but the victory was short-lived. Linda Chen from HR appeared at my door, before I'd even turned on my computer, wearing that particular expression of manufactured concern that meant nothing good. Jasmine, do you have a moment? I have several. Come in. She settled into the chair across from my desk, smoothing her pencil skirt with practiced precision. I wanted to check in about your situation. My situation. The pregnancy. Linda's smile didn't reach her eyes. We're all so happy for you, of course, but given the circumstances, the board has some concerns about your workload. My workload is fine. You should take maternity leave early. The suggestion came wrapped in false sympathy. For the baby's health. I'm 10 weeks pregnant, not dying. Still, the stress of the work environment. Linda gestured vaguely at the glass walls, at the office beyond where people were definitely still watching us. The media attention, the speculation. It can't be good for the baby. The only stress is this conversation. Linda's smile flickered. I'm just trying to help. No, you're trying to remove me quietly, so the board doesn't have to deal with the PR headache of a pregnant woman whose personal life makes them uncomfortable. I leaned forward. I know my rights, Linda. I know exactly what constitutes pregnancy discrimination. And I have 3 very motivated lawyers who would love nothing more than to add another lawsuit to our recent legal victories. The silence stretched between us like a wire about to snap. I'll let the board know you're feeling well, Linda said finally, standing. But if you change your mind about leave, I won't. She left without another word. The brothers had circled protectively since the pregnancy announcement, but I could feel the distance growing between them like cracks spreading through ice. Asher threw himself into work with grim determination, arriving before dawn and leaving after midnight. We'd barely spoken since the DNA results. Since he'd called me a convenient fuck and walked out. He'd apologized through Liam, too cowardly to face me directly, but the words still lived under my skin like splinters. Finn's jokes had an edge of desperation now, the humor sharp enough to draw blood. He'd make some quip about baby names or nursery colors, and his eyes would go hollow halfway through, like even he didn't believe the performance anymore. Only Liam remained steady, but the weight of carrying everyone was clearly wearing on him. I caught him staring into space during meetings, saw the exhaustion he tried to hide behind his golden retriever smile. He was holding the family together through sheer force of will, and the cracks were starting to show. At lunch, Nora materialized at my desk like she'd been summoned by my misery. Conference room, now. I brought tacos and truth bombs. I followed her to the small meeting room on the 3rd floor, the one with no windows where people went to cry or have affairs. She'd already spread out food from my favorite truck, but her expression said this wasn't a social call. You look like shit, she announced, sliding a container toward me. Thanks. Very supportive. I'm serious. Nora crossed her arms, fixing me with that fierce stare that had intimidated opposing counsel into settlements. You're letting this happen to you. The whispers, the HR ambush, all of it. You're just taking it. What am I supposed to do? Fight everyone individually? You need to address this. The office rumors, the brothers pulling apart, all of it. She jabbed a finger at me. Silence is letting everyone else control your narrative. You're the victim of your own story right now, and that's not the Jasmine I know. The Jasmine you know is exhausted and pregnant, and watching her family fall apart in slow motion. Then fix it. Nora's voice softened slightly. You've survived worse than this. Foster care, Leo's debt, that psycho Adeline trying to destroy your career. You didn't let any of that break you. This is different. How? Because this time I actually have something to lose. The words came out raw. Before, I was fighting for survival. Now I'm fighting for a life I actually want, and that's terrifying. Nora reached across the table and grabbed my hand. Then fight harder. Stop letting the press write your story. Stop letting HR push you around. Stop waiting for the brothers to figure their shit out. She squeezed once, hard. Own your narrative before someone else steals it. What am I supposed to say? Yes, I'm pregnant by one of 3 men who all consider themselves the father, and no, we don't think that's weird? Actually, yes. Nora's expression went fierce. Exactly that. Say it loud, say it proud, and watch everyone choke on their own judgment. I stared at her, something shifting in my chest. She was right. She was absolutely right, and I'd been too tired to see it. That evening, I found Liam in the living room, staring at his laptop without really seeing it. The sunset painted everything gold, and he looked beautiful and broken and mine. Hey! I settled onto the couch beside him. I need to talk to you about something. He closed the laptop immediately, giving me his full attention. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Something's right, actually. I took a breath. I want to give an interview. Tell our side. All of it. The scandal, Adeline, the pregnancy, everything. His eyebrows rose. An interview? Nora's right. We've been letting everyone else control the story. I reached for his hand. But I want to do it with just you. Chapter 69. POV. Jasmine. The conversation with Liam stretched into the night, harder than any discussion we'd ever had. We sat facing each other on the couch, knees almost touching, the space between us charged with everything about to change. The lamp cast shadows across his face, highlighting the tension in his jaw, the worry lines that had deepened over the past weeks. Just us. His voice was careful, like he was handling something fragile. What about Asher and Finn? They're leaving, you heard them, London and Singapore. I swallowed hard against the ache in my throat. And I think that might be right, for them, for us. Jasmine, listen to me. I grabbed his hands, forced him to meet my eyes. His fingers were warm, steady, the hands that had held me through every crisis since this started. I love all three of you. That hasn't changed. But this... I touched my stomach, felt the slight curve that was already beginning to show. This changes everything. A baby needs stability, consistency, and I've been thinking about what kind of family I actually want to build. The words hung between us, heavy with implication. Liam's expression shifted, something between hope and heartbreak warring across his features. His grip tightened on my hands. You're choosing, he said slowly, each word landing like a stone in still water. You're choosing me. I'm choosing what's best for our child, a child who happens to be biologically yours. I paused, steadied my breath. If that means letting Asher and Finn find their own paths, maybe that's not abandonment. Maybe it's giving everyone permission to grow. Permission to grow. He pulled one hand free, ran it through his hair in that gesture I knew so well. The one that meant he was processing something too big for easy words. You make it sound simple. It's not simple. Nothing about this has ever been simple. Then why does it feel like you've already decided? Because I have. I held his gaze, refusing to look away. I've spent my whole life reacting to other people's choices. Foster care, Leo's debt, Adelin's sabotage. I survived by adapting, by making the best of whatever got thrown at me. But this? I pressed my palm flat against my stomach. This is the first time I get to choose what I'm building, instead of just surviving what someone else destroyed. Liam was quiet for a long time. The clock on the wall ticked through seconds that felt like hours. Outside, the city hummed with life that didn't care about the earthquake happening in this room. This wasn't supposed to be how it ended. His voice cracked on the last word. The four of us, we were supposed to figure it out together. We did figure it out. I reached for his face, cupped his jaw, felt the stubble rough against my palm. And the answer is that we all need different things now. I kissed him softly, tasting salt. His tears or mine, I couldn't tell anymore. But you and me? We need each other, and this baby needs both of us. What about what I need? The question came out raw. What if I need my brothers? What if I need this family we built, all of it, even the messy parts? Then you fight for it. Call them. Tell them what you told me about being guests in your life, and prove them wrong. I pulled back enough to see his face clearly. But don't ask me to pretend that nothing has to change. Don't ask me to raise a child in chaos because we're all too scared to admit the truth. What truth? That this was always going to narrow. The words hurt coming out, but they were true. 4 people, 1 relationship, 1 baby. Something had to give. I'm not choosing to exclude Asher and Finn. I'm choosing to stop pretending we can all have everything we want without anyone making sacrifices. Liam exhaled, a sound that carried the weight of every impossible decision we'd faced together. And if they hate us for this, if they never forgive us for letting them go, then we live with that. We raise our child knowing we did what we thought was right, even when it was hard. I took his hands again, threaded our fingers together. I'd rather make a choice I can defend than drift into something that destroys all of us. The silence stretched again, but it was different now, less brittle, more like the quiet after a storm passes. You really think they'll be okay? Liam asked finally. Out there, alone? I think they'll be themselves for the first time in years. Not your brothers, not part of the package deal, just Asher, just Finn. I smiled, though it wavered at the edges. Maybe that's the gift we give them, space to figure out who they are when they're not standing in your shadow. Asher's words. Liam closed his eyes, and I watched the decision settle over him like armor clicking into place. When he opened them again, the golden retriever warmth was back, tempered now with something sharper, something that looked like resolve. Okay, you and me, this baby, whatever comes next. He kissed my forehead, my cheeks, the corner of my mouth. I'm scared as hell, but I'm in, all the way. The relief that flooded through me was staggering. I hadn't realized how much I'd been bracing for him to fight me, to insist we could make the impossible work through sheer stubborn optimism. Instead, he was choosing reality, choosing us. I'll give the interview with you, I said, the words coming easier now. We'll tell our story, the truth about how we fell in love, about the family we're building, and we'll let Asher and Finn write their own endings. Liam nodded slowly, pulling me against his chest until I could hear his heartbeat steady beneath my ear. Their own endings, he repeated softly. I hope they find happy ones. They will. I closed my eyes, let his warmth surround me. They're Blackwoods. You don't know how to do anything halfway. His laugh was quiet, broken around the edges, but real. And in that moment, holding each other in the wreckage of what we'd been, I finally believed we might survive what we were becoming. Chapter 70. O.V. Jasmine. The interview was carefully staged. Neutral setting, sympathetic journalist, questions vetted in advance. I sat on a cream-colored couch in a rented studio space, Liam's hand warm in mine, bright lights turning everything sharp-edged and hyper-real. The journalist, Catherine Walsh, who'd built her career on humanizing public figures after Scandal, smiled with practiced warmth that probably took years to perfect. We'd chosen her specifically. She had a reputation for fair coverage, for letting subjects tell their own stories. That's what we needed, a chance to rewrite the headlines on our own terms. Whenever you're ready, she said, and the cameras started rolling. Tell us about your relationship. She leaned forward, with what looked like genuine curiosity. How did it start? I told the story, edited for public consumption, but essentially true. I was hired at Cadence Records as an assistant. Liam was my boss. I kept my voice steady, measured. I knew from the beginning that anything personal would be complicated, but attraction doesn't follow professional guidelines. It grew despite every reason it shouldn't. There was a scandal, Catherine prompted gently. Photos leaked, accusations of impropriety. A former employee named Adeline orchestrated the leak. I squeezed Liam's hand, felt him squeeze back. She wanted to destroy my reputation, and she nearly succeeded. But the scandal ultimately proved our commitment to each other. When everything fell apart publicly, Liam stood by me. He didn't hide. He didn't run. Neither did she, Liam added, that golden retriever sincerity making every word land like it meant something. Jasmine could have walked away, could have protected herself by distancing from the company, from me. Instead, she fought back. We fought back together. Catherine nodded, making notes on her tablet. And the pregnancy? There's been considerable speculation about the father's identity. Liam is the father. My voice came out clear, steady. No room for interpretation. We have DNA confirmation. And we're building a family together, a traditional family, despite our unconventional beginning. Traditional. The word felt strange in my mouth, like wearing someone else's clothes. But this was the narrative we'd chosen, the story that would give our child the best chance at a normal life. What about the other brothers? Catherine's eyes sharpened slightly, the first hint of the harder questions we'd prepared for. There were rumors that all three of you were involved romantically. Liam's grip tightened on my hand. We'd rehearsed this part, had argued about the exact wording until 3 in the morning, pacing the living room like lawyers preparing closing arguments. My brothers are pursuing opportunities abroad, he said smoothly. Asher's taking over our London branch. Finn's expanding our presence in Asia. Our family dynamic has evolved, as families do. So the rumors about a polyamorous relationship were exaggerated by tabloids looking for a scandal. I kept my expression open, sincere, nothing to hide. The truth is simpler. 2 people fell in love during a difficult time. We made mistakes. We faced consequences. And now we're building something real. Catherine studied us for a long moment. I wondered if she could see through the careful construction, if she recognized the gaps in our story, the people we weren't mentioning, the history we were rewriting in real time. But she moved on, professional to the end. The interview continued for another 40 minutes. Questions about Adeline's lawsuit and the satisfying verdict that had vindicated us publicly, about the future of Cadence Records under our leadership, about wedding plans that didn't exist yet and baby names we hadn't chosen. By the end, we'd constructed a narrative of redemption and new beginnings. The scandalous assistant and the CEO who chose love over reputation. A story the public could root for because it followed all the familiar beats. When the cameras stopped rolling, Catherine shook our hands with what seemed like genuine warmth. "That was lovely," she said. "Honest, relatable. People are going to respond well to this." I smiled and thanked her, and tried not to think about the people who wouldn't respond well. The people we hadn't warned. The people we'd written out of the story entirely. The interview aired 2 days later. I watched it with Liam in our living room, his arm around my shoulders, the glow of the television casting blue shadows across the walls. On screen, we looked polished and in love and completely believable. The editing was kind. They'd cut the moments where I'd stumbled over words, where Liam's smile had gone tight with the effort of lying by omission. The response was surprisingly positive. Social media filled with comments about second chances and true love conquering scandal. The hashtag Blackwood Redemption trended for 6 hours. Entertainment news ran segments about our fairy tale ending. The public loved a good redemption story. My journey from scandal to stability fit the template perfectly. "We did it," Liam said quietly, pulling me closer. "We actually did it." "Yeah." I watched our faces on screen, frozen in a promotional image. 2 people building something real. We did. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. I reached for it absently, expecting Nora with a congratulatory text, or Leo checking in on his pregnant sister. Instead, Finn's name glowed on the screen. My stomach dropped. 4 words, no emoji, no follow-up. Just that flat statement sitting on my screen like a grenade with the pin already pulled. I watched the interview. Chapter 71. POV. Jasmine Finn didn't knock. Just walked into Liam's villa like he still belonged there. Like he hadn't just been erased from the official narrative of their lives. The sound of the door slamming echoed through the kitchen, where Liam and I were celebrating the interview's positive reception with sparkling cider. We'd been laughing about something. I can't even remember what now. Something stupid and light and meaningless. Our smiles died the moment we saw his face. He looked like someone had reached into his chest and rearranged everything inside. His usual easy grin was gone, replaced by something I'd never seen on Finn before. Cold, calculated fury, barely contained beneath a mask of eerie calm. Finn, I started, setting down my glass with trembling fingers. When were you going to tell me? His voice was quiet, controlled, nothing like his usual playfulness. The absence of warmth in his tone made my stomach drop through the floor. Before or after, the whole world saw you pretending I don't exist. It wasn't like that, Liam said, stepping forward with his hands raised in that placating way he had. The golden retriever trying to calm a storm. The network had specific requirements for the segment, and we had to make split-second decisions about, no? Finn stepped closer, and I could see his hands shaking to his sides. Then what was it like? Because from where I'm standing, it looked like you two decided to rewrite our entire relationship without bothering to include me in the conversation. I watched it, sat in my apartment like an idiot, excited to see how we'd handle the media together. And then there I was, not handling anything, because I wasn't even mentioned. We didn't have time to. Bullshit. The word cracked like a whip, making both of us flinch. I'd heard Finn angry before, but never like this. Never with this brittle edge that suggested something fundamental was breaking inside him. You had time to coordinate outfits, time to prep talking points, time to practice your fucking sound bites about your beautiful unconventional love story. But you didn't have 5 minutes to call me? To say, hey Finn, we're about to publicly deny everything we built together. You okay with that? My eyes were wet before I could stop them. The tears came hot and fast because he was right. God, he was so right, and I couldn't even defend myself properly. I'm sorry, you're right. We should have told you. I should have fought harder to include you, should have demanded that they acknowledge all of us or none of us. I made the wrong call, and I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it. Finn laughed, and the sound was hollow and broken, nothing like the bright warmth that usually spilled out of him. He ran a hand through his hair, that nervous gesture I knew so well, and when he looked at me again, I saw something shatter behind his eyes. You know what the worst part is? I actually believed it. The 3 of us, the 4 of us, whatever the fuck we were calling it. I believed we were building something real, something that would last. We were. Liam tried, his voice cracking with desperation. Were we? Because Asher told me the truth. Finn's voice cracked on his cousin's name. Said you were just sex to him, just convenience. A warm body to pass the time until the real relationship solidified. He looked between us, and I watched his composure fracture piece by piece. Is that what I was too? A warm body? A good time until the baby came and you needed to look respectable for the cameras? No. I reached for him, closing the distance between us, even though everything in his posture screamed, don't touch me. My hand found his arm, and he flinched but didn't pull away. Finn, no. I loved you. I still love you. That was never a lie, not for a single second. But you love him more. Finn looked at Liam over my shoulder, and the resignation in his eyes was worse than anger would have been. Anger I could have fought. This quiet acceptance was devastating. You've always loved him more. I was just too stupid to see it. Too busy playing the charming third wheel to notice I was never really in the race. Silence stretched between us like a living thing. I wanted to deny it. Wanted to tell him he was wrong, that I loved all of them equally, that my heart had somehow expanded to hold 3 men without ranking them. But I couldn't, because some part of what he was saying was true, and Finn had always been able to see through my bullshit. Liam wouldn't lie for me either. He stood there, jaw tight, eyes wet, unable to offer the reassurance Finn needed because we'd all agreed. No more lies. No more convenient omissions. I'm happy for you, Finn finally said, and there was no anger left in his voice, just exhaustion. Bone-deep weariness that made him look older than I'd ever seen him. Really, you two deserve each other, deserve the fairy tale you're building, the beautiful house, the perfect babies, the media-approved love story. Finn, please! I stepped toward him again, but he was already retreating, putting distance between us like he couldn't bear to be close anymore. I just wish you'd been honest with me. He backed toward the door, and each step felt like watching someone walk out of my life in slow motion. I wish someone had told me I was temporary before I started planning for permanent. Before I started imagining what our kids would look like. What holidays would feel like with all of us together. What growing old with you might mean. My heart cracked clean down the middle. I'd done this. We'd done this. In trying to protect our image, we destroyed something precious. You were never temporary to me, I whispered, but the words felt inadequate, meaningless against the weight of what we'd done. Finn's smile was sad and small, nothing like the megawatt grin that had made me fall for him in the first place. Yeah, well, actions speak louder than words, Bunny, and your actions told the whole world exactly where I stand. The doorbell rang. Finn turned, his hand on the knob, ready to escape. But when he opened it, he froze. Asher stood on the threshold, suitcase in hand, looking like he'd driven through the night to get here. His usual gruff composure was cracked, something raw and desperate bleeding through. I came for you, Asher said quietly, his voice rough with emotion I'd never heard from him before. You shouldn't be alone, right now. Chapter 72. POV. Asher had called Finn the moment the interview ended, had heard the devastation in his cousin's voice, and known what he needed to do. He'd packed a bag without thinking, drove to Liam's villa and waited in the car, watching through the windows as Finn confronted them. Watched his cousin's shoulders shake, watched Jasmine reach for him and Finn pull away. Then he'd rung the doorbell and collected the wreckage. Now they sat in Asher's half-packed apartment, whiskey between them, the debris of their shared delusion spread across the coffee table like shrapnel from an explosion neither of them had seen coming. Moving boxes lined the walls, his escape route already in progress before tonight's disaster accelerated the timeline. Finn hadn't spoken since they'd arrived, just sat on the leather couch, staring at nothing, nursing a glass he'd barely touched. The silence was heavy, but Asher didn't rush it. Some wounds needed space before they could bleed properly. You knew, Finn said finally, his voice hoarse. Before the DNA test, you already knew you were leaving. Asher didn't flinch from the accusation, didn't offer excuses or deflections. That wasn't who he was, and Finn deserved better than comfortable lies. I knew I wanted to leave. He stared at his glass, watching the amber liquid catch the city lights bleeding through the windows. I told you what I told them. Jasmine was never real for me. The sex was real. The escape was real. But love? He shook his head slowly. I don't think I'm capable of it. Not the way Liam is. Not the way you are. Finn laughed, and the sound was bitter enough to curdle milk. So I was the only idiot who actually fell for her. The only fool who thought we were building something that mattered. You're not an idiot. You're optimistic. There's a difference. Asher almost smiled, a rare enough occurrence that Finn actually looked up. Liam's the same way. Golden retrievers, both of you. Always believing people are better than they are. Always assuming the best outcome is the likely one. And you're what? The realist who saw through it all from the beginning? The wise cynic who knew better than to get attached? I'm the coward who went along because fighting was too hard. Asher met his eyes, letting Finn see the self-loathing he usually kept buried beneath layers of professional detachment. I saw what was happening, saw how Jasmine looked at Liam differently than she looked at us, saw the hierarchy forming, the rankings she probably didn't even realize she was making, and instead of saying something, instead of demanding honesty, I just stayed, took what I could get until I couldn't anymore. He took a long drink, letting the whiskey burn. I'm not proud of it, but I'm done pretending. Done playing a role in someone else's love story. They drank in silence for a while. The city glittered beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, millions of lives unfolding in those lights, completely indifferent to two men sitting in a half-empty apartment, trying to make sense of their pain. Come with me, Asher said finally. Finn's head snapped up. What? Singapore's too far, I get that. Too permanent, too final. Asher leaned forward, elbows on his knees, the closest to earnest he'd been in years. But Asia's big. Lots of opportunities for someone with your ear for music. The industry there is exploding. K-pop, J-pop, emerging markets that haven't been colonized by the major labels yet. You could build something real, something that's actually yours. You want me to run away? Finn's voice was flat, but Asher caught the flicker of something beneath. Interest, maybe. Hope trying to survive. I want you to choose yourself for once. Asher's voice hardened with conviction. When's the last time you did something because you wanted to? Not because Liam needed you or Jasmine wanted you or the company demanded it? When's the last time you made a decision that was purely, selfishly, about what Finn wanted? Finn opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. His brow furrowed as he searched his memory, coming up empty. The realization played across his face, like watching someone discover a wound they hadn't known they were carrying. That's what I thought, Asher said quietly. You've spent your whole life being the charming one, the easy one, the one who goes along to keep the peace. And where did it get you? Erased from a television interview like you never existed. Watching the woman you love hold hands with your brother while pretending you're nobody. That's harsh. It's true. And you deserve someone who tells you the truth, even when it's ugly. Asher refilled both their glasses. London first. I get the branch running, stabilize operations, prove to the board that the expansion wasn't a mistake. You take some time, decompress, figure out what you actually want when you're not performing for anyone else. Finn was quiet, processing. Asher could see the war happening behind his eyes. The optimistic part that still believed in reconciliation, fighting against the wounded part that had finally learned self-preservation. Then Asia, Asher continued. Tokyo has an incredible music scene. Seoul's the epicenter of the new wave. Singapore, Hong Kong, Bangkok, wherever the music takes you. I'll have connections by then, resources. We build something new together, away from Liam, away from Jasmine, away from the fucking fairy tale that never included us anyway. They're still family, Finn said, but the protest was weak, reflexive rather than genuine. They made their choice, chose each other, chose the narrative that worked for them, chose to protect their image over protecting us. Asher's jaw tightened. Now we make ours. That doesn't mean we hate them. Doesn't mean we never speak again. It just means we stop waiting for them to make room for us at a table that was never really ours. Finn stared into his whiskey like it contained answers. What about the girls? The twins? The question hit somewhere Asher had been avoiding. Those babies. One of them might be his. Biologically at least. But biology didn't make a father. Presence did. Choice did. Liam will be a good dad. He's built for it. The words cost him more than he'd expected. And maybe distance is better. For them. Growing up without the confusion of three men trying to figure out their roles. Growing up with stability instead of whatever the hell we were attempting. That sounds like a rationalization. It probably is. Asher shrugged. But it's the one I can live with. And living with it somewhere else, building something that's actually mine, that sounds better than staying here and watching them be happy without us. Finn looked at Asher. Really looked at him. At his grumpy, practical, emotionally constipated cousin, who'd never once told him they were family until tonight. Who'd shown up at the worst possible moment, because blood mattered more than distance. Who'd offered an escape route instead of empty comfort. You actually give a shit about me, Finn said, wonder bleeding through the words. Under all that ice, you actually care. Don't get used to it. But Asher's voice had softened. Someone had to show up, and I know what it feels like to be the one who gets left behind. The city hummed beyond the windows. Boxes waited to be sealed. A future waited to be built, different from the one they'd imagined, but real. Theirs. Okay, Finn said. Okay. Chapter 73. P.O.V. Jasmine. The airport goodbye was nothing like I had imagined. No tearful embraces, no promises to stay in touch, no desperate last-minute confessions that might change everything. Just two men with boarding passes and carefully neutral expressions, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the life they'd shared. The terminal bustled around us, families reuniting, couples kissing goodbye, businessmen rushing toward gates with coffee cups clutched like lifelines. Normal people living normal lives, completely oblivious to the quiet devastation unfolding near the International Departures Board. Finn stood with his carry-on slung over one shoulder, looking everywhere except directly at me. The playful light that usually danced in his eyes had dimmed to something muted and guarded. He'd dressed casually, jeans, a worn leather jacket, like he was actively trying to look like someone other than the man I'd fallen in love with. "So, this is it," I said, hating how small my voice sounded against the airport's relentless noise. "This is it." Finn finally met my eyes, and I watched him construct a smile that didn't reach anywhere near genuine. End of an era, beginning of another, all that poetic bullshit. Finn. He stepped forward and hugged me briefly. A friend's hug, not a lover's. The kind of embrace you'd give a colleague at a going-away party. Polite, contained. Nothing like the way he used to hold me, like I was something precious he couldn't believe he got to keep. "Take care of yourself," he said against my hair. "And the babies. Make sure they know their Uncle Finn was the fun one, even if he had to love them from a different continent." "I will." My voice cracked on the promise. "I'll tell them stories. Show them pictures. They'll know you, Finn. They'll know all of you." "And Liam." Something flickered in his eyes. Not quite anger, not quite acceptance. Something in between that looked a lot like grief. "Take care of him, too. He's going to need you when reality sets in. When the fairy tale stops being enough, and he remembers what we had before, it all went sideways." "What does that mean?" But Finn just smiled, sad and knowing, carrying secrets he decided weren't mine to share anymore, and turned toward security. His shoulders were straight, his stride confident, every inch the charming playboy who'd learned to perform composure even when he was falling apart inside. I wanted to run after him, wanted to grab his arm and beg him to stay, to give us another chance, to believe that we could figure this out together. But my feet stayed rooted to the industrial carpet, held in place by the knowledge that I'd already made my choice. That begging him to stay would be cruel when I couldn't offer him what he deserved. Asher stepped into my line of vision, and the contrast hit me like a physical blow. Where Finn had given me a hug, however inadequate, Asher didn't touch me at all, just stood there with his carry-on at his feet, nodding once like we were business associates, concluding a transaction. Like the past year had been nothing more than a professional arrangement that had run its course. "London will be good for you," I said, grasping for something true to offer in the face of his impenetrable composure. "New city, new challenges. You've always been at your best when you're building something from the ground up." "Yes, it will." His steel gray eyes held mine for a moment, and I caught a glimpse of something beneath the ice. Regret, maybe? Or the ghost of feelings he'd never quite let himself acknowledge. "I meant what I said, you know, about wanting you to be happy. That wasn't a lie." "I know." And I did. Asher's honesty had always been brutal, but it had also always been real. "I want the same for you. I want you to find someone who—" "Don't." The word came out sharper than he probably intended. He softened slightly, exhaling through his nose. "Don't wish things for me that we both know aren't going to happen. I'm not built for that kind of happiness. Never was." "Everyone's built for happiness, Asher. You just have to let yourself." "I just can't be part of it." He picked up his carry-on, cutting off my attempt at comfort with the efficiency he brought to everything. "Some people aren't built for happy endings. I'm one of them. I've made my peace with that, and I'd appreciate it if you'd respect my self-awareness instead of trying to sunshine me into believing otherwise." The words stung, but I recognized them for what they were. Armor. Protection against the vulnerability of goodbye. "Take care of yourself," I said quietly, "and take care of Finn. He's going to need you more than he'll ever admit." Something shifted in Asher's expression. A crack in the ice that closed almost immediately. "That's the plan. He walked away without looking back. Finn was waiting near the security line, and I watched them converge. Two brothers bound by rejection, leaving me with the one who'd chosen to stay. They didn't touch, didn't embrace, but something passed between them. An understanding, a shared grief that would carry them through security checkpoints and international flights, and all the distance they were putting between themselves and the life we'd tried to build. Then they were gone, swallowed by the crowd filtering through metal detectors, and I was left standing in an airport terminal, feeling like someone had carved out essential pieces of me and packed them in their luggage. Liam's arm came around my shoulders, warm and steady. His golden retriever energy was muted today, tempered by the weight of what we'd just witnessed. "You okay?" "No." I watched the security line until I couldn't see them anymore, until they'd become indistinguishable from the hundreds of other travelers heading toward gates and planes and futures that didn't include me. But I will be. Eventually. Probably. That's the spirit. His attempt at levity fell flat, and we both knew it. We walked back through the airport hand in hand, weaving through crowds that parted around us without acknowledgement. The morning light streamed through the massive windows, bright and unforgiving, illuminating dust motes and casting long shadows across the polished floors. "It feels like losing them forever," I admitted as we approached the exit. "Like watching something die that I can't resurrect no matter how hard I try." "It's not forever," but Liam's voice lacked its usual conviction, the golden retriever optimism strained thin by reality. "Families change. They find new shapes. Asher will run the London branch. Finn will find his footing somewhere, and eventually the distance won't feel so much like loss. It'll just feel like different." I wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that his relentless hope wasn't just denial wrapped in pretty packaging. But I'd seen Finn's face when he walked away, seen Asher's careful blankness that spoke louder than any words could have. Some distances couldn't be measured in miles. My phone buzzed in my pocket as we stepped into the parking garage, the sudden vibration making me jump. I pulled it out, expecting news about the babies from the nanny, or maybe a work emergency that would give me something to focus on besides the ache in my chest. Instead, Leo's name glowed on the screen. "I'm back in the city. Can we talk? I think it's time to actually be family again." Chapter 74. P.O.V. Jasmine Leo looked healthier than I'd ever seen him. Skin clear, eyes bright, the desperate energy of his addiction replaced by quiet stability. The cafe he'd chosen was small and unpretentious, tucked into a corner of the city I'd never explored. No fancy espresso machines or artisanal pastries, just good coffee and worn wooden tables that had absorbed decades of conversations. The kind of place where people came to actually talk, not to be seen talking. My brother sat across from me, and for the first time in years, I didn't feel the familiar clench of worry in my chest when I looked at him. The hollowed-out desperation that had defined him for so long was gone, replaced by something solid, grounded, real. "You look good," I said, and meant it more than I'd meant anything in weeks. Like, actually good, not "I'm pretending to be okay" good. "Thanks for the ringing endorsement." But he smiled when he said it, and the expression reached his eyes in a way it hadn't since before the drugs, before the debt, before everything went sideways. "I got a job. Nothing glamorous. Working with horses on a ranch upstate. Turns out I'm good with traumatized animals. Takes one to know one." His laugh was genuine, warm and unguarded in a way that made my throat tight. "Something like that. There's this mare named Shadow who wouldn't let anyone near her for the first 3 months. Now she follows me around like a puppy. The owner says I have a gift." "You always did." I wrapped my hands around my coffee cup, absorbing its warmth. "Remember that stray cat you rescued when we were kids? The one Mom said would never trust anyone?" "Mr. Whiskers." Leo's smile turned nostalgic. "That cat slept on my pillow every night until we got moved to the next foster home. I cried for a week when they wouldn't let me take him." I remember. I'd held him through those tears, 12 years old, and already learning that loving things meant eventually losing them. You've always known how to reach the unreachable. We talked for hours, really talked, without accusations or guilt, or the defensive walls we'd both learned to build. Leo explained his journey through recovery, the slow process of rebuilding himself into someone he could respect. The 90 meetings in 90 days. The sponsor who'd kicked his ass when he needed it and held his hand when he didn't. The ranch that had given him purpose when he'd forgotten what that word even meant. The hardest part wasn't the physical withdrawal, he said, stirring his third cup of coffee. It was facing all the shit I'd been running from, all the ways I'd fucked up, all the people I'd hurt. His eyes found mine. Especially you. I put you through hell, Jazz, made you responsible for saving me when you were barely holding yourself together. Leo, let me finish. He held up a hand. I've been working on this speech for months, practicing it with my therapist. If I don't get it out now, I'm going to chicken out and we'll just keep pretending everything's fine. He took a breath. I was a terrible brother. I was selfish and destructive, and I took advantage of your love for me. You deserved better. You've always deserved better. The words landed somewhere deep, in places I hadn't let myself examine too closely. All those years of covering for him, cleaning up his messes, sacrificing pieces of myself to keep him afloat. I'd told myself it was love. Maybe it was. But maybe it was also a cage we'd both built together. I'm working on forgiving myself, I said quietly, for not being able to fix you, for eventually having to let go. There was nothing to fix. Leo reached across the table and took my hand. I wasn't broken, Jazz. I was sick. And you couldn't cure me any more than I could cure myself. The only person who could save me was me. It just took me way too fucking long to figure that out. The conversation shifted naturally after that, the heavy confessions giving way to lighter territory. I told him about the pregnancy, the complicated paternity situation, the way my body had transformed into something I barely recognized. Wait, back up. Leo nearly choked on his coffee. Baby? You're having a baby? A girl, due in about 4 months. Jesus Christ. He shook his head in amazement, a grin spreading across his face. My sister, a mom, of an actual human. Terrifying, right? I can barely keep a houseplant alive, and now I'm supposed to be responsible for an actual child. Actually, no. Leo's expression softened into something tender. You've been a mom since we were kids. You raised me when our parents couldn't. Changed my diapers, made my lunches, stayed up with me when I had nightmares. This is just making it official, getting the title you've already earned. The words unlocked something I didn't know I was carrying. Guilt about not being enough. About failing him despite everything I'd sacrificed. About choosing the brothers over our bond when he'd needed me most. I'm sorry, I said, and the tears came before I could stop them. For everything. For leaving you at the farm. For choosing them. For not being there when you were going through recovery. For... Stop! His grip tightened on my hand, grounding me. You didn't do anything wrong. You fell in love. You built a life. That's what you were supposed to do. What I wanted you to do, even if I was too fucked up to say it at the time. He squeezed harder. I had to figure out my own path, and that meant letting you go. Letting you stop saving me so you could finally save yourself. When did you get so wise? I laughed through my tears, grabbing a napkin to dab at my face. Therapy. Lots and lots of therapy. His grin was self-deprecating, but genuine. Turns out talking about your feelings is actually useful. Who knew? I told you about Liam, I said, trying to pull myself together. About Asher and Finn leaving. Everything's changed so fast. I feel like I'm standing in the middle of a life I don't recognize anymore. Change isn't always bad. Leo leaned back in his chair, studying me with clear eyes. Sometimes things have to fall apart so they can come back together in a better shape. That's what my sponsor says anyway. I thought it was bullshit at first, but turns out she was right. And now? I asked, almost afraid to hope. Where does this leave us? Leo's smile was the same one I remembered from childhood. Before the addiction, before the chaos, before we'd both learned that loving people meant watching them destroy themselves. Now I'm back, and I want to be part of whatever comes next. Chapter 75. POV. Jasmine. The labor started at 3 in the morning with a pop and rush of fluid, and my first coherent thought was, finally, not fear, not panic, just bone-deep relief that the waiting was over, that the months of growing this human inside her body had reached their inevitable conclusion. Whatever came next, pain, terror, the complete transformation of everything she knew, at least it was happening. Liam drove to the hospital with white knuckles, his golden retriever energy channeled into laser-focused determination as he navigated empty streets and red lights he barely acknowledged. In the passenger seat, I breathed through contractions that were getting stronger, closer together, impossible to ignore. "How far apart now?" he asked, voice tight. 4 minutes. I gripped the door handle as another wave crested. "Maybe 3. "We're almost there. Just keep breathing. You're doing great." The labor room became our world for 12 hours. Time measured in centimeters dilated, and the increasing desperation for drugs that would make this bearable. Nurses came and went, checking monitors and offering encouragement that felt meaningless against the tsunami of sensation consuming my body. Liam stayed, never left my side, not even when I screamed at him that this was all his fault, that I hated him, that I was never letting him touch me again. He just held my hand and absorbed my rage with that steady patience that had made me fall in love with him in the first place. Around hour 6, I started crying. Not from pain, though that was constant, a baseline I'd learned to exist within, but from fear. The raw primal terror that I couldn't do this, that my body would fail, that something would go wrong, and I'd lose the baby who'd become my entire reason for surviving the past months. "I can't do this," I gasped between contractions, tears streaming down my face. "Liam, I can't. It's too much. I'm not strong enough." "Yes, you can." His voice carried a certainty I couldn't feel, his hands cupping my face with devastating gentleness. "You're the strongest person I know. You've survived things that would have broken anyone else. I'm not strong. I'm terrified. I'm fucking terrified, and I don't know how to do this. And what if something goes wrong? And what if—" "Being terrified doesn't mean you're not strong." He pressed his forehead to mine, his breath warm against my skin. "It means you're human, and you're about to do the most human thing possible. You're bringing our daughter into the world, Jasmine. Our daughter. And she's going to be perfect because she's part of you." The epidural brought relief. Blessed chemical relief that made me want to kiss the anesthesiologist and propose marriage. The pushing brought agony of a different kind. Muscles straining against biology. My body doing something it had never done before and might never do again. "One more push," the doctor said, positioned between my legs like this was routine, like she witnessed miracles every day. "Give me everything you've got." I bore down with every ounce of strength I possessed, Liam's hand crushing mine, his voice in my ear telling me I could do this. I was almost there, just a little more. And then suddenly there was release and screaming, high-pitched, angry crying that was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. The most beautiful sound in the entire fucking universe. "Congratulations," the doctor said, and I could hear the smile in her voice even through my exhaustion. "You have a daughter." They placed her on my chest, and I was crying too hard to see her properly. Just felt the weight of her, the warmth of her, the impossible reality of her. This person who had been inside me for 9 months was now separate, breathing, alive, real in a way that nothing had ever been real before. "Oh my God," I whispered, running my fingers over her tiny features. "Oh my God, she's here! She's actually here!" Liam was crying too, golden retriever tears of joy and awe streaming down his face as he leaned over us both, his hand trembling as it touched our daughter's head for the first time. "She's perfect," he whispered, voice cracking. "She's absolutely perfect. Look at her, Jasmine. Look at what we made." She was red and wrinkled and screaming with impressive lung capacity, And he was right. She was absolutely, devastatingly perfect. Later, in the quiet recovery room, I watched Liam cradle our daughter in the chair beside my bed. The harsh hospital lighting should have made everything clinical, sterile. Instead, it illuminated his face with an expression I'd never seen before. Love so profound, it transformed him into someone new. Someone who had just become a father and was trying to comprehend the weight of that responsibility. "She has your nose," he said softly, not looking up from her face. "And I think she might have my stubbornness. Did you hear how loud she was crying?" "I heard." I smiled, exhaustion making everything feel soft around the edges. She definitely inherited someone's dramatic tendencies. Cleo had come and gone, promising to return tomorrow with balloons and inappropriate onesies that would make the nurses clutch their pearls. He'd held his niece with surprising confidence, murmuring promises about teaching her to ride horses and spoiling her rotten whenever her parents weren't looking. Nora had texted 17 times, demanding photos and updates and threatening to break down hospital doors if I didn't respond within the hour. I'd sent her a blurry picture and a string of crying emojis, which had prompted another 14 texts of increasingly unhinged celebration. Even Jackson had sent flowers, an elaborate arrangement that dominated the windowsill, the card reading simply, "Congratulations," in his assistant's handwriting. An olive branch I wasn't ready to accept but couldn't quite ignore. Whatever he'd done, whatever complicated history existed between us, he was still her grandfather. That had to mean something, even if I didn't know what yet. And somewhere across the world, Asher and Finn were building new lives. London offices and Asian music scenes, and futures that didn't include hospital rooms or midnight feedings. Separate from this moment, but not entirely gone. Never entirely gone, because love didn't evaporate just because people chose different paths. "Aurora," I said softly, watching Liam's face as I spoke. "I want to call her Aurora." He looked up, eyes wet and wondering. The dawn, a new beginning. "Yeah." I reached out, and he shifted closer so I could touch them both. My daughter and her father, the family we'd built from chaos and choice. "We've had a lot of darkness. She feels like light." We'd survived scandal, harassment, the fracturing of everything we'd built. We'd lost brothers and found ourselves. We'd chosen each other when easier paths existed, when walking away would have been simpler than fighting through. And now, watching Liam hold the daughter who represented all our hopes and struggles, I knew with absolute certainty we were going to be okay.